What's Logan on? Your list?
My Pummel Queen list, yeah. The current version.
It's dumb.
Oh, he's going to hit. Hello, and I can't see anything on the screen, so I assume we're live.
But that's the best part. We're good to go, my friend.
We're good to go.
We don't know what's going on, but the best part. There we go. We're live.
Hey!
We're live for ourselves, friends. Welcome to Chicago. This is the Brawl. We got through some technical difficulties, but the best part about this is that we get to cast some flesh and blood, and life is good. Life is great. And I am DM Armada.
I'm
me.
Flake.
Yeah. I think we all lose. I think we all lose that exchange.
There's a couple of things to note here. One, we're getting the technical difficulties out of the way early, so the rest of the day would be smooth sailing. But also, we're going to start things off with some outsider fun.
Definitely. So we are going to start the tournament off with a name that you might recognize already. Yonji Lee is going to be playing Uzuri, Switchblade. We want to bring you some of those fascinating new Outsiders heroes, and Uzuri is probably the one, for me at least, that brings me the most intrigue. I know that you've been very busy building lists for Uzuri.
Absolutely. I refer to her as the Pummel Queen. She is my new
Why is
Lord
that?
and Savior. Well, because what she does with her ability is she allows you to essentially play your 2-cost attack actions for free because you swap them in. So you only have to pay for the pummel. So she is just fantastic at being able to say, like, all right, well, here's a very benign looking attack, right? I throw out a little isolate. Looks harmless. Oh, suddenly that is a command and conquer with pummel.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, and not only that, but like, it starts. We swap it in for like a 6 attack, like a command and conquer. You sneak in the pummel, and suddenly that benign attack becomes it be 10.
Yeah,
And
and
it's no longer benign. It be 10.
As you said, I've been experimenting a lot. I will say that one of the other standout cards for me from Outsiders so far has actually been Wreck Havoc, because the way the timing works with her ability is there's only a window where they can add defense reactions to the chain before the card is revealed, so they have to guess blindly. And so what I've been finding to be very successful is not just Command and Conquer, but Wreck Havocs, both reds and yellows, because that cannot play defense reactions to the chain link text is so important for her and the mind games and landing the pummel. So I know that this isn't the full rainbow pummel version, but I'm really excited to see how this matchup gets navigated, especially because Yonji's just a fantastic player.
Yonji is a fantastic player, and this Uzuri list that we're looking at right over here that I've got in my hands is only running the 3-pack of pummels, and sometimes that's just good enough, because if you're thinking it from the aspect of trying to sneak through damage with on hits, oftentimes an opponent that might respect one of the stealth attacks that's like 2 or 3 attack, they might double block it to block the 6, and sometimes that's just good enough. You don't necessarily need to always have the answer. You need to threaten the answer to have your opponent kind of overcommit to the blocks. It's when they do overcommit, and then you could still go over the top, or sometimes they're just playing that mind game of like, hey, maybe you don't have it. Maybe the switcheroo is not that bad, so they only block the 3, or they just let it go altogether. That sometimes is just good enough. That damage that you're pushing through with the on hits is good enough. And some of those on hits of those attacks that you can switch up for, have you found any favorites besides the obvious choices of things like Command and Conquer? Have you found any that you've really, really liked? Like right here, here's the Command and Conquer first time.
Yeah, so we're starting with the Command and Conquer, which is great to see. So some other ones that I've been experimenting with, the cut down to size is nice because you can call their bluff if they are on an aggressive deck, somebody like a 5, for example, or in this case even a Briar, if they are saying, hey, if you're going to hit me, I'm just not going to block because I think I can swing back bigger. Cut down to size with a pummel ends up feeling like a crippling crush. So I've had some success with that. Sneak attack is an obvious choice because it's big damage. And shakedown, the specialization, again, hand disruption. I think that's the real key when you're playing her, because if you're into an aggressive deck, you can't actually out damage them. So you need to get damage in with disruption.
All right, so where we're at right now, again, we're bringing you into the match a little bit. The match has already had a little time to simmer. So as we stand right now, Joe Robles on Briar has a Channel Mount Heroic already with a flow counter on it. That is that is an Exude Confidence, and that's going to come in for 7. Now, Exude Confidence is going to kind of stop some of the attack reactions on the chain link and the entire the combat chain itself. So it looks like Yanji Lee is going to commit the hat, the Crown of Providence, as well as some blockables. But we're going to go ahead and snap that off. So that's, I mean, with a 5-card hand that Joe has here, you'd think that that is just the beginning of what the damage is going to start looking like.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're going to follow that up with the Swarming. And again, 3 cards still left in hand. This is not what you want to see if you're Yanji. However, if you can kind of survive this and still be relatively healthy, I would even dare say anything above 20 health will probably end up being like a win here. I do think that you will have the ability to bounce back, but this is going to be difficult because this is a lot of damage coming. So we see the rune chant being made here, and we're going to follow that up with a Command and Conquer. Now, the arsenal already gone for Yanji, so this is just damage, but again, can't play defense reactions to this, so depending on what Yanji is sitting on defensively, that might have gummed things up a little bit.
Yeah, he did have the option here, perhaps, to just create the rune chant, go in and swing with the Rosetta, maybe pocket the Command and Conquer. But I think when you have the Channel Mount Heroic right now, it's purely about just pushing damage. Your Uzuri's already at 29. You're threatening a lot more. Yanji Lee here does rock several D-reacts in the actual list. How many made it into this matchup is a different story, but a 3-pack of Sync Belows and a triplicate of red unmovables. I think that's just purely a consequence of the fact that Ranger and Azalea now are going to be quite abundant. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many games you've played so far, but I mean, I've been jamming Talishar like crazy with the new cards, and Azalea throwing arrows that are 12, 13, 14 dominate is common practice now. So packing the 3 red unmovables, I think, is going to be something that we haven't seen perhaps since God knows what. I mean, the WTR days, when Bravo was abundant, when you needed something to shore up those Starvo lists that were kind of being wrecking havoc for so long.
Just getting ready to say, the new Azalea decks that I've been playing against feel an awful lot like a tamer version of Starvo. It's like Starvo, but without the disruption. Starvo used to be big dominate attack, and then you had the whale. Azalea, a lot of times, is just the raw damage. She does have some relevant on-hits, but it's not like every turn. But absolutely, you're right. It feels like it's 11 or 12 with dominate every time that their hand kind of assembles the combo pieces. And the big story here is that this Channel Mount Heroic stuck around for an additional turn. That's 2 counters on it. And now we're going to lead things off with the Bramble Spark, so this is going to be a lot of damage coming in again.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, we're not done yet. Bramble Spark creating more havoc here as it's... was that fused? I think it was fused, so another additional 3 over the top as well. Look at the damage being pushed here. This is Briar, the way that she has always been doing it, basically, which is sending so much damage to face off the back of a Channel Mount Heroic. Those cards, again, it's such hit or miss when you play against a Briar player, because as the opponent, when you're playing against the Briar, you are just crossing your fingers that you not want to see those cards early enough or often enough. And, you feel like such a boss when they're either blocking with the Channel Mount Heroic, or the Channel Mount Heroic doesn't necessarily get all the work that's done. You've got 3 of them, but they have ways to get them back. And do not be surprised if this game goes a little bit longer, where you see cards like those being cycled back in to those longer matchups. But I don't think Uzuri is really a hero that wants to go the distance. It's a hero that wants to really capitalize on bad decisions, perhaps.
So far in my testing, it is somebody that wants to be out in front. You want to try to get your opponent blocking sooner rather than later. That's the main reason that I think I enjoy playing her. She's very similar to Bravo, in my opinion. You kind of want to be out front so that they have to start blocking because they're afraid of your dominate. In this scenario, however, you're falling behind on tempo because that Channel Mount Heroic not only came early, but they got multiple turns out of it. So normally when you're playing against a Briar, as you said, you want their hands to brick, you want them to find it late, or at a minimum, you only want it to stick around for the 1 turn, and they got it up to 2 counters. So you're already a bit behind. Doesn't mean you can't get back into this game, though. You can absolutely do that with some good on-hits and disruption, and we're seeing this right now with the Leave No Witnesses. this is a great card in Assassin because it's very similar to a Command and Conquer, right? It's going to threaten that arsenal, so we're going to see that come out now.
I just want to note here again the interesting aspect of the cards that came out of Outsiders is this brand new. You open the drawer at Grandma's house, and how many different knives and forks does she have? And that's the kind of same thing that Uzuri's presenting here. You've got so many different options for daggers that on hit create much more awkward blocking scenarios, and Joe just got caught absolutely over here because one of those, I believe it's the scale peeler that on hit creates makes your equipment block a lot less, and Joe wasn't necessarily paying attention because he presented the Grasp of the Arknight to cover up alongside another card to cover up the what was it, Leave No Witnesses.
Yes.
And unfortunately he committed it, and then Yanji said, hey dude, that is only blocking for 1, it's not blocking for 2, and Joe said, oh, let me just change that. And unfortunately this is a competitive environment over here. You cannot do takesies backsies here. So that's not what happens. Is Joe unfortunately got caught with that array of knives and forks over here. Have you seen the movie Mystery Men?
I have, in fact, seen Mystery Men, yes.
Yanji here is basically the Blue Raja, and he's just flinging knives and forks. He's saying, knife to see you, fork you, I got you on hit, go say goodbye to that arsenal, and things like that.
So, fun fact, I was a stunt double for that movie. I was the backup for the bowler, and that's how I tore my bicep.
I was about to say, were you the bowling ball?
No, just I was the stunt double for the bowler, but tore my bicep. I mean, you know what else is tearing things up right now?
Those 6-pound balls can get really nasty.
So, for those watching at home, in case you're worrying, or excuse me, not worrying, but wondering, but you might be worried as well about the setup here. The other dagger that Yanji is currently using is the Orbitoclast. That's the one that reduces the blocking power of non-attack actions. I am actually kind of interested, and I'd love to talk to him at some point about why he chose these daggers for this matchup. The Scale Peeler makes sense to me because, again, you expect them to block with Grasp and so forth, but just would love to know why they decided, hey, Orbitoclast over, say, Spider's Bite for the attack actions is the choice there.
Yeah, it's a good question. And we saw that Joe is running, if I'm not mistaken, some Come to Fights, which are 3-block non-attack actions, which are fairly rare. I believe when it comes to Joe's list in terms of three block non-attack actions, you're going to have things like the Force of Nature, obviously the Channel Mount Heroics are 3 blocks as well. I think part of it is just a matter of Yuanchi wants to make sure that Joe can't just block a 4 attack with 1 card. So that's why the Scale Peeler, it's not Scale Peeler, the Orbitoclast is there to sort of just temper the efficiency of the blocking. He doesn't want a Force of Nature to be a sink below, and that's kind of what he's pushing through. But you're right, because the standard Spider's Bites oftentimes are just quite effective on their own.
Yeah, it's interesting because on the one hand, you could make the argument like, I know that you're going to get that embodiment, you're going to put the emphasis on it, so I'll just try to go around it. Or you can just try to go straight through it, get that reduction, cancel it out. And it does look like that was the case here with the dagger choices. But so far, Scale Peeler has kind of been the rock star. Meanwhile, on Joe's side, we have Enlighten Strike coming. And waiting to see what mode this was, but it wouldn't shock me if this ends up just being for 7.
Not gonna lie, I'm a little disappointed. Like before, ladies and gentlemen, when the audio and the video wasn't quite there, CHARM3R and I were discussing how this matchup seemed like the most Star Wars name matchup ever. It's Jedi Council member Yanji Lee versus, notorious bounty hunter Joe Robles, but on the paper, on the deck list, it's written Jor, J-O-R. So
yeah, we made the comment that Jor Robles sounds like a perfect Star Wars name.
Absolutely, a bounty hunter name. And Yanji, again, just telling Anakin Skywalker, you do not attain the rank of master.
And Yanji already down to 8, and does look like that was not for 7. We're going to follow that Enlighten Strike up with a Snatch now.
Not a bad 1-2 punch here. Again, white bordered Enlighten Strike. So, you're getting a little extra flavor on this one. Sprinkle a little extra sauce on it. But Snatch, again, one of those iconic cards from Welcome to Wraith, has just stood the test of time in terms of efficiency of what it does. It finds a home in so many great aggro lists. The yellow version sometimes shows up. Even the blue version in certain matchups gets the job done. In this case, 4 for 0 is the going rate. On hit, draw a card. Joe right now feeling quite comfortable. 13 lead here. Yonji Lee doesn't look like he can get it done perhaps in one foul swoop. But again, sometimes CHARM3R, I mean, you've played a lot of Uzuri. You know that all it takes is just one bad read from Joe for a little switcheroo action.
So what Yonji's really looking to do to get himself into a winning position for this is what you want to do is you want to block out, preserve your health as best you can. Wait for one of the moments where either Briar bricks itself, because sometimes it's prone to doing that, or wait for you to draw a big power play. So something with a relevant on hit plus a pummel, and at that point you try to squeeze in whatever you can and then come back with the follow-up, because that's the real beauty with Uzuri, is that you can take a 2-card hand and still make it be very, very relevant, right? It's any stealth card and then any, shakedown, command and conquer, sneak attack. You can really chip away at their health. So 13 seems like a lot here, but that could be just 2 attacks.
Look at that, blocking with 2 pummels. So that's the 2 of the red pummels that Yonji's packing. He's not really getting much more of that, and finding them at, back to back like that in a hand, they block for 2. So they're inefficient blockers, and they're also, those are kind of a little bit of that smoke and mirrors play that you want to catch your opponent and really punish them. Unfortunately, catching them at the same time with this kind of low life total, oftentimes when you're holding that kind of power play, you can do the little switcheroo with Uzuri, followed up with a pummel chaser. You feel like a god, but you might think, all right, I'll take some damage here because I want to buy back some tempo on the other turn and push through some damage. But when you're at 8 against a Briar, you can't necessarily afford to go down that low, especially when you don't have enough arcane barrier to really respect or to disrespect the Rosetta Thorn. So Yonji finding those cards in the wrong time.
Yeah, and the worst part about that is you give your opponent information as well. Now your opponent knows you're down 2 pummels, but this is still a great follow-up play. Again, a 2-card hand, you get the 1 block, and then you sub in the shakedown, which is hand disruption as well. You get to choose which one you're getting rid of, so Yonji leaks the damage through, mitigates the effectiveness of Joe's turn. This is how you start to reclaim the tempo here. The fact that Yonji's kept these health totals so close after that explosive start by Joe means things are going, I think, very well for Yonji overall, because you could have been in a dire position after a 2-turn Channel Mount Heroic.
Infectious Host being presented here. Yonji is just going to go ahead and cover that up. No problem. Don't want to deal with it. Yonji Lee can do a lot of work with just 2 cards. Obviously, a lot of these stealth cards cost 0. They cost you nothing. So you can just go ahead and push it through and kind of, stare your opponent across the table and say, do I have it? Do I not? There's a pummel following up a pursuit of knowledge. Finally, that 3rd pummel makes an appearance in a very critical juncture.
So this is huge for so many reasons. 1, obviously, hand disruption and the damage, but 2, because it's on a pursuit as well, and that's going to be connecting, you're going to get a massive 5-card hand here. You're going to have your opponent at a very low health total, so if you can block this out relatively effectively and then follow it up with any sort of attack, Joe's going to be in a position where he has to overblock, right? Any stealth attack, you're going to have to at least start considering blocking for 6. So here it looks like we're going to have the Nimblism into a Ravenous Rabble.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a bad follow-up. You just got cleaned up by a pursuit of knowledge for, a significant amount of damage, 8 damage, and Joe had a card peeled away. Now here's Joe saying, all right, look what I can do with 0 resources. I can send 7 go again at you and put you against the ropes here. So Joe having a good time with, just whatever pieces are left. He is against the ropes here, and he's going to have to now start respecting everything that Uzuri pushes forward.
So there's another thing that you really need to consider. I'm going to assume that Yonji has them in the deck because they're on his list, and I think that they're a great finishing card here, but I see 3 copies of Spreading Plague available.
Yes.
So Briar isn't known for running like a tremendous number of blues, and if you get to a point where your opponent is low like this and they have to start over blocking any of your stealth options, you can sometimes finish them off with a Spreading Plague, but instead here we get the Revel into the embodiment into a lot of rune chants, and there is no arcane barrier available, so we're going down to 1.
Oh my goodness, what a follow-up over here. The end of this matchup has been pure fireworks, haymakers, back and forth. Joe Robles here with a brilliant hand, even after getting pummeled over the top of a Pursuit of Knowledge. Yonji Lee had a 5-card hand against Joe's 4, but look at the damage being spread back over here. A Revel in Runeblood, one of those cards that when we did the Speedy Awards back in 2022, Revel in Runeblood was a close finisher in terms of the most hated card of 2022 because it does so much work in this juncture. And wow, the game is now just a pure nail biter, Charmer.
Well, the Thorn got blocked out by a Sink Below. So normally if you're Joe, you're like, hey, that's great value for me. But Yonji also used that to dig. So we're going to see now whether or not anything was relevant. I also believe that they got the black tech back. Just saw them dig that out of the discard, so they must have had some silver from the contracts earlier that leave no witnesses, for example.
All right, well, here comes another stealth move. We're going to throw the whole wardrobe in front of it. What's the play? This is the beauty of Uzuri. Poker players rejoice. Does Yonji have it or does he not have
All right, so
it?
this is the important timing part. Oh, all right. So if you are watching right now, that Sink Below that just came down should have been played before it got revealed, because if a Command and Conquer or a Wreak Havoc popped up, then you just lose the game there. You have to do it while it's face down, and I don't think that you could afford to just take that risk. And the Rune Chant's going to finish it off because of no Arcane Barrier there, so the game's going to end up going to Joe, but if that was, again, a Command and Conquer, a Wreak Havoc, anything there, then Yonji would have snuck one in based on the timing of the sequencing.
Definitely add him to the list of the most dangerous bounty hunters in the galaxy. Boba Fett, Cad Bane, Joe Robles gets away from Jedi Master Yonji Lee. Unfortunately for Yonji, didn't have the right recipe again, and Arcane gets to leak through. What's fascinating about this matchup here is that we've done so much Outsiders Limited where there is no arcane damage.
You kind of forget.
You do forget that that thing is just like a free pass. You just slide it under the door, you know, and that arcane damage does trickle through. Yonji Lee does succumb to the arcane damage that Briar has access to. She went fast. That whole hand, frankly, that Jor had at the end of it had, I believe he had a blue earth card. He had the red lightning surge, obviously, but he also had the Channelman Heroic in there in a way to actually set it up. So it wasn't going to be smooth sailing for Uzuri throughout. But again, when you are given a free pass of just some arcane damage, you just get it done. So that's the way it goes.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that we didn't see the Lantern used. I think that's going to be the go-to when you need Arcane Barrier 1, because you only need the one dagger.
Do you only need the one dagger?
Yeah, you're not really swinging too often with both of your daggers. The other option is if you want to really like hardcore run 2 daggers, then you could drop Flick Knives. But I do think that the go-to is going to end up being that you just drop one dagger, because you're very rarely swinging both daggers into something else. That's like a blue heavy hand. So a little surprised, but not taking anything away from Joe. Fantastic game, well played, navigated it beautifully. Yonji hung in there, made it competitive. I hope that all of our games are like this today, because honestly, that's a great one to start with.
It was an excellent one to start with, again, showcasing Uzuri, definitely. And it's just fascinating to me because you have someone like Briar, who has access to the mystic dark arts of damage in Arcane. And how does they counteract that? A flashlight. You show up with a flashlight with your knife and just be like, "Ee," and you're good. So your girl Uzuri doesn't quite make it through, but did actually put up quite the fight. I think that there would have been a completely different story if one of those 2 pummels that were found, that were used to block on that pivotal turn, were found maybe a turn or 2 earlier, where you can kind of couple up and maybe mitigate some of the follow-up damage that Briar had access to. But ultimately, it did come to a quite close conclusion there. And I think that as a proof of concept, Uzuri does have it. I think that Uzuri, with some more refinement within this meta, because people need to realize that these cards came out yesterday. They were CC legal yesterday. So this is the very first tournament, the very first exhibition of what these heroes can do, and I think that Uzuri, there's something there.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that it's going to take some time before it gets refined, and I do think that there are some hard counters that exist and are somewhat popular. Oldhim, specifically the hard fatigue, heavy life gain, the Charles Dunn version, can be a problem. That's a lot of damage to push through. But otherwise, I think that she at least has legs in a number of other matchups. I think we're going to see a lot of her going forward. The real hero that I'm excited to see get cracked is Riptide, because I don't know how he translates to Classic Constructed, because, yes, you can run all the traps, and even if you trigger them all, that's 1 damage per, but 40 health is a lot to get through, and I don't know how you make up the rest of the damage with him.
I mean, it always comes back down to the fact that a lot of heroes that want to play with on the defensive side of things are going to have to rely on their weapon for the offense. Look at heroes like Oldhim. Oldhim can do a lot of efficient blocking and cover up a lot of odd break points, and that's great. And at the end of the turn, you pitch a blue, you swing a hammer, and at least you're doing something. Riptide doesn't necessarily have access to that, where you're doing all this fancy little cup games of this and that, and maybe I'm poking through for a damage here or there, but when push comes to shove and you have to send something at your opponent, like if they have an off turn and you don't find a good arrow or you don't have what you need to do, it feels kind of bad in that regard. And I think that's okay. We've seen how Assassin, when Dynasty came out, wasn't quite there yet. Now we have new heroes to flesh it out. I think Riptide is a nice framework for what a cool defensive hero can be. But I think we're still missing a particularly important aspect to Ranger, which is a weapon that can swing. And I know that's...
No, you're wrong. Riptide is awesome. Okay, look, here's why Riptide is awesome. Because it doesn't have to be, I play all defensively with, like, all the traps. That's like child's play. No, you play, like, the mid-range game plan. You play, like, advantageous tempo matchup style stuff. Look, you just come in, you can even come in with, like, the full aggro plan with, like, as much damage as you go. You can play Riptide in different ways. It's not all about that. It's not all about that trap fatigue stuff.
But
I don't know.
feel like
That's like Oldhim player stuff. Get
like
that out of here.
You're the weird guy on the bus that showed up with our conversation.
Riptide's not about that, okay? Sorry, I have a soft spot. I have
Ring
a soft
the bell,
spot
it's
in
your
my eyes. Shut up. Fine. I'll leave. But Riptide's cool, man.
Riptide is pretty cool.
Who the hell is that guy?
So I will say in Riptide's defense that one of the things he has going for him is that he doesn't need to be blue heavy the way that, say, like an Oldhim is. So I think that his version of the hammer are going to be like your 0 cost attacks for 4, where you play something from hand and then you load the 0 and then you just never have to pay, right? Like that's your hammer. The biggest issue that I have with that, though, is that Oldhim was winning fatigue games because his hammer doesn't eat a card from the deck, whereas with Riptide, you're firing the arrows. That does eat one of your cards, and so that damage matters more. It has to connect, or else you're just going to fatigue yourself in the process.
I hear you. Well, one round is in the book here at the Realm Brawl, hosted by Minimax Games here in Chicago. A great time. So many awesome faces. People coming out from the woodwork to show up to this one. I saw the reemergence of the Canadian assassin, Isaac Kroot. Isaac Kroot is here, so I am in another room for my own safety, as well as the bringer of death himself, the angel of death, Michael Hamilton is here.
Everybody's been asking me, because I had posted it on Twitter, that, hey, how'd you tear your bicep? The actual real answer, the truth is, I was arm wrestling Michael Hamilton, and it went the way you would expect. So I do not recommend bringer of death in all ways, shapes, sizes, forms. Just don't challenge that man.
I'm loving it. We've got another round coming around the corner. We're just going to finish up some of these things. I think, are we kicking a break real quick? I think we're going to be kicking a break, so don't go too far. I've got DM Armada, who is recovering from his insane kind of spurt that he just had. Flakes with you, as well as Diet, Tan, and Grace. We'll be right back after this.
You hypnotize. You hypnotize me. 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 You hypnotize me.
Hello, welcome back to the old Chicago Brawl. Hey, I took the time during our break. I hear an echo, by the way. I don't know, in chat, if you hear an echo, let me know. But I took the time to hand tally. Look at that. Oh, this camera's so clear, you can actually see it on there. I took the time to hand tally all the heroes that are represented today. I walked around while you guys started that last round. I kind of looked around at the round one matchup. Something about a side. Well, I don't know. Either way, I looked around, and there were some crazy cool matchups that I saw. There were some really, really cool matchups. I saw Riptide versus, like, Oldham. He's taking it off my head.
Hold on a second. There we go.
Oh, I just have people to do that now.
Oh,
I'm
that's
talking
what's
too
good.
loud.
We might be
No, I
talking.
still hear the echo. Nothing changes. But you know what? It doesn't even matter. Okay, that was cool. I saw Riptide versus, it was like Oldham. I saw a ton of Dromai. And I saw perhaps the craziest matchup of them all. It was Yuki Lee Bender on Lexi versus Brody Spurlock on Azalea. In round one of this event. Like, that's a thing that happened.
Yes.
That is now in the history books. And I really want to know how that turned out because they both looked very intense, like the head and hands thing.
Yeah.
Like round one of the Chicago Brawl here hosted by Realm Games and MinMax Games. That's a way to start a tournament.
Well, the first ever Canadian national champion, that would be Yuki Lee Bender, did make the trip. A lot of Canadians did actually packed into the car and across the border to come do some, come to show a little bit of that Canadian pride. We've got some great players, but you know what? Those kinds of dream matchups that occur early, when you see Kid Wonderbread himself, Brody Spurlock shows up. I spoke to him yesterday. I asked him, I said, my man, what's in the sandwich bag this weekend? He said, we're going clean and steady. White bread, ham, smack it together, take names,
I
kick
took
ass.
a picture. I took a picture of him when he walked in because he walked in carrying like I think it was a canvas tote bag, or it was just a straight up plastic bag.
Yes.
As if he had just stopped off at his mid-morning grocery run.
Sure.
And he walked in just smiling and like it was awesome. I took a picture. I'll post it on Twitter if you'd like to see that photo. But Brody literally walked in as if he had just gotten back from Kroger. He had gotten his snacks, gotten everything ready. They're setting up for round 2, but I am going to go through along with you.
Yes.
You know, you could probably read that, but it's easier if I just read it to you. So I looked at every deck list and I pulled all of the names for the ones submitted. We have about 113 plus or minus 1 or 2.
Holy hell.
113 people in that room signed up and playing, completing round 1.
That's awesome.
That's pretty crazy.
And what's amazing about this weekend as well, before we get to the numbers, is that a lot of these people showed up yesterday, obviously, because the tournament's this morning. But did they go hang out in their rooms and chill out? No, we were just littered all across the lobby of this hotel, as always. We were playing all kinds of good stuff. We were drafting. We were having a good time. Lots of laughs all the way through. But honestly, looking at this deck list, the hero breakdown, am I surprised? I don't think I'm surprised, because I think that the top dog, however, is that's the biggest surprise, frankly.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll put this out there before we get to the top dog of who is the most represented hero. If you're out there in chat, please let us know what you think the most represented hero is at this tournament, and it might surprise you.
Let's play a game. Decide your top 3 represented heroes. Right now, put it in chat. What are your top 3 most represented heroes? Give me your prediction.
Han Solo.
Okay. In the game of Flesh and Blood at this tournament,
parameters.
I will say it again. What heroes do you think are most represented at this tournament? I will tell you right now, you got to think about this tournament both being a regional affair, so the players that are here in the local area can most easily come to this, but also this did pull in a number of larger players, more well-known players that want to make this circuit that the Realm Games is hosting a reality. They want to go and play at the different ones. They want to earn their way to that 20K at the end of the year. So this is a little bit of both. It's regional and it's pulling players from far and wide. So the top 3 heroes, and I'm just gonna check chat. Look, okay, there are people guessing. Okay, I'm gonna keep you guessing while I say the 3rd most represented. The 3rd most represented.
Well, can we put a little bravado on this? Can we put a little bit of like showmanship to it?
Look, we're doing a literal top 3 list. There's nothing more clickbaity
Who is your
than that. We don't need to do showmanship.
Who is your absolute favorite Family Feud host? There's been like 68 of them.
Dude, I don't know.
If you say Steve Harvey, I'm going to tombstone you through this table.
No.
The correct answer is Richard Karn.
Okay.
Al Borland himself.
Okay.
A close second would be Louis Anderson.
Okay.
So which one do you want me to imitate when we're doing the Family Feud?
Oh, okay. All right. Go with your favorite.
Louis Anderson it is. All right. And number 3.
Survey says Lexi. Lexi, 13 players chose to enter Lexi into this event. So Lexi's the 3rd place. 2nd place is gonna maybe blow your mind, but maybe make sense.
Survey says
Azalea. Azalea had 14 players enter Azalea as their hero of choice in this tournament.
That to me is the least surprising, because I think that Azalea got a lot of the great tools. Players like Levi Rauch, who has shown that even prior to Outsiders, there is something there if we put the work in. And players like Levi Rauch and the cult of Azalea are getting massively rewarded with so many great tools that are out there. And Azalea at number 2 with 14 players representing, I think is the least surprising thing of this list.
100% agree. I would have also expected like a Katsu or something like that, but the most represented hero is not one you're going to guess unless you know this region.
All right, we surveyed 100 people, and the top answer on the board is
Dromai.
Wow.
Dromai at 15 players. So we literally had 13, 14, and 15 players respectively on Lexi, Azalea, and Dromai. Now, if you're curious where the kind of the big, like 2 to 3 fall. So like we're saying your Oldhams, your Icelanders, and then I don't know, what would you consider the third hero in this current iteration of, or this meta, I guess
Of
you would
like,
say?
are you well prior to Outsiders? I mean, you've got to give Fi a lot of respect as well. Briar somehow, I mean, I think is just kind of maybe certainly a significant option. Dash as well.
I think Briar would probably be the like post, ban and suspended announcement of like the Oldham stuff. Post that, I think Briar was the aggro deck of choice. But here you go, Oldham. 11 players. So just right on the coattails of Lexi there. 11 players on Oldham. The next most represented is actually an interesting tie across the board. Icelander at 7 players. Uzuri at 7 players, which is really cool, and Katsu
There
at
it is.
7 players.
There
How
it
do you
is.
feel about that?
I feel great about that. Katsu was the first hero I really truly invested money and time into. It was the first one that I really identified with. I thought that Katsu itself was a very awesome hero. Again, when Katsu kind of was sort of pushed aside, it wasn't because Katsu necessarily was a really bad hero. It was purely because there was a massive upgrade. It was Fi. Fi came in and said, hey, cool combo lines. I have those with everything. Everything I have is going to be big and go again, and it's going to be nasty. So Fi just kind of pushed out Katsu purely from, I would say, a power creep perspective,
Okay.
Katsu, however, got so many tools, and there's a lot of players out there who really, the first thing that they did after they kind of maybe messed around with Uzuri, Arachne, whatnot, is they went and revisited the familiar face that is Katsu to say, are any of these cards putting you over the top? Does this push you beyond Fi in terms of aggro ability? Because, frankly, in my opinion, things like cards like Kodachis are very, very good. When you have access to Mask of Momentum and Kodachis, it makes for awkward blocking turns. It makes for, really uncomfortable decisions for your opponent to make. 7 Katsu players is, in my opinion, people who are either dedicated to the hero or, I just feel like Katsu may not have crossed that. Is it better than Briar from an aggro perspective?
I will say this. I think the number of players playing Katsu here is not indicative of what we could see going forward, because Katsu, to me, and the way that you build the deck and the way that you play the deck and just the general complexity level of that compared to something like Fi is it's not easy to grasp right away if you haven't already been playing it, because it can represent lots of damage in a lot of different ways, but the onus is on you as the player of knowing when to go for a combo, when to set up for a combo. I mean, natural drawing into combo pieces and then finding one isn't that terribly complex, but it's the squeaky lines that you kind of have to ride and find in there that make that hero both dangerous but also hard to play. And so I feel like the more that we go through this and the more that Katsu players keep going, I think we froze. Oh no, I think we're frozen. Oh, we're back. Okay. I think the more that goes through, the easier and the more those players will pick that up. That being said, I do think that the number of Viscerai players at 6, the number of Fi players at 6, and I think it's just those 2 at 6 is also indicative. Very interesting. Don't do it to me.
I want to just go right down to the bottom of that pile over there, where you can see it right over there, right below our good friend Riptide, who frankly is not maybe the greatest hero right now. It's all good.
You don't know that.
I don't know many things, but this is something I am confident about. Sometimes it's about just being confident. There's Kano.
Yes, we have one Kano.
One Kano. Why is there only one Kano?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. I think whenever you enter a new meta, it actually feels better to jump in with Kano and like run him out there, because people are going to be trying new things and they're not necessarily going to be packing AB or thinking about the Kano matchup. So I actually think you could have just straight up run more Kano if you're good at it. But again, I think regionality is a huge thing. If there's not a lot of Kano players in the area, picking up Kano is kind of like picking up Katsu in a lot of ways. It's like, are you really going to take that plunge, or are you going to play something that you know? Nevertheless, I do think Kano can be a really good meta call in new metas, because you can just run out and burn people to the ground. I want to point this out. Every hero, I think, is represented. Every single hero except Levia and Bolton. I think those are the only 2 heroes that are not represented here.
That sucks, because I showed up with this bad boy. Lumina, go Boomina.
I am so glad there was a shirt underneath there.
And I also showed up with this as I reveal that my nipples are pierced apparently for some reason this weekend. No, that's not where we're at right now. I should have taped these. I should have taped these to my chest.
Don't
No?
do that. No, don't do that.
I
please.
acquired myself 2 plague hives.
Because you want to play them, right?
I do, yes.
Yeah,
I think that plague hives are good cards, and I know that this is just a little bit of a split decision on this, but I figured while people might be still slightly disrespecting this card, I do sincerely believe that plague hive is a good card, so I got one for me and one for a friend.
Yeah, I got the rainbow foil.
That's right.
The nice, pretty rainbow
If there was
foil.
one that was literally sketched on the back of like a cereal box and it was cheaper, I would play that if it was legal. Don't you dare! We're not at that stage of the broadcast.
Okay, cool. All right, good. So here's the plan. The players are sitting down into round 2. I believe round 2 is being paired, and they're finding their pairings. We're going to jump in on round 2 together. You're stuck with us. Charmer, the admiral sailing us straight and keeping us on the straight and narrow is away. So things might get, I don't know, a little loopy. No, we're fine. We're good. We're going to be very professional about this.
I feel like, given the fact that we're dressed the same and he's like wearing his insurance salesman outfit, like I feel like you and I are like kind of like his Oompa Loompas.
Oh, there you go. That's it. Yeah, he's the boss, and we're just here.
Yeah.
Like, yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
we're there just like, and then we just like sing a song and then murder a child. Hey, watch the movie. That's what happens.
No,
That's what happens.
Okay, yeah, you're probably.
I mean, okay, so the child is
No,
then
they're
ushered
taken
up.
away.
Yeah, they're taken away to another place. They are perfectly fine and well. You just may never see them again.
I was always terrified by the eating the berry one and then like being a giant balloon.
And then get rolled out, and then you're squeezed into like a Welch's grape juice.
I like how they just rolled her.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, what else can we do?
The
It's not like we're gonna
disrespect.
lift.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is the easiest way
Hey,
to handle this.
this was like before the age of the hover round, like mobile chair, so they couldn't just jam her into one of those and, you know.
The weird tangent there that we just went on.
Hey,
but, more
welcome to
come.
the broadcast.
Welcome. I'm glad you're here on the old DM Armada YouTube channel. This is going to be a lot of fun. We're going to go into round 2. I think they have deck lists for us, and then they'll bring that over. We'll know what we're going to be jumping into and be playing. I am DM Armada. You are Flake. It
Sure.
says it right there.
Well, if it's on paper or digitally. I mean, if it's on the internet, it's got to be true, right?
Yes,
Absolutely.
I think that's actually how that functions. Let's see
Yep.
what chat is saying. Chat is saying reverb too high. Yes, there is an echo. I know. I hear it too.
We're sorry.
What if we whisper?
Don't whisper.
You can hardly hear me. What
do
if I
that.
whisper?
It sounds kind of. This is what you hear.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
Why do you stop at 2? Like you say 1, 2 multiple times. Why don't you just keep going?
3.
No,
Test
but just continue onward. Just keep going. Go to 4. Welcome to 5. Have you seen 6? It's right next to 7.
I'm not interested. I like 2. So I teach band for a living, and so we only count to 4. Sometimes to 6, sometimes to 8. Just depends on like what you're doing. 5 is a popular number sometimes.
Can I ask you this?
No.
Okay. Well, I will
Move
then.
on.
I will
Move on.
just
Move on.
I will talk
Okay,
at
go
you.
ahead. Go ahead.
When the students arrive,
Yes.
do they already have like an instrument like that they're associated with, or do they get to choose?
What?
Oh, was that really that different? Like, so there's like when I went to music class, like the first day or couple days of music class was all about, you know, like what do you want to play, and then you figure out what you want to play. Like, do they or are these? They show up and be like, hey, I'm the third
You're
string
talking about
trumpeter.
when they begin their instrument, not when they show up every day.
Right.
Because
I don't.
you said when the kids show up that day. And I thought, okay, every day they're switching. No.
No. Like when they like their first day, like do they get to pick?
You work with them, you find you work with them and you figure out. I mean, this is different everywhere. But you work with them, you figure out what they want to do.
How much? Wait, 2 questions. Number one is what is usually the most popular instrument that everybody wants, and the second question is it percussion?
It's percussion. People want to play drums.
Yeah, all the time.
Come on. People want to play. Set a shout out in chat if you were in band and you wanted to play the drums, because I know you. I know you're out there. You're 95% of the people that I teach.
I
You
started.
all wanted to play drums.
I started on tenor saxophone. Okay.
Started on tenor sax.
Yeah. Because there was like 4 altos and they needed a tenor sax.
You started on tenor sax.
Yes. Listen, I don't know. I was a gigantic doofus. I don't know. Like they just said
Did
here.
you choose that?
No, they just
Okay, I'm
said
sorry.
they like
Sorry
take
for
this.
your loss.
And then I was like, screw this. I don't want to have to put my mouth on a reed, so I moved on to xylophone until I had, because you have to bring the instrument home to practice, right? So I had to be on the freaking bus with a glockenspiel and explain to people that it wasn't a xylophone, it's a glockenspiel, and that made me laugh because the term glockenspiel.
There are definitely differences in the two of those.
Yes. Ultimately, you know what I finally settled on?
No.
The trumpet. And do you know why?
How
Because
did you change 3 times?
because I didn't go to a good school with a teacher that gave a
Oh,
crap.
my friend.
I ended on the trumpet because of Mambo Number 5 by Lou Bega.
There you go.
And I was like, I could have a music career. If this guy has a music career with trumpets in it, let's do it.
There you go. Hey, look at this matchup with the gold sleeves. I do like the gold sleeves.
Oh, he's playing
I
Riptide.
know, this is Riptide versus Icelander, and this is going to be an interesting matchup because looks like Riptide here is playing a more tempo-oriented game plan in general, and it's going to be pushing these break points. So the benefit here, and I know there's this little echo, and we're trying to get that echo to go away, but this, are you just, sounds like the 80s.
Yeah, it's basically it's like well, as Riptide emerges from the shadows.
I bet you, you know what, and messing around with OBS a time or two, I bet you the echo is probably because of like OBS has the output monitor thing, you know, where like sometimes you get that setting where it hears it and then it pumps it out again, like on the desktop. OBS is silly. OBS is silly like that. Nevertheless, in this matchup, it's going to be a battle between pushing breakpoints. You know, Bowlander in general, if we're assuming that this is a Bowlander list, which I would imagine we are, Bowlander in general is looking to push those breakpoints and just be very efficient with their attacks and be very efficient with their damage and put them to a life threshold where they just can't do anything about it. Whereas Riptide is kind of doing the same thing with free reload effects and the ability to basically just drop arrows above rate into the arsenal without having to load them, and then possibly even pushing go again if you have the ability to go again with your arrows, or just push, you know, like Scar for Scar or Ravenous Rabble, and then drop bigger attacks with, you know, buffed off the back of Premeditate and some other very powerful cards. You can just push these on-hit effects that are just too much to deal with efficiently. And that may be the game plan for Riptide going in here. And do keep in mind, this is basically day 2 of this brand new meta, so all of this is going to be really interesting. And look at this. There's one Arcane Barrier in play. The rest is conventional blocks and the old Pirate Legendary. Look at that. Man, pirates should be in this game. We need a pirate hero.
We can get one eventually. Maybe. A few notes I want to discuss regarding Anthony Maynard's list, which is on Icelander. When new sets come out and there's no support for existing heroes, oftentimes everybody's focus is obviously on what did Azalea get, what did Ranger get, what did Ninja get, etc. But you want to also see how the other heroes adapt and how they change their game plan. So what are the new cards that we're seeing in the Bowlander list? How does that evolved with the introduction of the new set? In this list over here, we've got 3 Fog Downs.
Oh, wow, that's awesome.
I opened up the dialogue on the use of Fog Down and the efficiency of Fog Down once cards like, or once a hero like Azalea comes into play. Because what Fog Down does is it says your non-attack actions do not get go again, whereas Azalea wants to load up one fat-ass arrow and send it. And then if you cannot get go again off those non-attack actions, it kind of really nerfs what that hero can do. It's an inefficient, it's a relatively expensive card to play at 3. It doesn't do a whole lot outside of that kind of stopping it, but that's one difference that this Bowlander list has introduced, as well as Channel the Bleak Expanse is in this list.
Ooh, yeah, that's a fun one. Channel the Bleak Expanse, an interesting little addition that did see play early and then didn't. Hey, chat, you're the best. I forgot that the new Pirate Legendary chest piece has Arcane Barrier on it. It has Blade Break 1, I think, as well. Doing this off the top of my head, I could pull the thing up on the side. We just have that up as well. And then we're going to throw up some life totals over there if we can run over and pop the old life totals on there on that table. Nevertheless, as you see, a triple good old reveal there for the brain freeze, and I don't think he had any targets because everything in there cost 1. We had 2 infecting shots, I believe, and then I forgot what the other card was. I couldn't quite make it out. Nevertheless, dropping the infecting shot into the arsenal
come through with. As it stands right now, the Bloodrot Pucks is there to sort of just taunt Anthony Maynard, but there's going to be a clapback. He's holding onto a Wounded Bull as well as an Aether Ice Vein. We're going to see how this sort of sorts out.
It's interesting too because like you would say theoretically on paper that like you don't really care in general as Icelander about a Bloodrot Puck, so you can always pay for it. But when you're trying to play efficiently, like I want to pitch a card, I want to play an attack for big damage. In this case, 26. Right, that attack's coming across for 26. Game over, almost here. When it's about to threaten big damage, and then I want to arsenal a card. The efficiency says that you're not going to pay for the Bloodrot Pox. So essentially, every time you play an infecting shot, if your opponent's assuming they're not playing, going to be paying for Bloodrot Pox, Bloodrot Pox comes for 7 every single time. So when you think about that card in this matchup and really in any matchup, that is a 1 for 7 arrow.
Now, the mistake here that Anthony made is that if he put the 2 on the other side, it would have been a 62 damage, and that would have just crushed
been
him.
the game. He would have had the game locked.
Sequencing, baby. Sequencing's so important over here. Anthony also is going to take the 2 damage from the Bloodrot Pox. We're going to, again, do our best here to get the life totals on the board so you guys can all see. We are also slightly in the dark on this, but it's okay. We're getting through it. We're seeing new heroes. That's what's fascinating about this, such as Riptide, the only Riptide in the field, DM Armada.
It is the only Riptide. It's one of those things that I think when people first saw Riptide, and I was so happy that I got to spoil Riptide, partially because he has ties to being a pirate, which is so super cool. Yeah, he does. You'll see.
Oh, I'm sorry.
When that occurs, or when people saw him, I think the sticker shock, like the flash, like big moment was like, oh man, traps deal 1 damage. And you get to Arsenal as well. That's super cool. But I think the best part about all of this is the fact that you get to Arsenal for free by playing a card from hand. That is really his effect. That the trap is the trap dealing 1 damage is like the icing on the cake. But the big deal thing, that is the biggest life totals you've ever seen.
Yeah, that thing is an absolute beast. I think, you get one of those when you buy a Ford F-150. Like, it's a part of the deal there. So, yeah, we're going to sort this out. Again, it's a lot of, that's going to take up a lot of real estate on the board over here, ultimately.
A ton of real estate.
It's all good. We're working through this. So you guys got a peek at what the life totals are. But, again, the game is still really early on. And looks like
Scout the Periphery, a fantastic little card. And again, played from hand allows you to arsenal if you have the capability to do so. But we already have an arsenal right now, so we don't have to worry too much. Nevertheless, this is going to allow you to peek at the top of the deck and also give a buff here.
Hey, there's so the Icelander ability allowing you to play the blues from the arsenal. It's going to be an Aether Ice Vein. We're fusing that with a Polar Blast. So 3 Arcane on, if any of that gets leaked through, it's going to be discard or pay 2. So disruption effects are plenty over here. It looks like they're going to just pitch the Scar for a Scar, if that is. Yeah, Scar for a Scar to at least block 1, 2 of it still on the hook, though.
Yep, and definitely going to have to pay 2 if you have the resources or discard a card, but you don't have any cards in hand, so you can just kind of skip past that. And then Scout the Periphery is going to resolve. Going to look at the top of the Icelander's deck, which is kind of fun. The fact that you just get to know what 1 card is going to be in their hand. Because it does say target hero's deck, I believe. Yeah, it does. So you can target either you or your opponent.
That's a little information just for you. I love doing that because, playing in Limited in this, Arachne can do that too. Where it's like, oh, look at the top. But you don't get to see it. It's just your opponent. So doing that whole little, flip up the card and show them, and they kind of, that's where there's a little bit of mind games too, where they're like, oh, okay. Or then you're like, oh, no.
It's like when you play poker and you see someone's facial features change. You're like, that's your tell. It's got to be a good card, or is it?
Yeah.
Was he bluffing me?
When they keep the card on top, or they don't, and then that's where we're at. So. All right, so it's going to look like an Ice Bolt is going to block out some of this damage over here. Again, the Aether Ice Vein was played on David's turn, so Icelander doing Icelander things, just kind of, overextending her reach into your opponent's turn.
The Searing Shot's a really cool arrow in this because, it just threatens a break point that if your opponent doesn't completely cover up, pushes an extra damage. So again, it's just an above-rate card, and this is what Riptide wants to do. He wants to present above-rate damage in a very easy and digestible way. And then on some big turns, he can go super wide, super crazy by doing some of these go again conventional attacks from hand into dropping an arrow in, threatening an arrow, huge on-hit effect with a buff from hand as well. Stuff like that just makes it really uncomfortable for your opponent.
34 to 28. Both heroes, I believe, do not start at 40, so they still, still got some work to do here. Icelander doesn't necessarily worry about it terribly until late game, but ultimately, right now, the haymakers have been thrown. We've seen some wounded bulls thrown, some heavy set arrows being flung towards Anthony's way. This is a matchup that we really have no experience in. This is a matchup that is fresh to us to really see how this one plays out. And there is a snatch. And this is actually to Charmer's point, who was discussing when I was just talking about Riptide and, how this hero kind of is a so-so hero, and you want to play defensively, you want to without a weapon, what can you do? Well, this was the solution that Charmer suggested. Well, you know what? Instead of swinging a hammer or something for 4, you just play a 4 for 0 with an on-hit effect or a detrimental effect, and that's what we're seeing right here with the snatch.
Yeah, this is from the arsenal, so it doesn't trigger the reload. But we can assume that with a 2-card hand, we're going to probably see the Snapdragon Scalers in play here. Drop in possibly an arrow with Death Dealer, pitching one of those cards, have a 2-card hand, and that leaves you with an arsenal after the fact. And that's whether or not this actually hits or not as well. And so we are going to Razor it, and that's going to give it a go again straight up. So we don't even need to worry about the snaps here, which is actually a great thing because you don't necessarily want to pop the snaps. Just in general, when you have a less than stellar hand, if you can. So this is a fantastic way to combat that.
Yeah, going over the top over here with that Razor Reflex. The only one in the deck. There's only one Razor Reflex, so that has been burnt, but it found the best dance partner, which is Snatch. I think that's where you want to find it.
Now, we're looking in the hand of Anthony. He does have a Blizzard, so he could have some counterplay here, but there are 2 resources floating, and so really this is kind of like this back and forth question of whether or not you just let this resolve, keep the Blizzard for something that has more value when your opponent is maybe stuck, because they're going to draw a card here, but what if they draw into something that they can't really use? I mean, you may just get out scot-free and be able to use that Blizzard later on.
David examining the graveyard here, the card that you draw off the top again, if you don't know what it is, again, this is one of those things where, like, okay, if I opened with a Scout for Scout the Periphery, you know what's there, and that's not the case in this juncture because you're just kind of drawing off the top blind, and I think that's what Anthony is saying. He's like, you know what, if you just don't draw anything, this Blizzard is wasted, so he did take a little bit of gamble here, and gets rewarded as those 2 floating resources mean absolutely nothing to David, and Anthony does soak some damage. But at the very least here, David does get an arsenal.
Yes, he drops that card into an arsenal. And we can probably assume, based on no follow-up there, that that's a non-attack in the arsenal, which isn't necessarily what you really want as Riptide, because you want to play your non-attacks from your hand so that you can drop an arrow or another attack into the arsenal. Things like Premeditate buff cards from the arsenal. And so you don't necessarily want that coming from the arsenal so that you can then follow up and drop things in.
Cold Snap from Arsenal right now, drawing a card, replacing itself. I believe this is the one that says, hey, pay or freeze your arsenal.
Yeah, this is actually a really good tempo play if that is a non-attack in Arsenal, because you're basically denying an entire turn unless your opponent on Riptide has conventional attacks, because if your arsenal's frozen, you can't clear it to then do Riptide things to pop out with arrows that are on rate. But it's looking like he's just going to let that resolve not pay, and then I would imagine freeze the arsenal here. So that would probably tell us that we have a couple of maybe go again attacks in hand, or we just have something else we could do with our turn.
Yeah, you might have options, exactly. You could, if your arsenal is relatively, punchless to a degree, you just let it freeze. You don't want to give up a card just to pay for something that you're not really going to have much effect with anyways, so that's fine. Again, you're still trying to find the right balance for Roadhog. I called him Roadhog.
Roadhog. That's literally like a 90s cartoon villain.
Well,
right there.
I've been playing a lot of Overwatch with Tannen, Uber, and my buddy House, and honestly, that to me is exactly because we just talked about Roadhog. He looks like Roadhog from Overwatch.
Dude, that's hilarious.
It's Riptide, it's Roadhog, it's 2 syllables, it starts with an R, leave me alone.
You know what? We just go for it. All right, so there comes the reveal of the Blizzard. So now we do know that Blizzard is in the hand if you're, playing from the perspective of David. I think it's fun, too, when I watch... basically any Flesh and Blood, to just kind of pick a hero to play as. Oh, we got a zoomed out view. Oh, we're back. I don't know. Actually, the zoomed out view might make it easier for us to display life totals in the future. We might want to consider messing with that. That might be okay.
The future is now, old man.
The future is now. Either way, knowing that we have a blizzard, you know, for our opponent, kind of have them sort of pegged on that blizzard, then we can play around that in some ways, or we may not be able to, just depending on what our hand has there revealed.
What David, I think, has in terms of advantage over here is the fact that he's going into a tournament scene on probably, it's a new hero, but it's probably the least coveted of the new heroes. It's the least, looked at of the new heroes, or the least respected, I'll say, of the new heroes. So he could go in where somebody who's Icelander might say, I have no idea how to sideboard against you. I have no idea what your plan is. What do I do? So usually in those scenarios, when you don't know how to play against a particular deck, you lean on your own strengths and what your deck's meant to do, and you can adapt on the fly. But for a little portion of time here, David might just have the whole mystery of Riptide on his side against a hero like Icelander, which has been fairly fleshed out and I don't want to say solved, but at the very least, you know what they're bringing to the table.
Yeah, coming across with the drill shot, which is a fantastic little arrow that we got in Dynasty. And we have the capability of snapping here, but again, we do know that our opponent, in some way, shape, or form, either in the arsenal or in the hand still, does have access to a blizzard. So it's basically like this little dance between blizzards. I'm curious, chat, I want to hear your opinion on this. Do you think of the two new heroes from this set? I guess we can count Katsu as well, because Katsu is making his return in Classic Constructed with this set and more cards. Of those three, so Uzuri, Katsu, and Riptide, which do you think is perhaps the most loved or most interested in by the community? Who do you think has been the most delved into? Because I actually think Riptide's probably been more delved into or more interested in, because he's a ranger and people want to make ranger work. I want to hear from chat. Let me know in chat. What do you think? Do you think it's the old ranger people want Riptide to work, and so they try to figure him out first, or is it Uzuri, or is it just people going back to Katsu?
I think, honestly, I believe that Uzuri is the most intriguing, frankly. It's the most... it creates the most, made-for-TV moments. Those little switcheroos, those fascinating kind of gotcha plays, which are great.
Look what he's doing. He's like, hey, I'm going to play this fall
down,
and then everyone goes, stop.
I'm going to pull up that tweet. I will tell you
just look at this card for a moment.
When I tweeted this out. I was probably about a week prior to release, like maybe a couple days prior to the pre-release events. I literally posted Fog down. I said, now that Azalea and these Rangers are back on the menu, is this card relevant again? And people are like, no one's going to play it. It's garbage. You're stupid and all this other stuff. You cool hair, bro. And you've been working out. And most of those are just made up.
Test 1, 2. Can you hear us? If you can hear us, then we just solved the issue.
Oh, did we solve the issue?
I didn't solve the issue. The fantastic people behind the curtain.
What we did is we left the baseball stadium, and because we were announcing from the
now
PA.
They're saying there's echo. Is there echo? Can you hear the echo? Echo 1 2. Echo 1 2. Check the mic. Check the mic. 1 2. Don't go to 3 when you say that. No echo. Much better. Okay, good.
All right, we're good. What's your favorite echo? Mine was Echo Bass from The Empire Strikes Back.
No, it's Echo the Dolphin.
Oh, from Sega.
Echo the Dolphin.
Yeah,
Echo
what a
the
weird
Dolphin.
concept for a video game.
All right, everyone, just throw up praise hands in chat for the fantastic people running the mothership to our left. Throw up the old hands in chat. Give them a clap.
I know, but I really wanted to just like pull something where like batting third, the first baseman.
That was me in chat. I literally have my phone up, and now we're clapping. Echo Bass. Echo Bass.
Echo Bass was the best one. It was, honestly, Empire Strikes Back.
By the way, I'm so sorry. We stopped for a moment covering the action because Fog Down is too cool to talk about. But there is a channel like Frigid presented there, which is really interesting, along with a block on the old Ravenous Rabble here. So anything further at this point is going to have to be paid for, and it might make it quite pricey to continue this turn. Plus, you've got the old E-Strike. Now, this is interesting because Fog Down, it's like, haha, we've got him. And then they had a Ravenous Rabble E-Strike. It's like, oh, crap, they didn't actually do what I expected them to do. They're playing Riptide, not what I expected. And Uh-oh, I might be staring down a lot of
61.
61 damage.
See, he
This
figured
game
it
is
out.
over.
Could have been seriously. It could have been 16. He just hyped that up to 61. 7 damage off the E-Strike, going for the buff attack. Now, the Channel Lake Frigid is not, not just sitting there. Usually that E-Strike was now a 2-card cost. So that 7 damage costs 2 cards out of your hand, and that can be nasty. Ultimately, though, here we see that there is pressure being put towards this Icelander player, but Icelander, you know how they go. Like, they can kind of chip away, they can eventually turtle up, and once those boots start dancing, it can be very dangerous. Riptide at 31, Icelander at 22. A lot of big cards are being thrown back and forth here. A Command and Conquer on the board, an E-Strike. You've got the Coronet Peak being tossed in front to soak some damage. That was quite the expensive exchange on the combat chain.
And I will say this, too. If you are playing into one of these new heroes, particularly Riptide, and you're looking at this going, okay, how do I approach this matchup? Obviously, this is a new hero. The set just came out yesterday. This is all brand new stuff. Let's fall back on fundamentals. Maintain as close as you can life parity. Reduce life totals as Icelander down to those low double-digit, single-digit ranges, and finish the game with Stormstriders. That's what you can play for in a general game plan sense, right? And then you can also consider other options like, okay, I assume that this Riptide player as Icelander, perhaps maybe I have the capability of just being very efficient and fatiguing over time. And there's a lot of people that think that maybe fatigue into Riptide might be the answer to them in general. And so that is another way that you can kind of maybe consider this game plan going forward. Maybe you run extra cards in it. Maybe you run some defense reactions. Maybe you run just a higher proliferation of just advantageous cards that get you the edge over time, so that you can over time reduce the life totals, play to your natural kind of finish, which is Stormstriders lethal on their turn. So if you're kind of, if you're going into your local meta at home and you're like, okay, how am I going to play into Riptide? Well, until you have a more specific game plan, always fall back on the fundamentals of what your hero does well. And in this case, Icelander's very good at maintaining life parity, playing efficiently, and then finishing the game with Stormstriders.
Needless to say, the Fog Down was pretty punchless in that.
It did, yeah. And that's the interesting thing, because when you make these substitutions and these changes into deck lists, and you're like, okay, I'm going to tech around this, you may find that, oh, that didn't play out the way that I intended or the way that I thought it would, because they're playing more conventional attacks, right? Here we have a pitched Scar for a Scar so that you can play Ravenous Rabble and reveal another conventional attack on top of the deck in E-Strike. All of these cards that are just always very good. And here they are again in Riptide, and you may not have expected to see this number of them, but now you have to change your game plan. Maybe Fog Down, if you see it again, maybe it gets more value the second time, or maybe it just doesn't, and you just pitch it.
Well, we're looking at the list here for David on Riptide, which is 56 reds, 10 yellows, 8 blues. This is red line as good as it gets.
Yep.
And the standard package here of E-Strikes, Ravenous Rabble, Scar for Scars, and such, like, that's how you're sending it, then that's fine. We saw the Snatch earlier on as well. So the nucleus of the aggression package is there. But the question always comes back to, is Riptide the correct shell for that to happen?
This is interesting. So he did actually choose to block with the Fog Down, and here we're going to have a pitch and an activation of Death Dealer here to grab the E-Strike. He's going to drop the Searing Shot in, pitching that last E-Strike that he just pulled so that he can push an extra 4 damage, which isn't really 4 damage because it actually represents more with the on-hit leaking an extra damage. So this is like if you want to block this fully out, it's a 2-card block, which it normally is, but it's a 2-card block in an awkward against the hero that wants to play very efficiently, which is always more awkward, right?
Anthony playing a dangerous game, going down to 13. Now, there's none of that like that burst potential that like Icelander might be able to send at you. But hey, let's follow this up with a Finals Fighting Spirit for 7 damage.
Yep.
And we're going to gain a life on top of this as well. So I don't think they've done that yet. I don't think Anthony has. There he goes. All right, up to 14. So the efficiency and just the gaining back, clawing back a little bit here. Cards like Finals Fighting Spirit are going to get some work done. But looking at the list, the inclusion of 3 Fog Downs, the inclusion of 3 Channel the Bleak Expanses, what has come out of this list? Well, there's no Heart of Final in this list.
And this is an interesting thing. You can choose here to take all of this damage, but in doing so, you're playing into the game plan of Icelander in that I'm just going to present one big attack. It's going to make our life parity again. We're going to be at life parity again, 6 apiece, right? We're about 6 away from each other. You get to keep a 4-card hand. Now you have to actually make that 4-card hand really count for something, because if you don't take cards from your opponent, if you don't give some damage, then being at this like mid-life total right here, this is where you start to sweat against an Icelander.
I love that. All right, look at my cards. It's like you're flashing your badge.
Oh wow, look at this premeditate from the hand as well. Choosing, I guess, if he wants to play. No, he's not going to drop anything in because he's just going to come in that way. Now, this premeditate doesn't actually fall on the Ravenous Rabble, simply because I think premeditate only affects cards from Arsenal. It gives a buff to the cards from Arsenal. So interesting to not drop that in because then you're not giving that buff. But perhaps you just don't care that much.
Not caring is something I do really well at times. Like sometimes you just, it's a very bad habit to have when you have a hefty life total game, like a life total lead where they present damage and you're just like, whatever, I'll figure it out later. I don't want to do it. And then, that's irresponsible how you do that, but sometimes it's just not caring is the way to go.
So interesting here because the premeditate is representing a card draw from the hit, or sorry, a ponder token from the hit. And the choice to not drop in here probably says something about that last card. Maybe it's the last copy of E-Strike and you can't actually play it. Maybe it's another non-attack that you don't really care. You're going to drop in the arsenal already anyway. But you're not getting that premeditate value. You are getting a ponder token, though, and the ponder token does allow you to pick up that last card and then probably drop that in. It just depends on what your other card was. But that sequencing there, most likely just there to represent the ponder token hit, because whatever that other card in hand was something that you didn't necessarily want in Arsenal. You wanted to try and find a better Arsenal target.
David fighting an Endless Arrow in the hand, but another Findle's fighting Spirit Red. So we're going to gain life again. The work that David did to go ahead and bring Anthony back down to 13 is nullified by the fact that Findle's fighting Spirit is going to give you that life right back. It's still 7 on the stack. We're going to actually donate that Endless Arrow to the cause over here. Endless Arrow, such a brilliant card, all the way back from Arcane Rising. Such a great staple card for all of the Ranger class. I play it in Lexi. You see it in all kinds of different Ranger builds as well. Such a great card.
Believe it or not, Endless Arrow is actually the Ranger weapon, because it is the only real way to recur 4 damage swings, right? You can think of it like the Ranger weapon, funnily enough.
Copium is real, my friend.
There you
Absolutely.
go.
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Both.
It may not be the best weapon, but it's the weapon in Ranger is Endless Arrow.
Is that another premeditate into a Bolton shot?
It does appear to be. It is a little hard to make out there, but I think that is premeditate from the hand into the Bolton shot that we arsenaled previously, and finally we are going to get from the arsenal that Emeritus Scolding that they were holding on the maybe 2 turns ago. With the resources now at our disposal, that Emeritus Scolding is going to come across for 4 since it's a blue. And you have the 1 floating, so you can consider the pitch for the Waning Moon, but it's a little awkward because we don't... I don't think we have Tunic up. It's a little hard to keep track of with the Pyramid dice. But if you have the Tunic up, it's perhaps easy to just Tunic here, send the Waning there towards the end of the turn.
Anthony's got a really good hand over here. He's got a blue ice card, if I'm not mistaken, as well as a Command and Conquer and an E-Strike. If Anthony chooses just to sort of take this, it's a dangerous game because you're going to go down to 7, and there's might be a follow-up on top of it. But the cards that you're holding here, you can just kind of, you could pitch to CNC and pocket the E-Strike. You can go ahead and just E-Strike for 7 if you want to, pocket the ice card. It looks like he's just going to cover this up, and I'm okay with this. I think this is a fair play. You don't know what's coming around the bend after this Bolton shot. You don't necessarily want to worry about it. Yeah, so why not we just move on to the next turn, pocket an ice card, and maybe you can do a little bit of razzle dazzle on their turn with that card that you're holding in the arsenal.
Yeah, so we get the on-hit reload here. Oh, and then, man, Lace with Blood Rot's going to come down, and we were able to reload a card here, so we can assume that reload is perhaps an arrow. If there is any way to disrupt here, then you might want to consider doing so to just stop the damage. But He's gonna not. He's just gonna represent 2 resources here. 1 card in hand for the Icelander opponent. This is another bolt and shot representing an on hit of create a blood rot. This is coming for 7. He's gonna in response ask for 3 damage to the opponent, and that is gonna drop down to 9. And that's where you want to be. You want your opponent to be if you're playing Icelander. But you have a 1 card hand, and I think it's that Channel the Bleak Expanse, which you could technically play on your opponent's turn to turn on the Waning Moon possibility and maybe boots out something, which is probably the angle that you're taking. But now you've used the Tunic resource, so you're going to have to draw into a decent hand to finish this out. Not a terrible hand, but a decent one.
Ponder Token doing so much work here, putting another card in the arsenal for David. The score right now, 9-6 in favor of David Rettenbach. And Anthony Maynard here is on Icelander, a hero that has basically dominated the meta for so long. It has been basically the question that people ask when they're coming up with brewing new lists is, can this beat Icelander? That's usually the first, that first toll that you have to pay in order to kind of develop a new list. And right now it seems like, Riptide's getting the job done. But as long as those boots are still there, he can just lace them up and just kick the door in on David.
Now, there is a consideration here from Anthony's perspective, because you do have to wonder whether or not you pitch to stop Blood Rot, because if you don't, you're dropping to 4. Because the Blood Rot here is going to pop at the end of the turn before you choose to Arsenal. So you either get an Arsenal card and try to present your own lethal while you're at 4, or you play safe, you pitch it, and you don't have an Arsenal, and then you really have to consider how this game is going to play out over the next 2 turns, because can you play efficiently to get a card there into Arsenal and not leak too much damage? And he is going to play that safe, not have an Arsenal going into David's turn with a 4-card hand plus an Arsenal, and the Snapdragon's still up. And so I think we drew into, what was that, a snatch that he found at the end off the Ponder? It was
Big
from the
time.
Arsenal.
Snappy's still up, too.
Exactly. That's why, because your snaps are up on a key turn, and here you're basically asking for the Tunic. You can maybe do a 3-card, or sorry, a 1 block from your hand for 3 plus the Tunic.
Tunic's got a -1. The drill shot did work
you're
here.
right. That's right.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
drill shot came across. And so you're basically saying, I'm probably just going to give you a card.
This is nasty. An Icelander without an Arsenal is a very, very different ball game here, as David is smelling blood in the water. Riptide is going to be making some significant strides in this game, as the snatch does go and get through, as the drill shot is paying dividends here, as the can't cover up the break point with that Tunic that is only there for show now. That is like that wedding dress that has been hanging in the closet forever. You can look at it, she can't do anything with it.
Man, I'll tell you what, that putting that -1 counter may seem innocuous at first, but here at the end of the game, when you've threatened some extra damage with a Blood Rot and your opponent chooses to try and play safe for the next turn and maybe try to block out, all of a sudden you say, I don't know if you can block out. But this is interesting, too. Giving up a point of AB. This is one of your Arcane Barrier pieces so that you can drop an arrow into Arsenal and give it +1. So Bolt and Shot here is going to have the +1 from the Bullseye Bracers. That does basically give it that go again, which is what you need as Riptide. You still have Death Dealer available. You're still pushing a break point. This could be it.
This is a really nasty position for Anthony Maynard to be in, as the snatch with the snappies comes through, draws a card. Hey, we've got the Bolt and Shot from the Bullseye Bracers, getting the +1, loading that up for free. That's firing now. That hit allows you to reload should you choose to.
Right.
As well. Sometimes you don't want to, because if you reload, you don't get the bonus of whatever the bow's going to do.
Right. The bow's going to draw a card, but here playing Scout the Periphery, which allows you, again, to drop a card in if you choose. And he is going to do that. He's going to drop the card in. It's also going to allow you to look at the top of one of the player's decks. He's going to look at the top. He's like, could I? Is that okay? Do you mind if I? Yep. Okay. Yeah, cool. You can't opt it. How cool would that be? You basically play a little pseudo-Arachne. Oh, and there's the 6 with the on-hit of winning the game, probably.
Not only that, it comes with the added bonus of extra damage.
It does, because if you choose Blood Rot and you've taken 2 cards from your opponent, you're giving them 2 free damage. And look, that's exactly what's going to happen. And that leaks because that's a Scar. That's going to leak. Wait, that just does it, because they're going to push 1. Hey, I think he just gave it up.
Well,
I think he gives up the ghost.
That's it. Well, there's 9. There's basically, so there's block of 5 for the 9. The 4 leaks through.
I think it blocks. Yeah, I think it blocked. He only blocked 4, right?
Was it two blocks?
I think it was 2/2 blocks.
All right. Well, either way, long story
Yeah.
short, even if it hits, you give your opponent a blood rot token, and that's bullseye. That's game, and ultimately, great game here on the part
Yeah.
of David Rettenbach. Riptide is making strides here.
Hey,
the
man.
only one.
Hey man, the one Riptide, that's what we got to root for. The one Riptide, because he's showing us that Riptide's not all just about traps. And it's okay if you think that you want to play a bunch of traps. You can try it. But Riptide also functions on a different axis. Dropping cards into the arsenal for free can really pay off. And we saw it there at the end of that turn, dropping in the Death Touch, which can't be played from hand. You have to have it in the arsenal or maybe from banished if you wanted to. That sealed the game right there.
Yeah, move over Goldberg. The biggest traps are now Riptides.
There you go.
Yeah, ultimately, though, cards like Death Touch.
Mm-hmm.
I've spoken to so many people. I've played this card in both Limited and in Constructed. This card is awesome.
Card is awesome.
It has limitations, sure, but when you can throw a 6-for-1 with a very detrimental on-hit effect that you get to choose.
Yes.
Frailty, Blood Rot, Inertia.
Yep.
They all get work done. Ultimately, that is how that was played. It looked like David just knew that he found the way to get through, and
Yeah.
What a hand at the
That
end
was
there.
cool. That was a really, really great game to show off the new Riptide hero to the the game of Flesh and Blood in his full glory. And there's been people messing around with my favorite card in the game in Crown of Dominion and Royal Riptide. I'm a fan of that. Crown of Dominion.
sorry.
Fantastic.
I got a glimpse of Charmer. Charmer, get in here for a second.
Come on, squeeze in, squeeze in.
First of all, come here. No, stand up straight. Stand up straight. I just want to discuss the real estate here. What is going on in this zone here? Is this like, or do you have room for an arsenal here? Like, is that what we do? Do we put the arsenal here?
This is so that when I stretch. So this is so that when I stretch, the shirt comes up. See, some of us lead active lives, Flake. We
Sure.
move around a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
We're not stationary, and so we need a little bit of give in our clothing.
Okay. And
No, but like the tie, specifically,
We're not talking about the tie. We
we
don't
just-
talk about ties.
I just chose
That is
to not
that
take
is
the
from
tie
the
all the way
broadcast
down.
booth.
Yeah.
I will get fired. We do not talk about ties.
Okay,
Okay.
I also want to ask, do you
Yeah, thank
still
you,
do
thank you.
50% off of a washer and dryer combo, or how does it work? Or are you back to selling Oldsmobiles?
So I only use the dryer anyway. For washing, I use my washboard
yeah,
abs.
it looks like this shrunk. That's why. Washboard abs.
yeah.
Oh man.
Hey,
We need to get this man a hoodie. We need to
We-
hook you up with a hoodie.
yes.
Someone go get him a hoodie. Quick.
you
Stat,
look.
hoodie.
Yeah, I don't know whether you want to cast a game or sell me life insurance.
I swear, I get no respect, man.
No
Look, no respect. No, I think
There's not even somebody alive who probably gets that reference. You
Well,
know we're all
definitely
old,
no,
right?
I don't know, man. Look, let's
Rodney
let's look at
Dangerfield is a absolute legend.
Yeah, he's timeless, but still, like the Gen Zers out there have never seen him on TikTok, so they don't know who he is.
Yikes! Wow! Yikes! No, I think they could look it up. Either way, I like that you brought the style and the panache, if you will, to the stream.
Yeah.
While us two idiots, we just look the same.
We didn't even coordinate. We just showed up with
Did
this
you do
on.
the black pants again?
Yeah, I did do the black pants again. Oh, Stephen J. Armada.
We're literally in our school uniforms. Shout out to the real ones out there who wear the khaki pants to school and the polos. It has to be blue, no logo larger than a crop.
I like to call that the James White look.
Oh, you gotta pop the collar.
You gotta pop the collar.
Oh no! Sometimes they don't allow that at schools. Shout out to anyone that wore the khaki pants or the khaki shorts. The flat fronts, you had to buy them because your school said that that's really appropriate and necessary. Yeah, people had to do that. People do that out there.
I
We're
went to
dressed.
public school, so
Oh, me too. Yeah.
You look
we
like you
we
teach
just
at
had
a
to not
public school.
stab each other. I went to public school in America, so
Well, the two of us, we have our uniforms on. We have
Hey.
our uniforms.
yeah, you
on.
guys have uniforms on.
It
And
I
you're,
do
you're
not.
literally just the professor.
I am trying to sell you a car.
Apparently, yeah.
Yep, he could be.
You look
or
like-
you're calling about our car's extended warranty.
Sure.
I could see that as well.
Thank you for regaling us,
Hey,
Principal Oswald.
you came over here and silently went when Riptide closed that game out.
I actually did. Yeah, that's not even an exaggeration. I'm really excited to see the Outsiders heroes doing well.
Yeah.
I got to see a glimpse of the field. There's a lot of Azalea and a lot of Dromai.
Yes.
And I'm a little surprised at the Dromai kind of dominance. I'm not going to say like she's doing very well, but just the sheer representation is not something I would have predicted.
Yeah, take a look
Azalea,
at that. If you haven't seen, this is the full breakdown. We talked
Yeah.
about it on the start of this round. 15 Dromai players, the number one represented hero. 15 players, and I think part of that is this area right here loves Dromai, loved Prism, and then a lot of people when Prism hit Living Legend shifted over to the next Illusionist that they could play and played Dromai.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of that, I think.
I think we could see some do really well because when I was looking at this breakdown, you've got a lot of Azalea, which I expected after
Right.
Outsiders, a lot of Lexi because maybe they don't want to go all in on Azalea. And so when there are so many Rangers, and then conversely, I expected a bit more Katsu than what we have. There's only 7
Right.
in the field.
Yeah.
I think Dromai could be pretty well positioned to do well matchup-wise. So
That's a good point.
something that I kind of want to keep an eye out on.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And I think we have a fellow Dromai enthusiast. In fact, the Empress over there. We may, if we get a Dromai game on camera, we may ask if Mara Ferris wants to hop on the
that means
stream.
I'm gonna go work the booth and start doing altars
you
for
should-
her.
Oh my God, you should do that. You should swap places with her,
Yeah.
and then she comes do the Dromai match, and you just go like, paint.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry to do. I'm just gonna give all the heroes
would
a
be fun.
necktie, like
Yes.
yeah, and
This
then
is the Charmer altar.
yeah, $150.
It's not
Thank you.
Riptide, it's Riptide. And
Riptide,
it's
yep,
just
there
him
you
with
go.
a tie.
Good old Riptide.
It reminds me of
told-
like variants in Marvel Snap or
Yeah.
something, except now we're just giving
It's,
all the
it's
variants
just the
like
corporate flesh and
commentators.
blood
There
skin
you go.
variants.
That's the play
I
right
told
there.
Mara that I want an Admiral Akbar Riptide altar
That would be pretty
That is
cool,
pretty
actually.
tight.
to
Yeah,
bring it
that'd
back
be
to
pretty
Flake and
cool.
his Star Wars because if you're playing Riptide, it's a trap.
It is a
Could be a
trap.
trap. We didn't actually see many traps get played that game. I would imagine, and this is probably what I would do, I would have cited out a good number of those traps, just run the blue ones. And I didn't look at the list too handily, but I would have cited out some of those. Just run the blue ones for pitch, and then if you get like the advantageous play on one of them, like you're just happy with it, and then the rest of it, it's just like for
I was
pitch.
just getting ready to say, I think that specifically going into Icelander, you do want a bunch of them to come out. The inertia
Yeah.
trap, I think, can get you some value because you can mess with the arsenal a bit.
Yes, yeah.
And I think that's one that you are capable of triggering at times. But other than that, I think you're right. I think a lot of it's just going to be going more aggressive, and it seemed to work out.
It worked out, right? Shout out to Z the B says ban Riptide. All right, we're already there, everybody.
Yeah.
The first on-stream
love it.
win
Listen,
at a tournament.
The best is the complaining based off of that one game you played, and like, ban frostbite tokens. That's why I went. That's why I went 0-3 drop at the Battle Hardened because of frostbite.
Yeah, you gotta love that.
I was asking for the ban before we even knew what he did based on the health totals because historically the heroes that have less than 40 starting health have been very strong in this game, and I'd seen enough.
Yeah, look at Oldham, less than 40 health.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
guy.
Ridiculous.
We need to buff Oldham.
No,
No,
we don't.
no.
We don't need to buff Oldham.
You know what? I think Rampart of the Ram set should start with 1 defense. It should start with it.
All right, so gentlemen,
With that, let's go ahead.
let's go ahead and take a break.
Yeah, let's throw that to a break because if I hear another
No.
sentence like that one, I will throw up on stream. That is horrible. All right, we're going to hit a break. Don't go away. We'll be right back here in just a little bit with round number 3.
You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize
Look at that. Just boom, cut. Here, come on over. Come on over. I feel like we're pushing you out. Now you're back. Welcome back. It's nice to have you. And the new tie.
We don't talk about ties.
That's
Everybody
a nice,
keeps breaking the rules.
That's a nice tie. Well, I wasn't told that. Apparently, only you were told about tie. That is very classy, though. I appreciate that tie. That is really cool looking. And this one's probably the appropriate length, I would imagine, too.
Oh, absolutely not.
Oh, no. Well,
No, we are doing what I call
there
the
you go.
esports special, where everything from here down they can't see. This is not the appropriate length. This is actually shorter than the last one.
Oh, come on, we gotta see.
Oh,
we gotta see.
all
We
right.
gotta see that.
So,
Oh, look at that! Look at that!
Look at it.
Yes, let's go. You love to see it. I don't know which one I like better, but I'm glad that you brought two. I think that's amazing that you chose to bring two ties. And the first one, I know we gave you some kind of flack on, but this one, that's classy
Fun
looking.
fact: I didn't bring any. I don't even know
you stole
how
these ties
I don't
from
even know
someone?
how this is happening.
Wow.
They're just appearing on me.
Wow, that is strange, and I kind of want to know more information, but at the same time, I'm not sure I do.
Basically, what's happening is every time we cut to break, Uzuri does the switchblade swapsies. Right? There is
That's
a
the
reaction that occurs, and I come back with a new design.
That's the play. There it is. Well, if you're curious, we're here at the Chicago Brawl, put on by the Realm Games and MinMax Games. This is a 7-round Swiss tournament today with a cut to top 8 tomorrow. So keep your eyes peeled here on the channel for tomorrow's stream as well. We are currently about to jump into round 3 of 7. We're getting deck lists here in a moment, see what we have on deck for us here in round 3. But we've had 2 really fun games so far, both featuring some brand new heroes to the meta. Here, let's do the old swap-a-roo and see what we're taking a look at.
Well, we're going to see at least a hero that got some additional help here in Lexi. So not necessarily a new hero, but we do get some of those new Ranger tools.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's going to be up against a dash. I know it has not been revealed on the actual stream at the moment, but as I'm looking here at the deck lists, it does say dash. I think that our names might be swapped, though. I believe Aiden is actually the one that's on the dash.
Yeah, it could end up being Dash versus Lexi, and it is going to be interesting to take a look at what kind of flavor of Lexi deck we're bringing, because Lexi does have the ability to play, well, like I would say, like 3 different ways. You can play Lexi with like that hard control, create like frostbite tokens, ice Lexi. You can play like a lightning Lexi that's sort of a pseudo Briar that just wants to push like a ton of damage with on hits that really just represent more damage. And then you can also play just like good arrows Lexi, as a lot of people call it, where you're literally just running, like this sort of like a go wide version of the deck that doesn't care about fusing. It just cares about pushing good arrows with on hits. And it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, as I'm looking at the deck list, it actually appears to be that last one, the good arrows. I like to call that just 3 of a kind, right? The idea is you draw your handful of arrows and you want to fire the best ones possible. So it's usually centered around big burst turns with 3 of a kind. And as I'm looking at this, I'm seeing, some of the better ones, right? We've got drill shot, we've got battering bolt, we've got fatigue shot, heat seeker. So these are not the ones that are being fused, right? We're not seeing the chilling arrows, anything like that. In fact, there's very few ice cards in general. We do still have Ice Quake, and I think that's fine. It's a great buff, and it also gives you that like lasting, threatening frostbite for the turn. But for the most part, this is just the machine gun Lexi, where you're going to load up as many arrows as possible and send them flying.
Oh, there was a conversation recently on the internet, which sometimes that's good, sometimes that's not so good, about just the idea of Flesh and Blood decks having like inventive names, and will we ever have these decks with inventive names? And we've got a few, like for example, Tree Frog Dash. We actually don't know what flavor of Dash we have. Is it Wombat Dash with aggro or Tree Frog Dash? But there were people that wanted like more flavorful names. I think Machine Gun Lexi to me is a really solid one. I think we should coin that now. Say in chat, is Machine Gun Lexi? Is that what we're going for? I kind of like that.
I mean, I think it has a nice ring to it. I also, just like some of the classics, I think of like Ninja Turtle Katsu as still being one of the more iconic deck names.
Yeah, Turtle
in the
Katsu is a
game.
great one.
And
I agree.
I kind of hope at some point in the future we get different ninja weapons. I want nunchucks. I want a bow staff. I want to be able to choose which Ninja Turtle I play Katsu as.
That would be
when
really
I'm
cool.
being defensive. I think that would actually be a lot of fun. But
That would be quite cool. I think we got to come up with some really good names for these heroes. And like Riptide has a lot of flavor in his character. I want to see some good Riptide decks and some good like Riptide names that you can come up with. But let's take a look at the Dash list and kind of glance over this. We've got overall, it looks like it is going to be a more threatening list. We are running things like the old Teklo Pounder. We're running, these stronger attacks. But there's always this chance that you're playing a mid-range list that can sideboard out some of those threats, can sideboard in some others. And so I think one of your biggest takeaways and tells for what they're playing is when they flip over the item that they took out of their deck to see what item they chose to actually place into the field via the dash ability.
yeah, I think that that's going to tip you off to their game plan for that particular matchup. But if you're just trying to guess based on the list alone, this is one that runs 3 Teklo Pounders. I know a lot of ones that try to be flexible will sometimes just run the one that they transition to start. The other interesting inclusion in this particular Dash list is 3 BIOS updates. And that is not something that I have seen in many of the Dash lists of the past. I'm not against the card. It's just something that really stood out to me as I was looking at this. But it does appear to be a bit more aggressive as the baseline. There is still the presence of Sink Below and some red unmovables. So it's not all gas, no brakes, but it's pretty close.
I do have to shout out Darth Prentice in chat. He totally agrees with you. Says, I need to embody Donatello like yesterday. So there is a love and a want for more ninja weapons to be more Ninja Turtles, which is kind of fun. And I also want to point out, before this game really gets going and we dive in, both of these players playing on signed cards. Are you?
Yeah.
How do you feel about signed cards? Are you a big fan of that?
I love it when they are signed by the actual hero. So if I could get one signed by Dash, I know I saw her walking around
Yeah.
here at the actual event, then I think that it's wonderful. Other than that, anything that kind of personalizes your hero, I'm honestly a big fan of. I am really looking forward to when we get like alternate art versions of things, etc. Because one of the things that makes Flesh and Blood so awesome is that it's a hero-centric game that you can identify with your hero. I think
Yep.
we all have favorites. I'm all in on my new Pummel Queen. I'm everything that I can do. I got the mat. I'm gonna get all the cold foils. Like I'm going all in. As much as Mara loves that Dromai. So if you want a signed version, if you want an alter, whatever, I'm a big fan.
So this reveal here actually reveals to us a lot. First of all, there's the question of what type of dash we're seeing, and when you flip over a Goliath Gauntlet and you flip over a Teklo Pounder with 3 steam
Yep.
counters, you're like, okay, maybe this is all gas, no brakes. We're in for a race. But then on the Lexi side, now we have something new to look at. We have the Quiver slot to look at to see what they're running, and Lexi is running the Quiver of Abyssal Depths, which is a fantastic name. And going to start the game off by dropping a drill shot into the arsenal off of Voltaire. Let's see, we send that across, I would imagine. Or we're going to either choose to not send it at all and just drop the old arsenal, use the mulligan essentially to set up a 6-card hand. Nope, going to just keep a 5.
Yeah, as I look at this deck list, it does appear that they have multiple quivers, and perhaps not knowing which version of Dash they were running into, they went with what I call the Cthulhu quiver, that Abyssal Depths one.
Yeah.
Because they thought, okay, if it's the defensive one and they're going to try to fatigue me, I'll need to shuffle stuff back in. And so I'm going to go with the Abyssal Depths. But it is worth noting that this Lexi player has brought multiple quivers for the different matchups.
And it's interesting because when you're sideboarding this and you don't know necessarily what you're going to be facing in this form of dash, so dropping in the Quiver of Abyssal Depths, which essentially helps you in the long game by cycling more arrows into your deck. But then staring down Teklo Pounder with cheese, threatening a ton of damage, popping Goliath Gauntlet on turn 1, and you're like, maybe we could have gone with a different one. Maybe a different one would have been a better choice.
The good news is this is the first time that Rangers really even got access to quivers, so pretending like you don't have a quiver is nothing new to the Lexi player, but yes, you're not likely popping this Cthulhu quiver in this game. The game will be over long before that matters.
Yeah, and this is a huge start to try and go with the Goliath Gauntlet and then just jam down one of the most powerful cards in the deck, essentially, in Combustible Courier, with a very scary on hit there, and then trying to push that through. Gonna continue the onslaught with Zipper Hit after banishing a card to give that go again. And we did have a chain break with the activation there of the Tekla Foundry Heart for the resources. So being very efficient with our plays and with our resources. And I do think those names are swapped. I think Ryan Rich is actually on Lexi, and Aiden is over there on,
I
on Dash.
pointed that out earlier. Aiden is the Dash player, so the templating is, at the moment, just flip-flopped, but...
Indeed, and let's take a look at... no, it's just going to be an Arsenal after that. No blocks on both of those, dropping down to 35. And then in this situation, when you have a 1-card hand after a 3-card block, are you just content to drop that in the Arsenal and pass it on over? It may just be the case here, particularly if that's an ice card, but it's just going to instead just play it out there, especially with Winter's Bite being a fantastic card to slow down the aggression.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that in a lot of cases you would Arsenal it, but because it's specifically Winter's Bite, you're getting at least a card out of their hand. So if you're not going to get damage done anyway, but you can give them a less powerful turn, I think this is the right way to go. You could have been greedy, put it in the Arsenal, maybe flipped it next turn to go for the Frostbite, but again, this is not a game that you anticipate going the distance, so I think you got to try to take that value now.
And I think this is also a really smart play from sort of a general game plan sense, because when you're staring down, a very aggro hero that has a 3-turn clock with that first Teklo Pounder, if you can just weather the storm for 3 turns, their damage output goes down by a large margin, particularly if they're playing out like advantageous, on-hit effects to gain that first buff. So if you can kind of block out, so to speak, for the first 3 turns, you can kind of go back to playing a normal game. And in this case, you're even slowing down that first turn by taking away a card and then presenting damage. So now the Dash player may just straight up consider passing here, or like loading pistol and saving the counter on the Teklo Pounder, just not to waste it.
Yeah, obviously the comparison I'm about to make here is apples to hand grenades, but this is similar to trying to survive Channel Mount Heroic, right? You are staring down a buff on the opposing side and you're trying to weather it. It's not a huge +3 on every attack like Channel Mount Heroic, but you're absolutely right. If you can just whittle away at the damage that's coming your way until that goes to the wayside, then they have to redevelop their board to get another item out there. Again, this is a list that does run 3 Teklo Pounders, so at some point I'm sure it will show up again, but I think this is still solid starts by the Lexi player. Especially, it's very clear, again, with that Abyssal Quiver, they were not expecting to be on the defensive this early.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that this was not what they assumed going into the matchup based on that pick, but knowing your game plan and knowing what you're going to be doing into this turn is of huge importance. And here we do have the first equipment be pulled by that T-Bone. You can actually snake together T-Bones and start pulling really impactful equipment. So if there is another T-Bone on this chain, well, basically you can give them the Snapdragon Scalers and then maybe grab a third thing and live the dream a little bit, but instead just playing down the Spark of Genius. And this is a solid turn off a 3-card hand after being slowed down.
Yeah, that's actually a really fantastic turn. I'm glad you mentioned the Snapdragons there as well, because again, that points to this is the Lexi player feeling like they were going to be the aggressor. Because when I'm looking at their deck list, they do also run Perch Grapplers. I think if you would have known, hey, this is the aggressive dash, you'd much rather have had the armor, but not what ended up happening whatsoever. And so, yes, you've got 1 counter left on that Teklo Pounder, but the Spark of Genius coming down. And as you said, 3-card hand, very impactful. They're about to load back up here as well. At some point, our Lexi player, Ryan, is going to have to figure out how they can start getting some offense. They've done a good job of defending and whittling away at the hand size, but so far, the shirt, the jersey, if you will, of Aiden is clean. No damage done. Hasn't been touched.
Yeah, I think they're definitely playing into the game plan of let me just block out, defend for a couple turns, hope that they don't establish like a second Teclo Pounder right after this, and just try to play a little bit more cautiously, taking damage when I can. But looks like here we're just gonna say, yeah, give me the high octane pistol shots. I don't mind too much because now I'm gonna present some damage.
So this is going to be the first opportunity for Ryan to try to get some chip damage in. Again, kind of a smaller hand. I think right now Ryan's game plan is likely to survive until you can find your 3 of a kind and then come in with an explosive turn. Because you're going to need to close that gap. It's not enough to get chip damage in. And again, you're on Ranger. You can't really play the fatigue game plan. Even though this is an aggressive dash and they're going to be boosting a lot at the end of the day, they can still settle down into the pistol where you on Lexi, yes, you've got the quiver. Maybe that bails you out, but for the most part, you still need your arrows to fire. So the longer this goes, the more it favors the dash player, which is really weird that it's a boost dash and that you're saying that. But I do think that at some point, Ryan needs to close this gap and actually mount some offense. You can't leave Aiden at 40 health.
Now
forever.
here's a play of a brand new card that Lexi got access to in Codex of Frailty, and this is one of the most popular cards coming out of Outsiders right now. In that Codex of Frailty can be played by all of the Rangers in this game basically at this point, and it allows you to go and pick an action card, attack action I believe, from the graveyard, drop it in, and then when you do that you gain a ponder token, they gain a frailty token, so you're giving them a -1 on whatever they grab. So yes, they can grab the best attack that they've played this game thus far, but it's at a -1, so it makes it a little more easy for you to block out, and you're gaining a ponder, so you can actually capitalize on what you're getting by playing it out and then gaining a second card, a really great catch-up card in this new set.
Yeah, as far as Rangers go, I think that every Ranger should be considering playing this because it does so many things for you. In many matchups, this one included, Frailty also impacts your opponent's weapons, right? So against ninjas or against the pistols here, the Frailty token does a lot of work. But the other nice thing that this does is you can load something, as you said, into your arsenal, but then with the Ponder token, since you're rocking New Horizon, you can essentially double up your arsenal and then still draw. So this is something that sets up those kind of, infamous 6-card hands. And then if you're a Lexi player like this, where you're also playing 3 of a kind, you could have a fistful of cards if things go your way. Now, in this instance, that's not what happened because the Lexi player is playing from behind. They're just trying to get back to a reasonable game state, but that Codex is something I think all Rangers should be considering when they're deck building.
Yeah. By the way, that Ponder token is a Ponder token altar, and I believe, I didn't look closely enough at it, but I do believe it is an altar here locally, and I think they put a local player's face on the Ponder token. So a fun little nod to the community here locally. And there's that first 3 of a kind that you were mentioning earlier on the turn where the Teclo Pounder finally pops and gets on out of there.
Yeah, this is going to be, I think, a really important turn for navigating how to block, because with that 3 of a kind, you want to make sure you have enough gas, but also you don't want to be banking entirely on the draw, because I've seen plenty of times where you play the 3 of a kind and you just whiff, right? No arrows, or maybe it's 1 arrow, and so your most impactful combo piece nets you a normal-ish turn. That's not what you want. So the downside is that you likely have to take some damage to set it up. You're already behind, but right now, I think Ryan might be catching a break because Aiden is not generating a lot of pressure.
Yeah, he's going to go get another Teclo Pounder, so he's having his own setup turn off the back of the Spark of Genius. The first one he played grabbed that Teclo core for the resources. This one is going to allow him to go and grab the second Teclo Pounder, so trying to kind of parse those Teclo Pounders out to stretch out as much damage as you can for the longest amount of time, and make the Ranger player essentially just play a defensive game and perhaps waste a lot of their cards. And in the end game, both players, trying to use their cards most efficiently as possible, but the Dash player boosting cards away is burning through the deck faster. So perhaps by spacing out these buffs, you can get the Lexi player to give up more cards from hand over time and perhaps dilute their deck with, less red cards as well.
Yeah, I will say that's one of the things that I've really liked from Aiden's gameplay here is they haven't been recklessly boosting. It's only been what I would call a value boost when it makes sense. I think some Dash players, they just think that every time you play a boost, unless it's the last attack, you have to boost. But this has been a very measured setup by Aiden. And now we get that 3 of a kind. So this is perhaps where Ryan gets to close this gap, bring the health totals a bit closer to parity.
Yeah, they're catching up on the Blood Rot Pox triggering there and dealing the 2 damage, but drawing into a couple of non-attacks that you can't play anymore because of 3 of a kind. You're really looking for things that you can drop in, like, for example, this Chilling Ice Vein. You can fuse this and then make a very punishing turn, stretching out going forward, fusing with the Channel Lake there.
Yeah, this is funny because we were talking about how this is a version of Lexi that traditionally just tries to play the best arrows, not a lot of fusing, and then naturally they just get the best arrow to fuse, which is Chilling Ice Vein.
And yeah, you're right, and I think this is actually perhaps the only fuse target in the entire deck, which is really interesting. Maybe there's a couple more.
One thing you can count on from players, it's that they will make us eat our words.
Well, you know what? You may not have been expecting to see fusing going on in this matchup, but Lexi says, you know what? We're going to do a little bit on the side just in case, just to try and push that extra damage. And it does look like following this, depending on how blocks go, you're going to be taxing your opponent a ton, and you're going to be dropping in more arrows. Things that you want to find on 3 of a kind that allow you to kind of stretch that turn out, like those Bolton shots. That's like the #1 thing I normally think about, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Anything where you can kind of get that natural go again so you don't have to eat up the activations on your Voltaire, so that you can just naturally blow through as many arrows as possible. But even if this ends up being a low damage turn, I think that Aiden is probably not happy with what they're seeing because the Chilling Ice Vein is going to require them to pay some sort of tax. We're going to see the pitch here. But they saw that the Fuse card was Channel Lake Frigid as well. And we know they can't play it because of 3 of a kind, but that's likely going to go in the arsenal, which means on the following turn, it can be revealed for the Frostbite and then played so that there is potential tax. And so if you just set up your Teklo Pounder like we were talking about, you're now staring down a bunch of disruption that maybe wasn't something you were considering in this matchup based on what you'd seen up till this point.
Yeah. Here we do see the pitch of that Channel Lake Frigid, probably not choosing to go the Arsenal route because there are so few ice cards in the deck that it makes it unwieldy because you can't actually put the flow counter on it if you don't draw into it. But there was the possibility because there are a few other ice cards throughout the deck. Nevertheless, using it as resources, totally fantastic. Fuse target here, totally fantastic. And playing this the fatigue shot to allow the possibility of another turn extender by snapping this, and then still threatening the triggers on the previous arrow hit. This turn can continue on if you choose to snap here, but you could just as easily just arsenal and pass.
Yeah, I mean, we do still have that drill shot there. I would be shocked if we don't end up seeing it. And yeah, it does look like that's going to be the case.
Oh, it looks like it was dropped in via Voltaire. My apologies. Dropped in via Voltaire, probably choosing go again on that. So you had the activation there. You didn't need the snaps in the first place. But here, this one actually, on drill shot here, does not have go again because it was from the previous turn. So then you have the consideration of whether or not you want to continue the turn, or if you just want to go ahead and arsenal this final card.
I think it's going to be an arsenal. I think the 2 on Voltaire means that's already been activated twice. So unless you have some sort of reload effect, you can't get that last card in.
Yeah, you'd have to drop it in via like bullseye bracers, and then you'd be out to equipment pieces. You give it +1 depending on if it's an arrow or not. But either way, I think you're content to just throw it in. Oh, it looks like it's a Frost Lock. How fun is that?
Yeah, Frostlock is another one of those annoying cards for the Dash.
And he is going to snap
He
here,
is
so
gonna
maybe
snap.
he's just going to go for it. He had the resource floating, so there's always the consideration. Frostlock coming down and threatening another resource take off of the Chilling Ice Vein from previously.
You know, I don't hate this. As I said before, this is a deck that really needs to make the absolute most of their 3 of a kind turns. And yes, you've used some of your equipment, but look at the amount of damage that you have sunk here. This was heavily favored in the other direction, and now all of a sudden you've got a big health lead, and you've chewed through a decent amount of potential cards from their hand, or at least equipment. There's still some decisions to be made. So far, there's not been a lot of blocking. I think that Aiden has said, hey, I just want to be able to crack back with this Teklo Pounder, but that, I mean, that carries its own risks. We're seeing a lot of health being chewed through just to set that up.
Well, and I think this is also a solid choice because it being Frostlock as the last card is not a great arsenal target, right? You don't necessarily want Frostlock in the arsenal because you're not, most likely you're not fusing it. It doesn't present a ton of value from the arsenal. It doesn't flip for anything of benefit. So you might as well just toss it out there. Use get the card out of circulation, as it were, and play a 4-card hand going forward with a far better prospect that you could be looking at and drawing into than having Frostlock in arsenal. Plus, it represents extra damage and more resources.
Yeah, and because it ate the block as well, now the opposing player, they're down the 1 card they had to pay as tax because of the Chilling Ice Vein. They're down that block as well. So this, I believe, should be just a 2-card hand with the 1 in Arsenal. And yeah, those are the 2 cards from hand. I believe that first one is the BIOS update, correct?
Yes, that is BIOS update, so it's going to give a buff. And so you are also going to get the buff off the Teklo Pounder. And if you're going to pick a single card to get the stupid buff on, it's that freaking card, because that is perhaps the best target in the deck. Insane amounts of damage. Let's see, it would be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage, I think, represented here on the board, if my numbers are correct.
This tells us exactly why Aiden was trying to not block. They just wanted a big turn. If you could imagine this with 2 more cards, this would have been absolutely brutal.
Yeah, it most definitely, I mean, Combustible Courier is definitely, I think it's going to represent maybe, it's 9 damage.
Only 9, just casual
just
9.
9.
If we're not to double digits, does it even matter? I mean...
Oh, Combustible's for 4. I thought for some reason my brain told me Combustible is for 5. That would be even nuttier. Combustible, just one of those most fantastic cards because it says the next time you boost the combat chain, it gets +3 if this connects. And BIOS update plus this, plus Teklo Pounder makes this a literal 3-card block. No way around it unless you're chucking the last 2 pieces of equipment, and then you're still chucking 2 cards.
Yeah.
What a 2-card hand, following up with a T-Bone, which is going to get a +3 thanks to that Combustible Courier.
And this is a T-Bone when there is just Tunic and New Horizon.
Yeah.
So this is a very relevant T-Bone as well.
What a turn to come back with. And that's, that's why you saw, I believe it's Aiden, right? You saw Aiden just hold that whole time. What a nutty turn to come back with.
Yeah, this feels like a heavyweight fight because I feel like it was not that long ago that we were staring at like 40 to 30 some odd health, and suddenly we're at the 12 to 21 stage of the game.
Yeah, you are not wrong. They're continuing on, though. You do have a 4-card hand as the Ranger player that you're going to try and work through. You've got the Icequake coming in alongside of a Searing Shot that you've loaded in. And firing that out there, threatening your own packet of large damage here.
Yeah, this is a good chunk of damage. Obviously, there's still 1 card left available, 1 resource floating, so potentially some more that you can do there. But right now, just threatening the Frostbite, trying to get some tall damage in. The good news, right, as I try to look for good news, if you are Ryan, is that your opponent doesn't have an arsenal. They're tricks for the most part are just going to be limited to their hand and the 1-pounder, so it's going to be slightly more predictable. But the bad news is you're already down to 12, and I think even though this is a lot of damage, the worst thing that you could hear your opponent say right now is just no blocks, because that means that they've got an insane hand. There are times in the game where like I send a good attack and my opponent says no blocks, and that's the worst thing that I could have heard.
That is not what you wanted to hear at all, because you wanted to take cards from hand in that moment.
And that's the case. We're going to see the no blocks here. So
I think chat pointing out a very, very good point. I think on that previous play, there was a fatigue shot that was activated, and I think both players forgot the trigger on fatigue shot, reducing the damage on that previous attack.
Yes, you're right.
That's a really good point. One that I think both players missed, and that would have changed things. I think he's just realizing it, or maybe he's looking for his target for Codex.
Yeah, he's looking for his target for Codex. But I do think that you're right. I think you and I both mentally missed it because we both thought it was Sleep Dart at first, and then corrected to fatigue.
Yeah, fatigue shot.
And maybe the players did as well. Who knows? Those look very similar in art to me. I confuse them all the time. Or maybe it was just
It could just be a straight
slip.
up miss from both players, neither player catching it. But here on this turn, we have a frailty token. We've got a frostbite token representing that tax for your opponent. So you're setting yourself up well, and now you could possibly give them a third token as well with this blood rot pox that could be given here. And you've created a ponder token. Tokens for everyone. You get a token. You get a token. Yes, Flake gets a token. He wanted to get a token. He asked for a token himself. So yes, he can get a token too. A shameless plug. My patrons get tokens every month. I send them out stuff. That's pretty fun, right? Fatigue shot. I know it's a crazy thing.
I was just double checking because it's the base that gets modified,
Halved, yeah.
and so that might have also. It would have saved some damage, but it might not have been as big of a deal. Just trying to think through. Perhaps that's something we can follow up with them later. But that is a pretty big deal. That's a big part of the story.
Ponder token here going off and allowing the arsenal of that top card that was drawn into. And now you're looking at 12 versus 8 life totals. It's going to be interesting to see how this functions and how we play this turnout, because you've got 2 frostbites and 2 frailties. No, maybe that's 2 blood rot poxes and they just don't have that represented, because I do believe that previous hit would have created a blood rot. Either way, is this the final combustible of the deck? Combustible Courier, a fantastic card. And,
yeah, this is the third that we've seen. So that's, I guess, the good news. If you're Ryan, is that's the third. But the bad news is you're already down to 12 and you've had to face all 3. Sometimes that's it's one of those things where it's like, well, you don't have to worry about it anymore, but you also had to survive. It's like when you get crippling crushed 3 times.
But this is the risk and reward for playing that codex, because essentially what codex says is give your opponent their best card in their arsenal, from their graveyard to their arsenal. And that's the danger, and that's why I've kind of been cautiously optimistic about that specific codex, is because it says give you the best card, but it also says give your opponent the best card, put it in their arsenal, and yes, give it a -1. But at the same time, is the best card -1 something you want to give your opponent? Sometimes, and in this case particularly, do you really want to give them another copy of their best card? And that is the dangerous thing that you do with codex.
I'm just waiting for the folks to play the codex, but then also start bringing in Command and Conquer, so that you give them false hope. Here, have a card, and now it's gone.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Right? Take backsies.
That's the biggest play that you can make, is like you go get your Command and Conquer, they go get their card, and then you say, okay, now give me 2 more cards, or else you lose the card you just got. That's the big play. But here's the thing about symmetric effects in card games, is oftentimes, unless it's really well designed, oftentimes symmetrical effects in card games give more benefit to the opposing player, because you're choosing to run one in your deck, and they are not. They're getting a benefit for not putting a card in their deck. And so there's a danger there if you're giving your opponent something that they might just straight up want. So whether or not that card continues to see play is going to be really contingent upon if you can make more use.
Thankfully, it's not totally symmetrical, though. Right, like I think
correct.
that's why this is really well designed.
Right.
The frailty token plus the ponder, also really big deals, especially for Rangers with the double arsenal. But no double arsenal anymore. New Horizon gone.
Yep.
Dash again on the offensive here, went all the way down to 3. But Aiden says, "Hey, I am comfortable with that because I'm going to make them block now."
Lexi pushing Dash to the brink. This is representing 11, a casual 11. So if you wanted to, as the Lexi player, you can say no blocks, any reactions, which would be hilarious. But then you would have to give up a block, because they'd probably push with the pistol by popping the boots and then going across to try and present your casual lethal. Nevertheless, this is definitely an interesting sticking point. Depending on the cards in hand, with an endless arrow and a battering bolt are the only 2 arrows, you might be hard pressed here to threaten back and really take the opponent's full hand. So there may be a place where we live in that you want to consider blocking a large portion of this. It's kind of interesting.
I really actually like at least a 3 block. I think that a 3 block and then Arsenal Pass is entirely reasonable because of the health differential. My mouth does not want to say that. But also just because your hand is lackluster. As you said, there's just not like great options there. It does look like it's going to be a 2 block. but
Yeah, blocking
also-
for 5, I think. So, yeah, blocking with 2 cards, as you said.
yeah, also could just be saving for the follow-up because obviously this turn isn't over. But as you think about what you wanted to navigate for here, using 3 of your cards to block and then just throwing something in the arsenal, I think is entirely
Yeah.
reasonable.
I think that's the play. And look at this, we're going to get an activation with the last resource to gain some more resources on that Teklo Foundry Heart. I didn't know prior to this because they are moving fast, which is great. I didn't know prior if they had chosen to boost that. Oh, yep, they're going to go for it and pop the Achilles here and go across. I guess again, loading up the pistol most likely and trying to push it again.
And it looks like that all went through, so we're down to the nitty-gritty. It's 3-2 health. You do, however, get this battering bolt off.
Now, this is solid. Being able to present, load with Voltaire, choose +1, and present 7 damage. This feels like the old classic, like WTR days where it's like, cool, I block with 2 cards, I keep a 2-card hand, I send 7. Feels like Bullander.
And it's just that weird break point, right? So now your opponent has to, they could 2-card block themselves, but they leak 1. They could choose to 3-card block and then spend a turn either arsenal or loading pistol. All sorts of options here. It's going to, I think, largely depend on what is in Aiden's hand. There is also the possibility, there's not a lot of them, but there is also the possibility that we're hitting the point where a hand of items might make blocking very awkward.
That is true. Yeah, you could run into your last copy of Teklo Pounder. You could run into another copy. I don't know how many are in the deck, but Teklo Core being a fantastic card that you generally want a couple of copies of because it generates you free resources in a deck that wants to go really wide. So, yeah, you could definitely run into one of those two. And there should be, like, at least one or more of each of those cards floating around in the deck, and that could be the case here soon.
Yeah, I know the list has 3 of each, the Pounder and the Core. It's just a question of whether or not they made it into the list, obviously, after sideboarding. But that's always something that I think that catches people by surprise, at least me, because I've won some games against dashes where I did not think I was going to, and they're just like, I have all items.
Yeah. 0 to 60 coming down, being boosted. But we do know the other card in hand is a Spark of Genius, so you can actually calculate your damage here and say, okay, I'm looking at this plus 1 pistol shot. That's all I'm looking at. Okay, how do I best play my cards? I'm going to have most likely a 2-card hand here. Oh, no, he's going to play the Spark of Genius and go and fetch. He's going to go get that Teklo Core. Very interesting. And that actually means you have a 3-card hand as the Lexi player, and you might be able to make some hay with that. Making hay. What do you think about that old turn of phrase? You a fan?
I'm indifferent.
You're indifferent about making hay?
I don't dislike it, but it feels a little weird to me because technically making hay is just growing hay. You don't really make hay, you grow hay.
Yeah, you cut like tall grass, and you cut wheat, and then it becomes hay.
I don't know the recipe. I couldn't get through that part where they're like, in 1945, my grandpa came back from World War II, and so here's my bread recipe. You know how they always start with like, the 3-page essay?
Oh, good Lord.
I couldn't get through the one for hay.
I love recipes online that immediately just have the press here to jump to the recipe button at the top. Those are the best ones. Those are goated right there. You just jump right past all the beginning manifesto on how they feel about like rye bread versus wheat. I don't even know if those two are different types of bread. I just said 2 things. I don't know. Let me know in the comments below. Let me know in chat. Down to the wire. Look at this. Got the Bolton shot with the +1. It's got the go again, threatening the reload here.
Yeah, this is actually a really sticky spot.
The double
for
block.
the dash.
Yeah, look at this. Double block. That means dash going to play a 2-card hand, but you have the resources that you might be able to just send 2 different cards, maybe even the pistol this turn. You're playing what is essentially a 3-card hand. Oh, and a BIOS update.
That Spark of Genius may just end up having been a genius play.
It might be. Might be the big brain play of the day.
Might have been the spark they needed.
Look at this. Oh, he's going to give him 3 cards. This could actually just close things out. Boosting here, give him the final card. The pistol comes across, and that is that.
Goes wide enough off the back of the resources, and in what was a slugfest with, again, maybe a missed trigger
A
from
missed opportunity.
the fatigue shot. I don't know, but ultimately, does look like Aiden. Again, the names are swapped, so Aiden is the dash player. Congratulations to Aiden. They get the victory. They move on. Great match to watch. A lot of back and forth. Just big turns.
And I think it begs the question: do we, when we reflect on that game, whether we're reflecting on missed things or just choices that we make along the way, how do we feel as the Lexi player, as Ryan? How do we feel about the inclusion there of Codex of Frailty, of giving our opponent free cards that they can recycle that they've played on us already? Do we feel like we got more value out of that? Do we feel like they got more value out of that? And then you reflect on, of course, this being day 2 of having these new cards in hand, perhaps, we reflect on whether or not that was worth it. Is it worth giving our opponent their best card into their arsenal? Are we making enough use out of it for ourselves to justify giving them what they got? Indeed. And for me, that is always the point that I come back to with all of the codexes. If you're not just running them for fun, which I am totally going to do in Ultimate Pit Fight, I am literally going to run. I was talking to Peter over at MinMax Games earlier. We were looking at the cases, and I was pointing out all 3 of the marvels for all the codexes. And I was like, my goal for this set is to get 2 copies of each of those marvels and literally just throw them into any deck that can play those cards in UPF so that I can just play those for the pure value in UPF of jamming those down and having everybody do the effect. But is it worth it in a 1v1 scenario?
It's, I think, a very fair question. I think the first codex was definitely more value for the Lexi because they used that to set up their 3-of-a-kind turn, right? That was when they started to close the gap. The second one is a little bit harder to evaluate because it was so late in the game where you couldn't really make use of the second arsenal. To me, I think that's the real key. When Ranger runs this codex, they want to set up a turn where they're getting a 6-card hand because they have the second arsenal, right? You're putting something in, but then with the Ponder token, you get the second, and so that's where you make it back to being asymmetrical, right? They get the frailty and you get the extra card. If you can't do that, it's going to feel, I think, a little bit more lackluster, and so later in the game, the second one felt a little off to me. But
to me, that's the exciting part about this moment right now of this new set, this brand new set of which I have a box just teasing me right here. I think we should open this. But this set being out for the second day now, you're in a moment where you're playing in a tournament and you're actively evaluating how these cards perform for you in the flesh and blood and going, okay, is that worth it? Is this card perhaps better? Do I change this for next time? What do I do in this sideboard scenario? How do I play this new matchup that now exists? This is the most exciting time, and it's literally this tournament is perfectly timed. And so if you're enjoying this at home, let us know in the comments below. Let Realm Games and MinMax Games know as well, because they're putting on a fantastic event here up in Chicago.
So here's what I want to pitch to you. For UPF, right? Ultimate Pit Fight and or any other multiplayer mode. I did a video on a bunch of different ways you can play multiplayer in Flesh and Blood.
Right.
So there's a lot, but I want you to put together the Hidden Librarian deck. It is Stealth Arachne with all the codexes. It's just books and him hiding.
Okay.
And then and have some fun with that.
Okay,
We'll call it the Hidden Librarian.
With the point being what? Just going wide and then playing all the books?
Yeah.
How many? This is also my favorite because I love theming. Look, I'm a sucker for like a theme in your deck.
Oh, I am too.
How many card draw cards can I put into a single deck? Someone tell me in a comment below. Man, we could make this a giveaway. Someone go figure out this this info. Find me the hero that can play the most tomes and codexes. Basically, the most card draw cards. Is it Kano with all their tomes?
Yeah.
Is it? Well, I mean, like specifically tomes. Is it Briar with access to like Tome of Harvests? Is it Prism with access to Tome of Divinity? Who can play the most, like straight up, the most tomes and I guess now codexes? I want to know that.
I think it still ends up being Kano because we have got some of the new tomes. They don't see play.
Which new tomes? Because you've got Tome of Aetherwind, you've got Tome of Fiendal,
There's it's like Tome of.
Tome
It starts
of-
with a,
yep.
starts with an A.
There's Tome of Aetherwind, but there's
No,
there's
no.
the tome that no one plays
the
because
Duplicity.
it costs 3. Tome of Duplicity. Yeah. Is that it though? That might
No,
just be
there's.
it. Someone in chat, answer this while we set up round number 4 after we wrapped up round number 3. I need to know the answer. Who can play?
AO. Tome of AO.
Oh, but no, that's Tome of Ao is Illusionist.
Oh, it is an
Yeah,
illusionist.
Tome of Ao is Illusionist. I forgot that card existed, but
Yeah.
yeah. That's
Clearly,
that's
I
a blue.
did too because
That's
I've had it in the wrong class. But
I wasn't going to say it, but yes, that's true. Blue Illusionist, maybe that card sees some amount of play when we get the new Prism in Dusk Till Dawn as a set. That might be some interesting choice.
I'm really excited to see what the new Prism does because I've been a staunch supporter of the new generic arms, the Vambraces, because
Okay.
I firmly believe that it's better than it looks. I saw a lot of people that were down on it when it was revealed, and I think that even just paying the 1 extra to get through Crown of Seeds, especially for on hits, has a lot of application. But once we get to Prism with Spectral Shields and more of this ward mechanic potentially popping
Yeah.
up, I think that it's going to end up being much better than it looks, at least in the current environment.
Got Tome of Mastery. What? That's not a card. Tome of Mastery? That's not a thing. You know what is a thing? I'm done. I'm just opening this up. I'm opening this on the stream.
I'm
Let's
surprised
just
you
do
waited
it.
this long.
I literally at one point I was like, you know what? I'm going to open this during the game, but that would have been too unprofessional. Would you like to open a pack?
Sure.
They're paper packs.
Paper packs are the best packs. Whenever I open packs from like other games now, I'm just mad that they're not paper packs.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel good. It just you're like Thing from you just threw it. Don't throw my packs, man. Let's see what we get. Oh, you got a Ponder token
Got
over
a
there.
Ponder token.
Chat, what are we gonna pull? Let's see. Here it is. Come to fight blue. What is that? Here it comes. Something.
So do you remember when I told you that I have worse than Flake luck?
Where's the foil? What is this?
I'm sorry.
I can't. What did you do?
It's just a one rare pack.
Oh, look at
I'm
you. I got
king of the one rare packs when it comes to outsiders.
Look how cool that brush off looks, though. Red brush off. That's pretty spicy. I like that. Did I get a one rare pack? No, I got 2 rares. Haha.
Yeah.
2 rares.
That,
Haha. 3 rares.
So you
We
have
did
my
it.
rare.
Yes, I took your extra rare.
Stole my rare.
You're welcome for that. All right, Flake.
That red brush off does look actually really
It
good.
looks
In
really
person,
good.
It looks
yeah,
fantastic.
look at that. And that's pretty nice.
You're missing out. You should be here.
Oh, look. Not only nice throw. Not only are we here with packs, we're also here with is that pizza? Oh my god. We're just going to eat pizza on stream. Hey, happy lunchtime everyone. If you're watching this at lunchtime, there was a foil in that pack, right?
Yeah.
It exists somewhere. Did you Hey, wait, this is a Majestic. Look at you. Look at you getting the buzzsaw trap. Nailing the buzzsaw trap. What do we got here? We got the spinning wheel kick, foil rare. That's pretty solid. Well, they're asking if I want cheese, pepperoni, or sausage. Chat.
Oh, you
what's
just
the-
missed the
Oh, I
foil.
did.
It's at the end.
Chat decides
There.
what
The
I
withering
eat.
shot.
That's, I mean, like, hey, we're living in a slice of life stream.
I'm strictly cheese.
Blue Rabble. God box potential on stream. How cool would that be? Hey, everyone needs to tune in right now. This could be the pack of the century.
This one right here. This is it.
Pizza. Pizza all around.
This is how you know that this is
Pizza
going
at
to be a good one. I'm going to open it, and without looking, I'm going to put it on my pizza and eat it.
Don't do that. Don't do that. That's a horrible
I saw
idea.
your heart sink.
I'm just gonna say it right now. Better streams out there would eat off camera and open packs off camera. But you know what we're doing? We're opening packs right now and enjoying ourselves. Look, I don't know what's in this pack. Short and sharp.
Look at this. This is actually really rare this ever happens. This is a token with both ninjas, and then another token with both assassins.
They printed it that way. This set.
Never happens to me.
Oh, you mean in the same pack?
Like back to back.
Oh, okay. Okay. I think they printed all of them like that, right? Ooh, Virulent Touch. That card's so cool. Hey, look, we got a Majestic.
All right.
No, we
I'm
didn't.
Skipping,
That's
skipping
dang
the
it.
comments
Why did I
here
think
so that we can see how
Wreck
bad.
Havoc is a majestic? It's a rare. Is that the foil? Yeah, foil Scout the Periphery blue. Everyone's
So
favorite.
I got a Majestic, got a Spreading Plague. This is a very good one.
That card's great.
I actually love this card.
that card is super good.
And we have Looking for a Scrap of Pizza, mind you.
No, looking forward. No, disappointed to see no Riptide in the meta. Right Time Gaming, my buddy Ian. Look, Ian, no, you need to go back to round 2 because there is a Riptide in the meta, and that was a good game.
It was a
Ian,
good
go
game.
watch it. Good morning. Flip and Rip. I don't play Flip and Rip. I'm sorry. If you like Flip and Rip at home, help yourself. I will flip and see what it is because that's what we're doing. Ravenous Rabble Blue, the best of them. What else we got? What else we got? Let's go for it. Oh, it doesn't focus. Never mind. Chat, this is our lunch break right now. I actually think they're still going, like on round 3 in there. I don't actually know, but I'm just going to keep another virulent touch. Oh, we can do a break in a bit, but right now we're having a great time. Chat, I hope you're enjoying it.
I just
What?
skip ahead till we get to like where the rares and stuff would
see,
be
that's
because
the
I'm.
play.
All right, so we got a Bleed Out.
Okay. Short and sharp. My
Short and
foil is
sharp.
back heel kick, which is kind of cool looking.
Looks like
Lace
another
with blood rot.
Lace. Oh, that one's just another rare.
Oh, but you got the foil. Ooh, dude, that's what
Foil-
I want.
foil
Foil
infecting
infecting
shot.
shot. Is that the best arrow that came out in this set? That might be. I don't know. It
I'm a
might
big
be,
fan of it.
Might be better than the one with the chain. You know the one? Why am I-
The grapnel can't be.
No, not the grapnel one. The majestic that I'm blanking on. Someone in chat help me out. I'm so brain. What?
Let's just open it.
Let's just open it. Yeah. The one with the on hit if you have the aim counter. You know the one. You know the one. Chat knows. Someone help me out. Stab it or slab it. Get out. Barbed undertow. Thank you. Barbed under. We'll just open it. Barbed undertow. Flake, how's the pizza? Yeah. You know what? You can hop on this mic. We can have a pizza stream where you're just eating.
Can we just do pizza ASMR?
Yeah, let's get that going. Sound off in chat if you want to hear Flake.
All right, so we got
chewing.
a toxicity
This card looks really good in
of
foil, by the way.
our city.
The toxicity. Oh, I'm getting demonetized. Just literally.
All right,
that.
so this actually looks really good foil.
It does.
It's just a deadly duo, but looks outstanding in foil.
Outstanding. Hey, that's the foil. Look at that. Oh, I can't get it to really shine.
You heard
Peace of
you heard about
mind.
the farmer that won the award, right? He was outstanding in his field.
Stop. No. Just stop. Just stop. Someone stop this man. Someone stop this man. Okay, after that one, you have to switch back to the other tie. Of your 2 ties, now
don't-
you have to downgrade.
No,
to
no,
the
we're
other one.
upgrading.
No.
we upgrade
No.
all throughout the day.
No. Falcon Wing. How do you
All
feel
right.
about Falcon Wing? All right, what do you got?
We've got. Oh, I didn't go deep enough here. Hey,
Oh, Death Touch.
Death Touch.
That's a good one. Hey, we saw that close a game out. There's
Oh,
a trap.
more
There we
trap.
go. Grapnel.
Man, another infecting shot. Apparently, I'm just
Oh,
pulling
that's
all the
yellow.
foil.
Though. That's yellow. Hey, look, we got the boots, the pirate boots. Dude, pirates. Anybody here like pirates? Am I the only one that likes pirates? I might be the only one that I think pirates are cool.
Pirates are just burglars on water.
I mean, yeah, but like,
Nobody's like, I love burglars. They're my favorite archetype.
shut up.
I love
Stop
the
taking this
burglar
from me.
aesthetic.
No,
the
okay,
Hamburglar
here's
is my
the thing.
favorite character.
In real life, yes, but like in fantasy settings, they're Robin Hood on the water.
No, they're just robbing on the water. They don't give it back to the poor or
They could.
anything.
You don't know that.
I do know that. They
you know
bury
every
it.
pirate ever.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Well, there you go. And I guess you know every pirate ever. Oh,
Yeah.
look, Hurl. What do you think about Hurl? That's a fun card. Pirates. That's right.
Hurl is a fantastic card for after a night of drinking.
Yeah. Look at that. That's a cool looking foil. Look at Sedate.
Sedate looks great foil.
Wow. Look at that. That is awesome. I said this in my video on Friday. Whoever does the masking over at LSS for all these cards for the foils, crushes it. Crushes it. Absolute crushes it. They do a great job. Good for them.
Plunge.
Well, you know, if you
Sneak attack.
if you like pirates, I do have
Humble.
we've got a new playmat, a new DM Armada playmat. Shameless plug. If you want to pick it up, it has a pirate on it.
Foil heel kick.
In fact, it has our the pirate that we designed over here for the channel, which is pretty cool. It's got Scarlet on it. It's a pretty cool themed playmat, and it's a lot of fun. We have yet to find the cold foil,
We have yet to find it.
but we will. We're gonna dig deep. Look at that foil withering shot. That's not a cold foil, is it? Not a cold foil.
Not a cold foil.
Not there.
All right.
That's not the one.
Jump into the back of this one. We've got.
Here it comes. Is that the foil? I want to
No.
see the foil inertia. I think that is my favorite trap, like art. Ooh,
Oh, we got
that's
Amnesia,
a cool,
though.
That's a cool one. Amnesia, the Dark Descent. Shout out. Ooh, that's a cool foil.
Foil Wreck Havoc.
Good old Wreck Havoc. All right, we'll skip ahead past these ones. Here it comes. Oh, Gore Belching. Look at that. We got a Majestic. Gore Belching. How do you feel about that card? No. Dude, I don't know, man. We got 4 Majestics now. Gore Belching. I think Gore Belching is cool. I think that card's neat. Bleed Out.
I'm like waiting for it to be an essential combo piece to something.
What, Gore Belching?
Yeah.
I just like cards that are weird. You know what I mean? Like, I like cards that, like, you look at and they do something that's just way on a different axis.
Well,
You know what I mean?
belching banishes, right?
It says when this attacks, reveal cards from the top of the deck until you reveal an attack action card. Then you banish it, and it gets minus. This card gets minus X from 7, where X is the
Yeah.
attack that you banish. Right. So yeah,
So-
you're banishing.
So belching could be really important when we get new chain.
Oh, don't! I was gonna make a video on that exact topic. You spoiled it. No, you're right. I 100% agree with you. I think that could be a future print card. A Toxic Tips foil, not cold foil, but a nice little. Oh, hey,
Hey,
oh, hey, oh, let's go! Cold foil, Nerve
Scalpel.
Scalpel. Look at that, the shiny Nerve Scalpel. Oh my God, over
I want,
here.
I
look
want
at,
one of those so bad.
what? This cold foil Nerve Scalpel?
Yeah, because I'm an assassin guy, man.
dude. Well, there you go.
We might have to talk.
All right. It's got a little blue thing. Look at that.
So it wasn't the trap you wanted, but this foil blood rot trap
That's a cool looking one.
looks
If you get
looks
it to
great.
get it to pop there a little bit, it's kind of tough. But
Yeah, it's hard to get the light just right, but
where'd that foil Burdens of the Past go? Look at this foil Majestic Burdens of the Past. I think this art is underratedly cool. Like when you look close at Burdens of the
Whoa,
Past.
careful.
Underratedly cool card right there. As a fun one. It's weird to go through this pack and to possibly miss a Majestic because they're like 1 slot ahead. I'm kind of thrown off by that because that Majestic was like 1 ahead. Nerve Scalpel, that's solid. Foil Majestic, cold foil Majestic is something that I would imagine is a little bit more tricky to find. A little bit more difficult.
jumping ahead here.
A boom.
Got a hurl,
Ah,
virulent touch.
there it is.
Oh, Fletcher Blue Tail. Foil. This foil Falcon Wing's actually kind of cool looking.
Yeah, the way that like they got the foil to surround. I got the descending gust wave there.
Leggings. Would you like a cold foil Toxic
Whoa,
Tips?
that's awesome. Look at that. Oh,
Just a casual double cold foil
dude,
box.
that's cool. Toxic Tips actually a really cool card in Blitz.
Yeah.
In a game that is going to be like fundamentally shorter when you're playing in Blitz, to just say, hey, here's an extra on hit. Better block this out. Or if you're like, I don't know, Azalea, and you can just dominate it, and then you just say, yeah, I'm just going to get this on hit, and you're going to get one of these tokens.
This was a really good assassin box.
Oh yeah, look at that.
2 cold foil assassin pieces.
Well, the Toxic Tips, you could play as it.
can
No,
play it as
Assassin or Ranger. Yeah, Assassin or Ranger. Oh, dude, look, I'm just holding one of the coolest Majestics in this set.
I love Give and Take.
This card's so cool. Oh, man, Give and Take is awesome. Do you know this one? I love this card.
Plunge.
I am such a
So you
fan
have
of
a
Give and Take.
toxicity and a sneak attack and a foil Be Like Water.
That card's good. Be Like Water. Boom. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. Well, now we have this stack of cards. We should build decks out of them. That'd be kind of fun, actually. Build a deck right now and play.
This was just overall, I think, a really good assassin box because you got the Spreading Plague as well. And Amnesia is something that I have at least in the sideboard of my Uzuri list.
Amnesia's a cool one.
6 attack, good on hit, blocks for 3. It's very solid. So
Yeah, straight up.
This was a good box if somebody was just getting into the game.
Let's review.
And they wanted to play assassin.
Let's show it off. So we've got Burdens of the Past in foil, which is pretty shiny. Got the old Give and Take. I think this is a great card. Can go in a lot of different lists. It's very anti-fatigue. You've got Gore Belching, which is just a really cool little tinkering card. I feel like you just sit there and tinker with this. As you mentioned, Amnesia, The Dark Descent, a fantastic video game and a fantastic card as well. This is like my favorite attack reaction from this entire set.
It's so good.
Because it works on a completely different axis than all the others. Like, the other ones are like, oh, cool, you blocked. Haha, I'm going over your block. This one's like, oh, cool, you blocked. That's the reason you get screwed up. I like that a lot.
I really like that because one of the things that happens is, like, when you play against good players, when you have attack reactions in your deck, they start to overblock. And especially when you're playing Uzuri. So then Spreading Plague is the other end of the spectrum where you punish them for the overblock. And then, double cold foil. Never upset about a double cold foil.
No, this is awesome. And we got to do it together.
We got to do it
We got
together.
to do it, the three of us. It was fun. Flake is off screen.
Yeah.
Only his hands were present for this experience.
You
but,
opened a cold foil. I opened a cold foil.
Man.
Flake was also here.
There you go. Exactly. He got to open cards. Cards exist. That was awesome. All right, I'm going to eat this pizza. You're going to eat that pizza. We're going to
I should
throw
probably
to
eat the pizza.
just a short, quick break, and then actually they're probably just going to throw us into this next round. I'm not even sure. So we'll eat quickly. Why don't y'all grab a bite to eat as well and join us back here on the stream for the Chicago Brawl. We'll see you in a bit. Hold. Hold. Still holding. It's going to hit eventually. Just wait for it. Go. You know what? Sometimes you got to set it up very professionally. And then look, he's looking over. He's like, we're going to make them wait. They can't eat their pizza yet. We're at the behest of anyone pressing the change scene button. Charmer, you could actually run over there and just click the button.
we could just eat the pizza staring
All right,
at the
fine.
camera anyway.
All right, they did it. They killed.
You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize You hypnotize You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize You hypnotize You hypnotize
Oh,
It's
hello.
always such a fast comeback. It just snaps.
Yes, it is absolutely that. Look, we're even like, we're in the 1990s television world over here. You don't know what's going on in this darkened space. Oh, no, the mystery's gone. The mystery is over.
All right. So
How are
I
you?
really enjoy the juxtaposition of her getup because I feel like I am a sports reporter interviewing the star athlete after a horrific loss. So,
Star athlete. I'm pretty sure that is the furthest thing that has ever been
well,
associated to
I
my
like
name.
to have a little bit of falsity with my truth. So the truth was the horrific loss. The
I mean,
falsity being the
You
star
sound
athlete.
like a used car salesman. Like, absolutely.
Listen.
It's an extra $400 for the undercoating.
Listen, you can fit so much BS in this.
And yeah, I could tell. Share a hotel room with you. So we are into round number 4 now. This is going to be a matchup between Azalea, ace in the hole, versus Dromai, the Ash artist, and Austin Reddington on Dromai versus Shane Martin on Azalea. You finally get to take a look at some Azalea.
Yeah, so this is a new hero introduced in Outsiders.
Wrong.
Because it just did not exist prior.
Wrong.
Yes, I know.
Would
all
you
jokes-
continue to
all
go
jokes
ahead and-
aside-
Yeah, I haven't heard one joke. Jokes imply laughter. I am stone-faced and annoyed. There's the laughter.
There's the laughter.
Yeah,
I just had to wait.
You did.
I just had to wait.
Wait it out.
Wait it out. I know it's there. You're just fighting it. That's how I know. When you keep talking, it's because you're fighting the laugh. I'm on to you.
Yeah, your comedic strategy is fatigue.
Absolutely.
You're a
I am the
strateg-
old hymn of comedy.
You son of a bitch.
Hey, we're supposed to keep it clean.
Oh,
Anyway,
sorry.
all jokes aside, Azalea got a lot of love in Outsiders. And so while she was certainly playable before and even in some previous Realm events, I've covered her at some high-end finishes. I think she's a real threat now. The question is, how is Azalea going to do into Dromai? Because I think Dromai traditionally has a really good matchup into Ranger, especially if you can flood the board with dragons early. And as we know, a lot of Azaleas in the field today and a lot of Dromais in the field today. So this is an important matchup here in the middle of the day, but also could be kind of a sign of things to come as far as the future goes as well. It would be kind of shocking if the number 1 and number 2 heroes in the field didn't have some place in the top 8 tomorrow.
Dromai versus Azalea. Azalea, the cult of Azalea, rejoicing that this hero finally getting a little bit more help, as it seems to be that every expansion, every set that comes out, you hear Brian Gottlieb, where again, we have the luxury of his friendship at an arm's reach, and oftentimes it's just like, so come on, man, like what's going on here? What's happening with Azalea? Or like any of these heroes? And his answer is always like, yeah, you just wait till the next set. He's been beating that drum forever, and finally a little bit of redemption arc for Mr. Brian Gottlieb, as this is really the first set that he's had his thumbprint on like very, very profoundly. He is one of the lead designers of the set. He is frankly, this is his baby. He has been heralding this set for quite a long time, and I think that we're seeing, the fruits of that labor. It's a very, very good set. We drafted some yesterday and had a great time as well.
Yeah, it's a great set for drafting, but also just what it brought to the table in terms of making some older heroes relevant, introducing some new ones. And then the other thing that I really enjoy about it is it kind of got us back to the basics, if you will. There's no fusing. There's no arcane. This is just, I'm going to have big attacks with relevant on hits or wide attacks with relevant on hits. And how are you going to block accordingly? So this is going to be interesting because, again, with the dragons, some of those Azalea on hits, you have to, decide, do I want to go after the dragons or make the on hits be relevant? And that's also pretty telling here right out of the get-go. We see the sigil, but also I think that's a Vincerakai in the Dromai pitch there.
Yeah, Vincerakai in the Dromai pitch, just generating some ash and building that up here. And it's a Brian Gottlieb set because he has done his best to make the old stuff feel relevant.
Yeah, a man after my own heart.
Yeah, basically. Between yourself, me, Tan, and him, he's doing his best to resurrect the dead, basically, and keep us still marching along. But that is a Yendurai. And Yendurai is going to have that endurance counter, which means the first instance of damage gets basically soaked up. Like that first 3-pack of damage, it's absorbed by an endurance token. And right now, Austin Reddington doing his best to just basically do Dromai things. Let's, build that life total up, start pounding out those dragons as fast as possible. But this isn't a go again list. This is an archer that likes to go tall versus wide, which is what Lexi is otherwise going to be doing. So those 10, 11, 12 point arrows that she's going to be firing are kind of a waste when you're sending them to something like a Yendurai. So do you suspect that this is a situation, Charmer, where maybe Azalea is just going to ignore those dragons?
I legitimately think that we might blink and this will be over, because I think Azalea, based on what I'm seeing from the deck list, they don't have the opportunity to waste time going after these dragons, especially something like a Yendurai where you're going to have to hit it twice. And when I'm looking at the list, I'm not seeing the ability for them to sideboard in many poppers, as they're called. So I'm not seeing Command and Conquerors or some of those traditional generic attacks that would be included. That tells me that your game plan is to go tall with Dominate and try to go over the top, but you have to do it faster than they can assemble their board of dragons. I think that this could end up being a very fast game.
All right, we're starting off here, and if there's one thing we know about Azalea, it's that you're going to have one big-time arrow, this one being Remorseless. Remorseless is quite a taxing arrow against something like Dromai that is going to have multiple actions.
Activations, yeah.
So this 8 is just sort of the first, it's the bulk of it, but there's still some of the potatoes in that you got to worry about, the carrots and potatoes that come along with this. Whereas if Austin Reddington wants to just disrespect this arrow completely, he's going to get taxed by all the other actions he's going to do. As you see, there's another Yendurai in the hand as well. So this is potentially a 3-card block or a 2-pack in one of those pieces of equipment.
Or you could just put the red cape in front of the bull, say, come at me, and come right back and continue to flood the board with dragons. I mean, you did play that sigil. You're kind of up in health. Does look like it is going to be the blocks, as you called. But I, again, could see a scenario where this ends up becoming a bit of a race depending on the hands. Now, the Dromai player has, honestly, 2 game plans. They could race, or because you've already got one dragon, if you get a couple more out, you could just choose to block a bunch and then whittle away. Because once you have it established, you only need that 1 card to activate to go again, and then your 1-card hands become 5, 6, 7 damage. And I do think that ultimately that's going to be the game plan. We see the rake pop out here as well. But I like this start.
But it's a rake that's only going to be generating 1 dragon, whereas the red rake typically has the ability to create more. So the reason why you're doing this here is because you can't just completely empty the coffers of Ash here, because if a bigger dragon comes out and you're completely bare bones in terms of Ash economy, you're not doing anything with it. So it seems like Austin here opting rather to just maintain that 1 and just have that little dragon buzzing about to potentially poke and prod.
Well, again, you're going to kind of have to count how much damage that does. Azalea doesn't care about an Aether Ashwing. They're not going to spend an attack just to get rid of that. So the likelihood of this thing sticking around and getting 3, 4, 5 damage in over the course of a game, I think is totally worth playing the rake there. And I do think, as you said, you want to leave yourself at least 1 Ash. You want to be kind of cognizant of your Ash economy. But between the Aetherwing and the Yendurai, again, every time you play a red card, that's 4 damage per turn. So you can block with like a 3-card hand, block, 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 and then play your 1 red card, get that damage in, rinse, repeat. I think that's going to be the Dromai game plan.
Using that Skullbone Cross Wraps. I picked up my Skullbone Cross Wraps for a 30-piece. Because it was a laughable legendary, and I was like, who knows when this is going to be good? Buying a legendary for 30 bucks feels good.
I feel like I overpaid. I paid 40 for mine.
Yeah, you clearly.
Well, it was 40 in value. I traded an Enlightened Strike for it.
Oh, I was literally about to say, would you trade in a Buick and get somebody trade? You freaking car salesman, you. Guaranteed, absolutely. And let me guess, you threw in the CD changer for free, didn't you?
No, I just gave him that new card smell. I wish you could
My
see Flake's face.
skeleton wants to jump out of my body. All right, so we're continuing onward here. Look at them loading up this arrow. Wow, that is going to be a thick piece, and it is. What is that? 4 non-attack actions that are beefing up this arrow to how this is sky high, Charmer.
Yeah, this is a tall arrow. This is an arrow on stilts. This isn't just tall. This is elevated well beyond the natural means of this arrow. Yes, you're reading that die correctly. That is a 16. Azalea says, "I don't care about your dragons. I'm gonna threaten 16."
Dude, that thing is immense. Absolutely top notch. Again, Sweet 16 is coming Austin's way.
And so,
yeah, is that a melting point that's opening this up as well?
it's a little bit blurry, but it's entirely possible. Now, because of the skull bone, I believe this might have dominate as well. Is that correct? Did this arrow get loaded? Because it does look like we're going to see a lot of this damage come through.
Chat reacting. I'm getting like there's a bruh into an LMAO.
Yeah.
It's everything going on here.
It does go through. So just casually going from 43 to 27.
Like those are dreamed kinds of turns, you know. And again, that 43 down to 27. Look at the work that's being done. And you know, I casually mentioned it at the beginning, or I asked you how much attention are these dragons going to garner out of the Azalea? And you just said it. You caught it spot on. Who cares?
None.
Who cares? Because right now, okay, this is different. I mean, now you're piling on, but Austin Reddington just swallowed a pill that was 16 deep.
If you are the ranger and you're trying to attack the dragons, you've kind of already lost. I could see the argument for, again, maybe sideboarding in some poppers to shut down some key turns, right? So that you stop the go again to buy yourself time. But the reality is, as the ranger player, you just have to pressure life totals before they can set up their board with dragons. The problem is that this feels, as somebody who's played a lot of Guardian into Prism back in that day, this feels like that. So right now, the Dromai player sacrificing a lot of health, but starting to go wide. If they get to the point where they can stabilize, then the dragons will be like those old spectral shields, and they'll end up just kind of pinging you to death. The real question is going to be whether or not Azalea can find a big dominate at the end.
Yes. No, you're not wrong about that. Again, just sort of converting eventually on Dromai's side. However, like you mentioned, you're going to take a beating early. This is how Prison operated in the Aura days. Was she would typically just take a beating in order to establish the Aura game, and then would chip away at you. The difference is that these Auras are bigger. They're nastier. They have
They're dragons.
They're dragons. Frankly, ultimately, you're right. So once you sort of set up the dragon, the sort of this fleet of dragons, once they are established on the board, suddenly your cards in hand are a lot more expendable in the blocking process. And yes, dominate is always there as a worry, but it's not always going to be available to Azalea. It's not always a sure thing. Ultimately, though, Austin Reddington now is creating a situation where these dragons are going to do the work, and maybe to a certain degree, it's like, all right, 3 cards to block. I'll pop a Sigil of Solace, let's say, give all my dragons go again, bang, 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 bang. It's a whole different story. What Shane here has to do is make sure that he's not just cobbling together tall turns. He's cobbling together tall turns that also have perhaps dominate, on-hit effects, things of that nature.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is, I believe it's red in the ledger, the one that shuts down the multiple actions. That's what you're looking for. When you're trying to buy yourself time and you're getting to that I want to close the game out stage as the Azalea player, that's what you're looking for. That's going to be one of the key cards in this matchup, because it's not even just about like turning off the go again. It specifically impacts the action points, and we do already see Dromai on the board, for example. So it's going to be a very relevant thing.
I'm just looking at the list here that Shane is presenting, and not that it's even a consideration necessarily, but just out of curiosity, are there any poppers that are there to maybe even just shut down a turn and end a turn? But when you have Mirgai and Dromai and things like that, it becomes a whole different ballgame. This isn't Dromai into a Guardian where the whole hand is littered with stops.
Yeah, I was going to say, here's the thing. Even if the poppers did exist, they've already got the setup. They have the Dromai and the Mirgai. But the reality is they just didn't exist before. This is, again, why we saw Shane just firing these arrows on stilts, trying to bring death from above as fast and as hard as possible. The downside is that, again, Austin just ran into all of the key dragons at the right time, even starting with the Yenderai. Like, that's potentially one of the most annoying ones, because if you start with one dragon, the ranger player, if they have an off turn, might still think about, okay, maybe I get rid of the dragon, buy myself some time. But it was Yenderai, so you didn't even really have that as an option. You're not going to spend an arrow to remove the endurance counter. So you're just kind of all in on going face right from the get-go.
If you want any indication that, like you mentioned, this can be over in a heartbeat, I just saw Levi Rauch walk by, and you know he's probably playing Azalea, and he just left the play area, so he's probably wrapped up his game. Whether it's a loss or a win, you know that those Azaleas are not wasting any time anymore. And at this juncture of the game, 27-19 in favor of the Dromai player. 4 dragons on the board. You got a Chromai, a Miragai, Yenderai. You got a little guy. You got all the eyes.
Yeah, you got a big guy, a little guy, a little pie in your
Yeah.
eye after lunch.
Little pie
the
in the
pizza was
sky,
good. So
little
shout out to Min-Max
EI.
in the realm for taking care of us.
Oh, yeah, that was delicious. We had 3
Wonderful.
options: cheese, pepperoni, or sausage. Which did you take?
I chose cheese
Coward.
because
Absolute
I
coward.
don't eat anything that I would want to hug.
Is that why you were biting my shoulder the other day?
Well, yeah, that's why we slept on the couch together last night.
Yeah, true story. We were eating pizza in the hotel room at like past midnight.
Yep.
I fell asleep watching It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia
I-
on the couch. You were playing Diablo on your laptop.
I also then fell asleep watching It's Always Sunny and woke up at like 2:30
Yeah.
before I moved.
Yeah. When I finally came to, I was watching Charlie Day yell and have a fit on TV, and it was 5 a.m. And I was like, well, I'm just sleeping on the couch.
Yeah. You know who's not sleeping on the couch, though? Azalea. Right now, she is up doing the housework, trying to find more offense because they are already starting to feel the pressure of these dragons.
Dude, that segue blew a tire. I'm sorry, man. That was a stretch. Much like this arrow is getting stretched out for some serious damage. Knock the Death Whistle is going to go ahead and put an arrow on the top. We're going to follow that up with a little bit more theatrics here as the Azalea is continuing to make some pressure or push some pressure on Austin. Not quite the same, tall skyscraper style arrows that we saw just a couple turns ago. That was quite fascinating, and some people in chat just astutely saying, hey, that's not exactly the brilliant fireworks that rare for Azalea anymore. That's kind of run of the mill, getting 2 or 3 non-attack actions powering up one arrow.
Yeah, so this is a very key turn because that is a red in the ledger we're seeing there. So that's trying to connect and slow down the Dromai. Also looks like the snaps are being used so that we can follow up with another arrow here. But yes, you're absolutely correct. When I've been talking to players that have been testing Azalea, a few of them have described her as like Starvo Light, right? Where you're just trying to assemble the puzzle. And when it works, you get big dominates. You get big explosive turns, right? Not the same level of disruption necessarily because you don't have that Winter's Wail, rest in peace Winter's Wail, but it does appear that this is going to be the norm going forward, right? Just huge arrows, and in this case, relevant on hits. It does look like they use the snaps to Codex here.
That's not a bad option. I mean, Codex has been a very good card. Is that Frailty, I believe? Codex of Frailty?
It's hard to tell because the art all looks the same on the codexes. When you're at this distance anyway, as we are viewing it, it's a little bit blurry. I can tell there's a book there. I know it's a codex, but whether or not it's a frailty...
I'm going to start referring to books as codexes. Oh, what are you reading?
should.
Oh, I'm reading the Codex of the Fellowship of the Ring.
Yeah, I'm reading
Because-
the codex of the Sorcerer Stone.
Are you? Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because that's definitely going to improve my Tinder game. Absolutely. So that the Codex is going to go ahead and put another Remorseless on the stack over here again. What that does, what Codex does, is that you put a card in attack action from your graveyard into your arsenal. Your opponent does the same if they're able to. But whoever does so discards a card. It's a great way to peel a card out of your opponent's hand and perhaps put some garbage in their arsenal. It can't be a D-react. So it's a great way to take out part of the blocking equation from your opponent. And on top of all of that, a little insult to injury, a frailty token, and you get a ponder, so you can recover that arsenal card.
Yeah, and in a matchup like this as well, not to say that Dromai doesn't have attack actions, but it's not the most plentiful, right? You got a lot of dragons, you got sigils, you got defense reactions, so the quality of the card that you're going to be putting back into the arsenal there when you play this Codex of Frailty is very often not good. Like, you could give them back a Command and Conquer or something like that, but we haven't really seen them. As far as I know, I believe it was just an Ember Maw that we had seen played as an actual attack up until this point, so unless they had blocked with something.
Sure. I mean,
you're
it's not bad. It's still
Yeah.
8 damage, but you're right. Like, the timing of this codex is great because there is no Command and Conquer that's in the graveyard for Austin to go ahead and recover. Typically, you'd say, all right, that's all right. If I can get another Command and Conquer out of this, I'm feeling all right, but that's not the case. From Shane's perspective, it's like, what do you want to throw in there? A Dust Up? You want to put a Sweeping Blow in there? Be my guest, because this Remorseless is just going to laugh at you.
And speaking of laughing at you, again, a lot of cards already went into blocking the red in the ledger. So this is a well-timed Remorseless as you're trying to force the damage through, but it does look like it's met with a sink below.
Still taking one here. And the irrelevant part about this is that the on-hit means that all of those dragons are essentially going to peel some life off of your total as they're attacking.
Yeah. Now, the one downside, though, is that Frailty token only applies to weapons, and it's not the weapon that attacks, it's the dragons. So you still end up kind of coming out ahead. You've got a health lead, and so for everything that's not the Aether, you're still like, okay, I'll take one to deal 3. I'll take one, to threaten 3, et cetera, et cetera. But we are going to just see the Ember Maw come down for 7 here. Out of the arsenal. Again, -1 because of the Frailty token.
There you go. There's some extra little sprinkles of sauce on that. Again, it's a card, much like I believe the card is Soul Reaping that Chain used to play. Every time you read it, you realize it's just better and better and better the more you read it.
Soul Reaping, every time I read it, I'm like, no way.
Yeah,
I'm reading
come
this
on. Like, this
correctly.
card does it. But, like, this is the thing with the Codex of Frailty is that you're putting the card in the arsenal, but the Frailty token's there, so it's already getting a little bit of a nerf. So it just gets better and better the more you think about it, as this Ember Maw Centipede is still presenting 7. There's no potential poppers for it, so it's still a bill that Shane has to sign for in one way or another. And depending on what Shane has, this could just be fine, no problem. Give it to me.
All right, so some damage going through, and I think we're seeing some hand gestures with the dragons as well. So I imagine we're just going to see life totals start to fluctuate a bit. It looked like it was going like boom, boom, boom. Are we, going to do anything? It's one of the beauties of like playing in person, as opposed to if you play a lot of games on Talishar where you have to go through every interaction one by one. Here you can just do some quick, verbal, non-verbal communication and move to the end of a turn.
Looking through the graveyard again, just assessing what has been played, what's left, what can I hope for, as it were. Not like you and I. We're at the twilight of our careers. There's nothing left for us. We look at our graveyard and realize that we are approaching fatigue.
I think it's adorable you thought I had a career to begin with.
Yeah, look, dude, I see your commercials. You sell one hell of a great washing machine.
Listen, if you come down to Charming Ford, I will give you a great deal on a Mustang.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How many miles on it? 186,000 quality miles on this one.
How many miles? Not many after I rolled it back illegally.
Yeah, you got some
You
city
just
miles
put
on you for sure.
it on the treadmill on reverse. That totally works,
That's
right?
not how that works. Alrighty then,
So,
Austin.
Azalea, loading up this red in the ledger.
That's a nasty one. Red in the ledger, a very, very nasty one. Again, an Azalea specialization. This is a card that, other archers like Lexi just would love to have. Love to have. I think it's another code. Is that another code?
I think that's a Premeditate.
It's the Premeditate, right?
Yeah,
a lot of these new cards.
Ponder Run.
That's a good way to put it. A lot of these new cards are very difficult to have the muscle memory of just kind of seeing it and understanding it and seeing it right away. A very dark themed kind of artwork here.
And so this should be a Fletch the Red Tail as well. So yes, this is going to be a massive red in the ledger.
And I believe this was Azalea too, so this is a
Yeah,
dominated
she's
arrow.
turned sideways, so this should be, you are correct, this should be a dominated casual 15 with an incredible on-hit.
There's a Dominia in hand. I mean, a lot of these cards right now, Austin's saying is, well, one of these is going to just be tossed in front of this. I'm taking 12, going down to practically, you know, a dangerous level. If Azalea can dominate another 15, like, let's get real here, it's pretty gross. As
All
you
right,
can see,
so-
Austin just signing for it, going all the way down to, I guess, 10?
Well, yeah, I mean, all you can do is the one block because of the dominate. So the ponder token's going to get created. The rest of the damage is going to connect. And then you're going to have to do your best to weather this because, again, the red in the ledger, as I said before, very key card in this matchup, really slows down anything that Dromai's trying to do because you're only allowed the one activation. Action points don't really matter. So even with the Chromai, it's not like, oh, I get a get out of jail free card here. I'll just swing with that, get more action points. You just get one.
Yeah. And, well, let's just go with the Pursuit of Knowledge in this case. I think it's that's terrible. It's fascinating to see Pursuit of Knowledge in a Dromai list. I'm not going to lie. It kind of caught us a little bit off guard. But ultimately, when you only get one swipe at it, you might as well make it count. And that's not a bad one. Because Shane, I'm sure, is saying, well, if I got a really good hand, I just want to let this go. But if I can't dominate the arrow, that's 5 cards that could potentially block out my next, what I'm looking for the knockout swing.
All right, so I just want to point out in Shane's hand, I do see an Eye of Ophidia. I think this is a great card in Azalea decks, and if she ends up being as good as people are predicting, we could see more spikes in price. We might see Hearts 2.0.
Don't, man. Like, I just bought a Plague Hive. I finally got my Heart of Findall not
I
too
still
long
don't
ago.
have a heart. I have an eye, but I don't have a heart.
You'll get it one day, Cowardly Lion. But you know what you do have? Great prices on used cars. Sorry. All right. It looks like Shane gives up the Tunic there. Usually when the Tunic is sacrificed, it's probably the first domino to fall to what could be potentially lethal. This is a good one. The Eye of Ophidia. That's the Opt 2, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. So, and if you can find that arrow that you want, Shane is going to dominate it, and this could be nasty. So Austin here, even with 9 life left, 4 cards in hand, is definitely nowhere safe.
This is an incredibly important opt. And again, this just showcases, this highlights how good Eye of Ophidia can be for Azalea, because this is coming at the right, most opportune time with your opponent at 9. You're trying to push the last bit of damage through. You know, you keep talking about my ability to sell used cars, but I would like to point out that I think I am dressed appropriately to coach the Mighty Ducks.
Sure, absolutely. You know what's a really fascinating aspect of that movie is that he was like forced to coach the Mighty Ducks because of like a DUI. Like, they don't talk about that part, about how he's a total POS for why he's there. Nonetheless, interesting question here. Let's say you opt 2, you find nothing. Do you bottom the 2 and YOLO it?
I think you might. I mean, what are the chances? Because we also saw the Skullbone activated as well, right? So, like, what are the chances that you go 3 deep, opting, and then still don't find on the 4th?
Oh, Knock kind of settles the score here. I mean, Knock allows you to go ahead and find it and put it on top. And man, Azalea's good. I can't believe you said that. I feel dirty.
Well, Azalea is better, right? Obviously doing well today, well represented. I do think that there is a legitimate deck there now. I think that the days of her being the meme queen are over. It's only a matter of time before both the bounty is claimed, but also we just start to see the Cult of Azalea really get their payoff moment. But I believe that's another Premeditate.
Looks like
Another Ponder run, if you will.
Man,
and and then that's another red in the ledger. So talk about a big arrow. So even if you survive this, it's only 11 dominate. I say only 11. It's only 11 dominate. So this is survivable. But again, your follow-up turn very lackluster because of the on hit.
Definitely, you're spot on here. 11 is basically the only like the highest number you can get without killing, right? So we're gonna give up the Command and Conquer here. Austin's just going to say, fine, take it, 3 block. He might have just some 2 blocks in hand that he doesn't really necessarily want, but Dromai typically is loaded with 3 blocks.
Wait, we just donated a Pox. So the Blood Rot is very relevant because it's Dromai. You don't traditionally have a lot of blues. I think we might end up seeing like a full hand pitch here. Like you might have to give up 3 red cards to not die.
How many? So he's rocking currently 13 blues and 4 yellows.
And that's total in the list. That's
Correct.
probably not even all in the deck. Like I don't
Yeah.
think Time Snap, for example, is in there right now.
Yeah, I would doubt if Remembrance is in here. I don't think the Time Snap Potion's in there. We saw the Pursuit of Knowledges. I would imagine, is Passing Mirage in there? I don't think so, because you don't need to protect against Phantasm against an Azalea. Ultimately, though, this could just be a completely loaded out red list, and if those 3 cards are red, it's going to be nasty. As we're opening up with the Chromai here, the Chromai attacking is going to create an action point, so it's not necessarily a go again situation. It's more of just an action point. You got options here as at the moment.
I mean, you don't though because of red in the ledger. So this is just going to be Chromai, and I think it's going to be 3 red pitch to get rid of the Blood Rot. That's the entire turn.
That is
And
very
the reason
painful.
that's important is because that means no cards make it to the arsenal, and so any arrow with Dominate right now is going to come up massive for the Azalea player, and you have to assume they're going to find it. Like this is a crucial point in the game for you to give that Blood Rot because denying the arsenal is huge.
Well, he's opting with the Skullbone Cross Wraps. If that stays on top, that might just be game as the loaded up arrows here. He's opting to put it at the bottom, so it's not a sure thing yet, Charmer. Not yet.
Well, not yet, but I think that's a codex in the arsenal, so I think right now you're trying to find, something beneficial, and then if you can't find it, then you just codex to load up whatever you need.
Well, this is a Read the Glide Path. Opting again, saying no bueno. Is he going for the YOLO?
We're going for the YOLO again. I think after X amount of ops, you just have to trust. And we see, I believe that's the Bolton shot there. So going to be coming with Dominate.
That is not a pretty sight, unfortunately.
Might not
Austin.
be over, though, because
Sigil.
I see Sigil, yes.
Yeah, no, Sigil is a perfect way to sort of circumvent some of these restrictions. Dominate obviously saying you can only block with 1 card from hand. Now, you can block a 3, but before the damage is calculated, you got a window to sneak in a Sigil of Solace. Austin Reddington found a little bit of a reprieve. He found a back door to squeak out of, but Shane Martin is on the hunt here, as he has had all of the opportunity. And there's the Sigil of Solace pumping him up to 4, and we're blocking 4 of the 5 here. I don't believe there's the on-hit, rather, for the Bolton shot is a reload. It does have go again, so we're not done yet.
Yeah, we're not done yet. Another thing worth noting as I look at Austin's list here, Oasis Respite is another way to get around Dominate. We haven't seen any played against Azalea. I would have to assume they were included in the list that you were playing because that's a good out. So we'll have to keep an eye out for those in future hands as well. But as you said, does have the go again. Things are not over yet. You have to survive this second attack now. Maybe even a third because this is another Bolton shot.
5? Is that another Bolton shot coming through?
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's 5 go again.
This is tight if you're the Dromai player. Thankfully, no Dominate here, so you've got a little bit more to work with, but you cannot be happy with like, okay, I finally survived the Dominate portion, and oh wait, it's just multiple go again attacks. So we're going to see the double block to preserve health, and this is probably going to be loaded arrow and fire again.
Oh, it's a nasty one. The red arrows are real here, and it's fist bumps all around. Game over, and Azalea, played by Shane Martin, takes down Austin Reddington on Dromai. Dromai, again, the most represented hero. The second most represented is Azalea. So Azalea comes through over here and then takes that one out. But again, that was the 3-0 table, if I'm not mistaken, right? So Azalea progresses to 4-0.
Yeah.
But there is a Dromai. There are Dromais out there that are getting some work done.
Yeah, and I think that this was a really great matchup to see on camera because I expect to see something similar tomorrow. I would not be shocked if a Dromai and an Azalea made the top 8. And it's a key one to watch because, yes, Azalea came out on top here, but I think that if you were to play, 10 times, 100 times, it's not going to be something that Azalea is dominating. This was really kind of won on the back of multiple red in the ledgers at key times and those really tall dominate attacks. Yes, she can do that consistently right now, but it's the red in the ledger that I think really gummed things up. We saw the army of dragons, but how many times was it just I swing with one and then pass? So that's going to be something that we're going to have to keep an eye out, I think, tomorrow, as I expect a rematch of some sorts.
Definitely. And to the person who predicted that Dromai was going to win in 2 turns, they can go and wipe some more tears and pretend it all
Was it Noah?
didn't happen. I don't Noah Clark, yeah. Sure, Noah. Noah's still trying to
Noah.
Yeah, Noah's still reading the text on Burn Them All to realize that yeah, you do have to take account of that. The guy who thinks he's unbeatable and that never mind. That's a story for another podcast. We're not even going to talk about it, but yeah, show yourself, coward. Where's that guy? Where's the dude who said that Dromai was going to win?
He needs a redemption arc. Noah's arc, if you will.
Oh my god, just
And if you like that, I got plenty of more puns on sale. at a
call
deep
in
discount.
airstrike. Location directly to my left. I'm trying, man. I don't know
know.
what to do. Like, there's only so much of my patience that I have for you.
I am aware. And we're just getting started. We still have the rest of today. We have all of tomorrow.
I know.
If you're here, then you have the speakeasy. But if you're at home, then just come to the next event. This is, I think, a great time to mention that this is the first of a circuit. So there's going to be more brawls later in the year. There's going to be one in Pittsburgh. This one here in Chicago partnered with MinMax. Pittsburgh, I believe, is Green Tree.
Green Tree.
Salt Lake City is going to be Kayfabe. So great, stellar members of the community throwing great events. I'm all for it, man.
As am I, and this is just the first leg again. And it's not just these major ones. There's a lot of smaller little remote satellite tournaments that all feed into a bigger picture of tons and tons of cash and prizes again. The Realm Gaming, MinMax coming together to put this one on. The Realm just kind of taking the reins and making sure that this gigantic competitive circuit is something that you guys want to pay attention to, and you are paying attention as this is the first major event. There's plenty of you tuning in. We want to see not just, you know, what the new Outsiders meta is going to look like, but how about just watching competitive cards, man. Like, it's just such a great thing when brilliant minds come together and put together some great decks. And we are halfway through, I believe, by now for this days of competition. I think there's 7 rounds today, 8 rounds.
Yeah, it should be 7 rounds of Swiss is what I was told, with a top 8 tomorrow. Really looking forward to the top 8, just because that's when we get to start talking about the long-term effects of this event, right? So there's some more storytelling to be done because, again, this is all part of a circuit with a big invitational coming at the end of the year. And we'll cover that tomorrow, but there's just a lot on the line that's not just cash prizes.
That's correct.
There's
Like
also
a
things
brand
like
new
dignity
car.
and a brand new car.
Dignity. Yeah, okay. Been fighting to win that for years. The other thing is that Keith from Realm Games approached me and Armada earlier and said, hey, can you guys like sort out some giveaways or something? And I was like, I think we can figure that out. So we're going to be doing some giveaways to some degree. I don't know what it is. It might be packs, a box, of this, of that. So
It
stay
will
tuned.
not be a new car from my lot.
No. Why?
I'll give you a deal, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You look like a circus barker. Like you're like you literally
Step right up.
precisely like you
When you packs you.
You legitimately either want me to see the bearded lady or you want me to shoot water in a clown's mouth to inflate a balloon. I don't know what it is, but something about this suit. What is this? Velcro?
So first of all, no, this suit is fantastic. How
Sure.
dare you?
Yeah.
Really, this one in particular, this tie feels very political to me for some reason. I feel like I'm like disheveled after losing on the campaign trail, right? Because you have the bold red and blue going.
Yeah.
I just feel like I'm downtrodden because I'm losing votes to Azalea.
Yeah, you look like you just lost the election for the treasurer of like Washington County or something.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah, well, hey, there's always porn.
Just elect me to your local school board. because I promise it'll turn out fantastic.
Oh boy! I hope you guys are having a good time. Again, like these tournaments for me that are, it's not a Pro Tour, it's not a Worlds or whatever. I like these because you get to sort of loosen the tie a little bit and have a good time. I'm wearing a freaking hoodie for God's sakes. Like,
Yeah.
this is great. This is
Fun-
what it's always supposed to
Fun
be.
fact: there's actually a tie underneath here. It's just the hoodie is covering
That's
it.
correct. Something
It's a
is
tie fighter T-shirt. but-
all right. We've got Shane. And a empty box of pizza that we're gonna move away, but ultimately
Yeah,
we've
because
got,
we're not Elaine.
or Elaine Hammondtree.
We will move the box of pizza.
All right,
For our
let's,
guests.
let's get Shane in here.
Yeah, let's get Shane in here.
Let's get Shane. Come on in. Here, we can wedge you into the center. Yeah, you're the center square on Hollywood Squares here. Oh, is it? How are we doing things?
Yeah,
Perfect.
we'll do it like this. I was gonna say we should have a microphone.
Hopefully this works.
Hello, hello.
Does that work?
I don't know. I can't hear myself.
That's a good question here. Put on these space speakers. Yeah, no problem. All right, perfect. Hey, we're doing this with duct tape and prayers, ladies and gentlemen.
I can hear myself.
Okay, wonderful. All right, so Shane, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done. Were you on Azalea prior to Outsiders, or is this sort of some new spice for you?
I've always loved Azalea, but I'm a competitive player, so it's like, no matter how much I loved it, I could never bring her to a competitive event because I didn't feel like she was quite there. So, and now I think she is. So.
I would say so. I would say
Yeah,
so.
seems to be doing very well. I want to know specifically how you felt going into that matchup with Dromai, because obviously you came away with the victory, but I feel like that might be one of the tougher matchups for Azalea, and there's a lot of Dromais in the field today.
Yes, it's scary. I got super lucky. I think the second red was on top just naturally, and so I hit it off the top, and I'm like, this is the only way I win this game. Like, if I just cycle reds, I will win this game. And luckily, I got reds in that last turn, and then off the top, luckily it was there, popped it in, shot it right away, and then the last one came with the knock, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's perfect, because that's the only way I'm gonna win this game.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like there's like this YOLO situation where you just got to be like, oh, well, this is the question to ask him. Like, what if he opts and nothing's good? Does he just roll the dice and say, let's close this out? And have you ever, what is like the highest stakes game that you've YOLO'd it and won with?
I actually, my first round today, I played, I did my Crossbones, opt 1, did a read the glide path. I only had 2 cards in hand, and I had an arsenal. I played read glide path, opt again, pitch my eye, opt 2 more times, so I saw 4 cards and didn't see an attack. And I looked at my Icelander partner, I was like, I kind of maybe a little bad, but I was like, I'm going to blind Azalea. And I said, the bottom of this goes, on what's on top nobody knows, and it was something I could shoot. So we got there, and I was like, crazy.
I said to him on the broadcast, I said, I think that if you get in those scenarios, it's worth the YOLO, because what are the chances you opt 4 times or 5 times or whatever and then don't see the card?
Gotta play to your outs.
He does it or if I do it?
Well, yeah, so
Yeah, exactly.
you got to take that into account. But I do think that that's probably the right call, just kind of playing to the percentages. How good has I been for you? Because I
so
kind of
good.
called that out on the stream. I was like, I don't want it to go higher, but I feel like if she ends up being really competitive, we might see some spikes, what we saw with Hart, with Icelander, because I think I is just outstanding with Azalea.
It's great. Like, knowing what you're gonna draw is perfect. Knowing what second, like, the hardest part about Azalea, I find, is knowing the second card. After you've drawn with Death Dealer, what's the second card? And I allows you to look at that second card after you draw. It also won me the game there because on top was a buff that I was going to draw for the Bolton shots, but then I saw a knock, and I'm like, no, I'll get the knock, go get that third red, and then go for it.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Well, hey, congratulations on
Thank
your
you.
win. Go get prepared for round 5, is
Sounds
it?
good. Yes.
4-0, my friend.
No, I'm not 4-0. Sorry. 2-1. Or 3-1 now.
All right, well, in your hearts.
Yeah, in
Still
my
in the
hearts.
hunt,
Trying. Still in the hunt. I need to win out. So.
Hey, you can do it. Awesome stuff. Well, gameplay like that, sending 16-point arrows is one way to do it. Congratulations, my friend. Thank you. Good stuff, dude. Well done. All right, that was Shane on
Oh, Mac.
Azalea. Let's get this out of the
No,
way.
sorry. I thought you were making one of your wrestling jokes
Or are you going
again.
to make a McMahon thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Here comes the money. Money.
Oh, great. We just got DMCA'd.
Did we?
Yep.
whatever.
You can't sing it, man.
It's better than getting DM ARMADA'd. That's even worse.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Oh,
I mean, I love you.
Lord, oh Lord. All right. Well, 4 rounds are in the books. We got a 3-1 Azalea. We're going to bring you more spice. I would love to see where the Uzuris are kind of lurking about right now.
I'd like to see that. Potentially Katsu as well, talking about other heroes that got some love recently. But I believe we're going to be taking a short break before we come back with the next round, and maybe you or I will get our wish.
I believe that's so. Let's cut it to break. We will be back shortly with some more Flesh and Blood. Okay, we're going.
You hypnotize me. 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 To you.
arm.
This is a digital short.
Oh, it says TikTok. Oh, man. We were in TikTok for a second there. Well, I guess we're not. We're back.
Now you gotta do that stupid TikTok song. What is it? Oh no! Oh no!
I hate that.
Yeah,
I hate that song.
I hear that. I immediately disregard anything that
just
follows it.
Scroll right past.
All right.
Move on.
Well, the reason why we're back early is because, first of all, we're dressed the same, and that's part of the deal.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
That's not why we're back early, but we are dressed the same. That is a fun fact. One of the most fun facts you said all day.
And I've said so many true things today. I am just a beacon of truth.
So many facts.
We're doing some giveaways.
Yes, we are. We're giving away multiple things, but we're going to make it super fun. So if you'd like to win something like, I don't know, just a free box of that new set Outsiders, or perhaps a fancy playmat, I think these are given away here.
I don't know what the situation is, but you can only get them here. So if you're not here, what the hell?
Well, I mean, no, they can get it on the stream. Because this
on the
one,
street?
yes,
On
no,
the
on the
street?
stream, on the stream. You heard stream. Get out of here. You'd also get a blade cuff, a cold foil. Look, I can get that
Cold foil blade
shine.
cup. So what we'll do is, we'll give
There it
people
goes.
choice. So we're gonna run a few contests. Basically, if you're the first winner, you can decide: do you want the box, the playmat, or the cold foil
Oh no,
blade
the
cup?
audio's messed up. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh no, no, no,
Did
no,
they miss
no.
all of our TikTok nonsense?
Hey, can you hear us? Oh, it's good now. Oh, okay.
We're back.
Hey, welcome
All right.
back.
So we are doing giveaways.
Did you hear the giveaway part? Chat, did you hear the giveaway part? Do we have to do the whole intro again? All right, run it back to the
Hold on a
Instagram
second.
thing.
Hold on a second. Take us back to the break screen. We'll be right back. All right, bring us back.
Okay, we're back. Yeah, it's like it
Nothing
never
happened.
happened. It's like it never happened. We're back, crushing it. Okay, so giveaways. We're gonna be giving things away, things and stuff. Yes, you can get this for the low price of free if you play our game. Okay,
Yes.
and we do have a game. We're gonna make a deal with you. Let's make a trade. No, we're not doing that anymore.
What's going on over here?
This thing. Look, you can get this thing as well. This is a really cool playmat. We need that chat open so that we can see this. Okay, so we're going to give away a couple of things. We also give away this cold foil blade cuff.
Yep.
Cold. It is quite cold to the touch.
Yep.
So we're going to give all these away, but we're going to do this in a quite fun way. The way that we're going to do this is we are going to open a box of Outsiders. Okay, so here's the box we're going to open. We decided this one, yes? Well, definitely that one now. We're not doing that unless you would like a box that has been bitten by FLAKE. That is a tier 3 Patreon sub right there.
Exactly.
You can only get that on his Patreon. By the way, I'm on an Instant Speed podcast. I'm plugging it for him.
Oh, thank you.
Plugging it for him. Check out Instant Speed
Thank you very
podcast.
much.
Go become a patron. Also, become a patron here on this channel on the old DM Armada. We do fun stuff. But enough of that, because here's how you play the game and how you win. While we open this, we are going to keep secret the cold foil. We are going to keep secret the rainbow foil majestic. Okay, if there's 2 rainbow foil majestics, then you have more chances to win.
That's correct.
Here's what I need you to do. I need you to guess what the cold foil will be for this box. If you guess correctly, you will win. If you're the first person to guess correctly, there's probably multiple people that'll say the same thing.
Yeah.
If you're the first to guess correctly, you will win the Outsiders box that we have sitting, holding up my phone right now. If you guess the Rainbow Foil Majestic, you will win this playmat that I showed you. The first person to guess those. Now, I do worry that they're gonna guess it like right away, and then we have to like kind of.
Well, we'll figure out other ways to give stuff away. Sometimes
Okay,
we're just
yeah.
like, hey, you know what?
Heck.
Is your
Heck.
name is your name Jennifer? You win.
There you go. I'm
Easy.
opening packs.
Oh, are
Okay,
you?
look,
Okay.
I'm doing it.
So keep in mind, if it's the foil majestic or the cold foil, we keep it secret. So start guessing. What is the foil majestic? And what is the cold foil in this box? If you win, you get your choice. Do you want to win a box of Outsiders? Do you want to win the super exclusive playmat? Everything must go.
I got
Everything.
a sweet Death Touch. I like Death Touch.
Death Touch.
Death Touch is good.
I got a 1 rare pack.
Oh, nice. I didn't actually check. Oh, mine's a 2 rare pack. Mine's a 2 rare pack. I got a foil Prowl. That's
son of-
fun. Foil Prowl. Okay, so I know that there's people at home right now, that are probably cracking packs along with us. So let us know how the experience of opening and enjoying this stream has been. Because I don't know about you. If I weren't here right now, I would probably be watching right now, because this is, for me, this is like some of my favorite stuff to do. Just sit back, watch a stream of some Flesh and Blood, hang out, crack some packs, open this rare, open this other rare, get a foil Widowmaker.
Widowmaker.
That's, I mean, I want to know what your experience has been thus far with cracking open this set.
Throwing tokens at the wall. Hey, there's my 3 guys. So I got the 3 rare pack, which is nice.
Hey,
We got the 3 rare pack. Gotta get those.
Speaking of throwing.
Good. Oh, that.
Oh,
went
sorry,
over,
whoever that was.
Yeah,
sorry.
that went over the partition.
Sorry.
Into. Oh, we are
Throw
getting
it back.
looks.
Oh,
we are getting looks
oh
right
no!
now.
Throw it back. Throw it back. It'll be great.
Don't
virulent.
You, don't you
oh.
oh, we're getting assaulted.
What if
here.
we? Okay, I got a red virulent touch. This card's really good. Catch
So,
it at home.
Okay, is that card? Show the card right now. My guess is that this is purely done in the likeness of Post Malone to
Yes.
entice him to play this game.
Oh, if that were the case, that would be so cool.
Yeah, that is
That'd
a
be
true
so
statement.
cool.
That is a factoid.
Ooh, yes.
Did you hit
at
the
home?
camera?
You're welcome. You're well. I told you I was getting better. Razor's Edge.
Oh, Razor's
Foil.
Edge, by the way, is my all-time favorite wrestling finishing move.
Oh, that's a good one.
It
That's
is
a good
so
one.
It looks cool. Razor Ramon giving the Razor's Edge is peak WWF, I guess, at the time. So good.
Got a
So
red.
good.
Got a red Ravenous
Ooh,
Rabble.
okay, well, it's a Majestic, but it's not the foil one. But it's a really good one.
That is a good one.
Love to see it. It is Spreading Plague.
Spreading Plague. We talked about that. We opened that in the previous box on stream.
The previous box?
Yeah, the previous box.
The previous box?
The previous one. The one previous to this.
I got a 3 rare, 1 Majestic pack.
That's pretty good,
Not-
man. That's a good pack. I mean, it's no like legendary plus
To quote
Fable.
Adam Sandler, not too shabby.
Let's see what I got. Hey, what do you think about looking for a scrap?
Oh, man. When I go to the bar, which is all the time because I'm a degenerate, all I'm doing is looking for... You actually flicked...
2.
It actually, like, blinked.
God, I'm so good at this now. Man,
Is that what you want to be
skill.
good at? Like,
Pure
honestly?
skill.
Watch this. Eyes closed.
Okay. Oh, that was actually pretty
Was
close. I got a foil inertia trap. So far, you're winning. You've gotten the first Majestic. That's probably a Majestic in there. I'm gonna guess it. I'm gonna
Just
guess
open it up.
No,
Just
in yours.
Oh,
in
in
yours.
mine.
Is it? Did you?
No.
No.
No dice.
Okay.
I got the Mask of Many Faces.
Oh, how many faces? How many?
I don't know. Many? How much is many? I don't know. I got 2.
Ooh,
is
I got a
many.
Majestic. It's not foil. It is Visit. Oh, thank you.
Oh, is that our next matchup?
Oh, wait. We got to see this person named Michael Hamilton. Hamilton.
Michael.
Michael Hamilton.
And,
And then someone named Brody.
Is it Brody versus Michael?
That's what it says.
Kid Wonder Bread
Round
versus
5.
the Angel of Death.
Round 5.
Holy moly.
But you know what really matters? I got to visit the floating dojo.
You gotta visit the floating
Oh,
dojo.
this is a cool foil. A foil rare trap. That's a cool looking. Look at that.
Love it.
Look at
All
that,
right.
everyone. Look.
Once again, if you're just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen,
Tar pit.
we're opening pack because we're giving away a box of Outsiders to someone out there. And what we need is for you to guess what is the cold foil in the box and what is the rainbow foil
Oh, no.
Majestic. If you
Oh, no.
guess it, you get
Oh,
it.
well,
What?
one answer is right there.
Did we get one of them?
Yeah, one of them is right there. Now, here's the thing. We have to
Beauticious.
hurry because we might have to put a pause on this because we have a round to cover. It's a round. But
Why do they ruin our fun with competition?
this is...
That is one of
This
them.
is one. This
That
is
is
the
one of
Rainbow
them.
Foil Majestic. So this is the Rainbow Foil Majestic. This is it.
Likey. Let me just hit Charmer right in his.
Come on,
freak-
come on,
Oh, those
come on.
are terrible.
You
Absolutely.
gotta give it the old razzle
Terrible.
dazzle.
Oh, you
Told you.
got him right in the
Are we good for the game?
twig and berries.
Oh, they're setting up. Okay, one more pack.
One more
Go,
pack.
Go,
you
go,
can
go,
do one
go.
more pack. You can do one more
Oh,
pack.
hey, that's a
Where
good
are you
throw.
going? Where are you throwing this?
Mm-hmm.
There's gonna be a lot of backwards scrolling going on to figure out what the deal
I
is.
know.
You know what we should have done? We should have.
Oh,
we
jeez.
should have done the opening first. We're kind.
I guess
of,
we'll you know what? We'll figure it out.
I'm not a
We'll figure it
smart
out.
man, but I know what
Yeah.
flesh and blood is.
Hey, you know what? We can give things away all the. We'll figure this out. It'll be
Don't tell
great.
me what I do and don't know.
What if there's no cold foil in this box?
That's impossible.
Get out, right?
Well, I did touch it, so that's completely possible.
Okay. I'm looking over because I don't want us to miss this pretty decent match between two players that I think are pretty good.
One of the most flavorful cards right here, Wander with Purpose.
Yes.
A Benji card that has some Katsu-ishness to it.
Katsu-ish.
Katsu-ishness.
Ishness. I'm crushing through these. Whoa, look at that pendulum trap foil. Dude,
Yeah, that looks pretty cool.
that
Absolutely.
is brutal. My stack? Okay.
Did you just steal my
All right,
pendulum
fine.
trap?
All right, there we go.
Hold on. Stop yelling.
Holding
at me.
on. Did you do it?
Holding.
Did you find
holding,
something?
Holding. Did you see that? Did you see that?
Majestic. That's what you're
No,
talking
no,
about.
that's not what I got.
A majestic.
Oh, you got a Majestic, but I got a.
Oh, I think that's a pretty decent card.
It's a good
I think we found one.
It's a good one. It's not
Like a
quite,
glove.
It's not quite one of the. Okay, you know what? This could be the third thing.
Like
This could
a
be the third
glove.
thing. They have to guess that as well. Why not?
That's crazy.
Use your big brains, people.
That's crazy.
Use your big, beautiful brains.
No.
Oh, did you get it?
No.
Son of a mother duck.
Could it possibly be? I'm gonna open them while you're.
You son of a. Okay, we can finish the box apparently. So
Okay, we
the
can finish it.
115 people over there who are waiting for us. Oh, there's just two. Okay. Well, they can.
Oh my gosh, we got to cut this box down to size. It's not happening.
What's going on?
We've got to find the other piece. We don't have a cold foil yet.
We actually don't have a cold foil
We
yet.
don't. We do have a rainbow foil majestic.
That's fine. You know why? Because the cold foil is right about. What the hell, dude?
Right about.
Well, if it's not there, then we got hosed.
About.
What the hell? Okay, so a 0 cold foil box, which I predicted because I touched the box and everything changes. Everything changes. That said, we will change the parameters of the game, which is 1 rainbow foil majestic, 1 legendary. So, put your guesses in. We didn't open a cold foil because, again, I am luck adjacent.
Really?
Isn't it? Like, it's not even fair. If you
Okay.
opened it, you know what it would have been in there? A freaking Cadillac. Like, it would have been a whole different thing.
What are these car keys doing in here?
What is
okay.
this?
Okay.
A
So
trip to Barbados?
we will reveal, and then we need help finding because the no cold foil. So we need help finding the people. Okay, so here it is. Rainbow foil majestic is concealed blade.
Concealed blade.
Concealed blade. Someone find me.
And
Find me the concealed blade.
the legendary is...
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Flick knives! Got 'em.
Ba-ba-ba-da.
All right, so somebody's going to win a box. Somebody's going to win a playmat and a cold foil.
Give us the hookups. Let us know. We're
Got
gonna
'em.
find them. We're gonna find them out, and then but while that all happens, look, here's the plan. While that all happens, we're gonna watch Michael H. On Icelander.
Icelander?
Yeah, no, not
There's
yeast.
a baker now.
Icelander. I don't know, Icelander. On Brody Spurlock. I've heard of these people. On Azalea. That's round 5, people. That's
Oh.
round 5. This is where we can start letting our
Brody's-
hair down.
Brody with the Y. Getting a little...
Getting a little fancy. I'm just tossing these paper packs. Man, don't you like paper packs?
I
Isn't
do.
That, isn't
I
that
absolutely
wonderful?
do. It's because I hate trees, so...
Wow.
I absolutely hate- They're so encroaching on my concrete jungle.
Gramu says, "Do I win for calling no cold foil?" I don't know. I could be convinced.
I could be convinced too.
I could be
You know
very
what?
much convinced.
You could win the cold foil. you win the blade cuff
Yes.
cold foil.
All right, Gramu, you win the blade cuff cold
Congratulations.
foil. Gramu, congratulations.
See?
Because you called that, I think that's the perfect answer.
Somebody who listens to my podcast knows that I'm a dumpster fire of bad luck.
Absolutely nailed it.
Got him.
Hashtag nailed it.
Also, this Flick Knives is probably a 4 on 10 for edged wear.
What, did you eat it?
I didn't do anything.
You bit it. It's because you bit this box.
the box, dude.
I think you. Yeah, I can see that's bite marks. You chewed on
I
it.
didn't chew on this.
Welcome to round 5, everyone, as we have 2 of the top players in the world playing, and we're talking about Flake eating cardboard. I hope you've enjoyed your time on the stream today. It's been 5 rounds. This is round 5, of course, but it's going to be 5 rounds of fun here at the wonderful Chicago Brawl being put on jointly by MinMax Games and the Realm Games. If you didn't know, Realm Games is actually running a really fun invitational series of 5K tournaments around the nation, culminating in a 20K. I believe it's a 20K invitational.
It's
Is that
something
correct?
like that. Well, I believe that the grand prize for like the prize pool for all the events is somewhere around like 50K for like everything put together. But I
Right.
think the grand prize at the end of the rainbow there is like a $25,000 tournament, if I'm not mistaken. So not too shabby.
No, so these players are playing for a little pocket change right now, but they're also playing for their ticket to the invitational at the end of the year where they can win that 20K, that's a big deal. I mean, think about this. This is a tournament series being run by local game stores, being put on by local game stores that are really drawing in some top players. I mean, look, Michael Hamilton, Brody Spurlock with a Y, both players here ready to roll in round number 5 before top cuts. And don't keep this in mind. Don't forget, tomorrow we're going to come at you with a top 8 stream. So this is probably the best time in the world to hit the old sub button, I guess. Or if you're already subbed, just mark your calendars for tomorrow, because we're going to set up a stream after this for tomorrow's top 8 action.
Brody is one of my favorite people because he has this style, which is walk around with a loaf of Wonder Bread and some deli meats and a Casio digital watch and lay waste to everyone in your wake. Now, the one outlier to his path of destruction is the angel of death himself, Michael Hamilton. So unassuming, so quiet, so polite, so kind, yet here he is facing down Brody Spurlock on, frankly, a new hero for Brody to go ahead and try out. And opening with the knock the death whistle is going to go ahead and dig for an arrow, put it on top, find something that he really likes. Michael Hamilton playing his bread and butter, that would be Icelander.
I was talking to Brody today because I watched him walk in, and in fact, I did actually take a picture of him walking in carrying like a garbage bag of snacks, or I guess it was like a grocery bag of some sort. It was actually pretty hilarious. But I it looked kind of like it. Anyway, I was talking to him about how he's feeling, and he was like, "Man, I'm so excited for this. I'm playing Azalea. I don't feel like I have enough reps under my belt to feel super comfortable, but I can't wait to give it a try." And here he's using that knock the death whistle to go and find what you would expect would be something like Red in the Ledger here on turn 0, but instead just going and getting Infecting Shot, which is a solid little like 1 for 5, plus maybe a buff or 2, and make it a dominate and cause some problems.
So a lot of people in the chat astutely noticing, hey, Brody Spurlock not bringing the quiver, so the bag of arrows is left behind again, and it's kind of like free real estate sometimes when it comes to this, because it's a free equipment slot, right, and it does something, so why wouldn't you put it in here? And frankly, some people also replying, and again, very astutely also observing that sometimes that one card makes a difference. You want to have that open up that spot for something else. As Brody's, if he doesn't need it, he doesn't need it. Perhaps you just don't care.
Well, I will counter with this. Keep in mind, this is literally day 2 of owning this set in paper, and Brody, being a young gun trying to pick up his own play set of cards, literally reached out to me yesterday, about halfway through the day, asking, "Hey, do you know anyone in the area that might have a couple of extra Ranger cards? I'm trying to put my deck together for tomorrow." And we almost sat down together and cracked boxes last night just to get him the cards needed to play this deck. So it could just be that he just doesn't have the quiver that he might want. Maybe he doesn't have the Majestic, maybe he doesn't have the Legendary, maybe he doesn't have the stuff in hand for it. So
Maybe he doesn't have time for your BS.
Oh, you know what? Okay.
Ultimately, though, that is a Rain Raisins all over the top of that arrow, giving a Blood Rot Pox straight up the gut to the Icelander player. That would be Michael Hamilton, the world champion, the #1 ELOD classic constructed player. Michael Hamilton just knows this deck inside out. And, I spoke to him yesterday at MinMax Games. They were doing some drafting there. And I said, "Hey, what do you want tomorrow?" And he kind of it seemed like a defeated look where he's like, "Hey, it's Icelander." And I don't know if a lot of that has to do with the fact that he's just tired of playing Icelander, but still recognizes it as the best hero, or he's just not comfortable pivoting because all these new heroes, he doesn't want to necessarily give up a chance to potentially win a fairly significant tournament by pivoting to a hero that he's not comfortable with.
Right. Yeah, I totally understand that. And there is a real possibility that it's just a comfort pick and you just run with the comfort pick. And that's nothing wrong with that. And particularly if you're trying to win a tournament and you're trying to punch your ticket to something like a 20K, running something you feel very comfortable on is just the thing that a Spike player might want to do. Spike that tournament, finish it out strong, get your invitational, and go about your business.
Still can't believe we didn't get a single cold foil in that box. It haunts me because I'm so used to it by now. Like, I am aware of this situation where I just pollute luck.
How about this? After this round, I'll go get us a box. I'll go over there. I will purchase us a box. We'll break this curse.
My curse?
Yes.
You don't understand. This is like the beast. Like, it is an entity in itself.
I'm just saying. I think we could do it. I think we can break the curse.
There we go. So that is the Skullbone Cross Wraps, one of the more forgettable legendaries not too long ago, suddenly propelling itself back into relevancy because the surge, the resurrection of Azalea with this latest set has been meteoric, and that is a fatigue shot. And fatigue shot against Icelander seems kind of weird. It's like, well, you're sending all kinds of weird icy stuff, but fatigue shot basically tells you that, hey, that Wounded Bull, that Findel's Fighting Spirit, that's a 1-card block now, so I'm not too worried.
Yeah, which is fantastic. That's exactly what you want to take care of and deal with. You also have to worry about those life totals, though. You have to play around with those life totals to really stop the onslaught for some of those. But either way, considering past that Frostbite, which, by the way, is a Mara Ferris Blackwing Studio Frostbite. It's a really cool-looking Frostbite. Considering past that, how we're going to vault over the top and maybe play off the top of our deck for some Dominate stuff is Brody. With a decent little hand, it looks like he's got an E-Strike and a Ravenous Rabble. He has ways around. That E-Strike is going to be expensive because you have to tuck the card, but you've also got to pay for it. Gonna pay with the frailty.
Yeah, I was going to say, is there a frailty in there as well? And that's precisely what it is. And this E-Strike, again, the beauty of that Channel Lake Frigid, again, one of the most powerful Majestics that came out of Tales of Aria is that, E-Strike, a very versatile card, very powerful card. It's going to cost you 1 of anything out of your hand. And suddenly, what that Channel Lake Frigid does to E-Strike is it turns E-Strike into a 2-card cost. So very, very devastating against an otherwise very powerful card. And we're going to move in here with the Frost Hex that's going to soak up a bit of that damage, but ultimately the Waning Moon is going to also just send it right back.
Yeah, he's going to send us some extra damage with the Waning Moon, realizing that he can't keep the Channel Lake Frigid alive this turn because he didn't have enough ice cards. You might as well get the value off the floating resource and pitch away a red, most likely. And that's a great card to pitch away for second cycle if you're thinking this game could possibly go to the second cycle. Seeing that red Aether Ice Vein late game is fantastic, and you're still able to Coronet peak here and feel good about it and keep that Channel Lake Frigid up for this one turn. Because I don't think it has the old flow counter on it, right?
Not quite. If you play it on your opponent's turn, it doesn't check the ice in your pitch until the end of your own turn.
That's
so you kind of get it for a little extra bonus juice there out of that play, as it's frankly one of the most powerful tools that Icelander can use. Even though Azalea is not necessarily a go-wide deck, she does chain together a lot of non-attack actions, which then really pump up the value of the efficiency of what Channel Lake Frigid will do. Channel Lake Frigid against something like Bravo or Oldham, something that's sending one fat attack, it's not really going to make or break. But against an archer like Azalea against like something like Lexi, it really becomes quite restrictive.
Yeah, most certainly. And then here, paying around the problem and creating a Lace with Blood Rot trigger on that fatigue shot is Brody. He's got 2 E-Strikes in the arsenal, in the graveyard already, which is a good Codex of Frailty fodder, which is surprisingly good, right? You can just Codex of Frailty that into your arsenal and be able to set up some wide turns. And looking at your blocks here is Michael, trying to consider how you're going to handle this, if you're going to take the Blood Rot, and what you're going to do with that.
Hamilton is holding on to a Finals Fighting Spirit right there. Yep, there's also a Scar for a Scar in hand. I believe there's a Cold Snap in there as well. The Fatigue Shot looks like it's actually going to connect here, but he's going to gain some life and then lose it right back down. There's the Blood Rot token. Get another 2 damage that is on the hook for Michael Hamilton. The question here is, what is he going to send? Because that, unfortunately, I believe that Scar for a Scar doesn't really do a whole lot. It's like a 2 go again, so you don't necessarily want to send a card like that out when you have other ways to potentially use your inventory here.
Oh, and this is very smart by Michael Hamilton. He's going to pitch here the first ice card. He has 2 ice cards. He has 2 cold snaps, in fact, to Coronet Peak. And then in the resolution of the Blood Rot Pox, he's going to pitch the second one to keep channel around because you can order those end of turn effects. So he's going to choose to pay for Blood Rot Pox first. That will give him 2 ice cards in pitch, and then he's going to resolve the flow counter ticking up on channel and to be able to keep that for another turn while also giving himself an arsenal. So this is, even though you're not presenting damage here, you're preventing damage and you're continuing that taxing effect for what is essentially 3 turns.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of mileage off of that Channel Lake Frigid, and that's just the first one we've seen. There's 2 more lurking about, and he's saying over here, okay, this is what we're doing. I'm dealing with this first, and then we're going to go to this end of turn trigger, which is the flow counter check. I've got 2 ice cards, so everything worked up. Everything coming up Millhouse here for Michael Hamilton, and again, what people might not know is that those end of turn effects, you have agency in terms of how those are resolved. So when your opponent eventually gets, if you give your opponent an inertia token and they have a ponder token, if they do it right, it's all even Steven, because you can basically you can take care of the inertia, get rid of everything, and then the ponder hits and you get your card back. So, the average or beginner players might not understand that aspect of the game, but this is the real deal here. It's Brody Spurlock versus Michael Hamilton. They know exactly what they're doing, especially Michael Hamilton, who's getting another look at a high-end tournament on Icelander.
And this is a smart little play by Brody. He says, you know what? I've got 4 reds in hand. My hand is full gas. I've got Remorseless. I've got Infecting Shot. I've got Premeditate. I'm just going to pass. You probably can't pitch 3 ice cards on this turn, so finally we get rid of that stinking Channel Lake Frigid. And I'll take some damage, and I'll try to swing back with a large attack. But unfortunately, it looks like your hand is going to get ripped, and you're probably saying goodbye to that Premeditate.
So are we sending this to the person first person to guess what Flick Knives was?
I think that's a good idea.
I think that's a great idea.
That's a fantastic idea. Man, of all the ideas you've ever had, that's one of them.
That was definitely an idea.
Yeah, it was one of those ideas.
You sound like my dad. My dad always says to people, he says, of all the people I know, you're one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's right.
Thanks, Dad.
That is the play.
All right, so bonus gift. We didn't find the cold foil, so whoever guessed the legendary first, whoever guessed Flick Knives first, make sure you speak up in chat, and we'll get your information and send you a Flick Knives in the mail. That sounds like a good deal.
Yeah, it looks like it wasn't premeditated. It looks like it was a lace with blood rot. From afar, those 2 color schemes do look fairly similar. Going to arsenal the card after presenting 3 damage, and you have to feel like after 3 turns of oppression from that Channel Lake Frigid, now that it's kind of out of the way, you have to feel a little bit more comfortable from Brody's side, but then you look at the life totals, and you think to yourself, oh no, we're at parity, and we're at half health. This is not where you want to be against an Icelander.
No, that's a dangerous thing. You want to have already put in a ton of work, especially when you're Azalea, something that can dominate, something that can go tall. An Icelander player is perfectly comfortable giving 2 or maybe even 3 cards to a block if necessary. And in this case, it doesn't seem like the work that Brody's put into this game so far has really reflected where he wants to be. He's put in 13 points of damage against Michael, and there have been some life gains. There's been a Finals Fighting Spirit, which has gained some life off of a block as well. But Brody's putting in the work again. This is not necessarily his favorite hero by any means. He doesn't have a lot of practice on it. From what you told me, he was still scrounging for the cards to build this deck as early as or as late as this morning, frankly, trying to complete the list if necessary. And what people might not remember is that Outsiders came out like yesterday, so
yeah,
people are
keep that in mind.
Still desperately trying to cobble together decks here.
Yep. No, you are 100% correct. The brain freeze did send premeditate to the top. So we were correct in our first assumption. My apologies. And here we do have a nice little full block. Look at this block. He's like, yes, I am content giving you the hand. I am selling the farm. It is yours. Congratulations.
Yeah, basically Brody was like, all right, move to blocks, and Michael Hamilton said yes.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Give him, I think that's a full 12. 3, 6, 9, 12. Yep, that's a full 12 block here, which is so funny when you think about this. Infecting shot here, pushing, natural, 5? No, I guess it would push the 6, so I don't think he got an aim counter on it. Maybe I missed a buff somewhere along the way.
If there was an aim counter, I mean, Azalea specialization token, the quiver, would have been able to put an aim counter on it,
That
right?
is true, yeah.
It feels like Brody, unfortunately, either forgot that it's a token or chose not to run it. Either way, that doesn't change the reality of what's happening right now.
He went rage against the machine versus quivers. Yes, indeed. All right, so the full block here should cover this up completely, both players conferring and deciding. And Brody, a very thoughtful player. I've seen him play a lot, and he's local to me as well. And he's going to consider to snap this, which is quite interesting. Choosing to snap here so that he can, I would imagine, use this final card to push some extra damage.
All right, so that resolves. We're getting through. We get the action point back, or did he just completely guff it here?
Well, he's gonna load here. He's gonna drop in remorseless. Use the tunic to send remorseless. That's interesting because this will trigger premeditate to give him a ponder token and allow him to draw. And he did take every single card out of his hand, out of Michael's hand. So this is just 6 damage. You can't do anything about unless you throw, I don't know, your Cornet Peak in front of it. It's going to give him the ponder. The ponder will trigger and give him the card draw, and then that will allow him to arsenal as well.
There we have it. All right, so the work has been done. Brody Spurlock getting Michael Hamilton down to the teens. 17 health for Michael Hamilton. We've seen Michael Hamilton stare down larger deficits than this and cross the finish line first, so I don't think there's any worry on Michael Hamilton's side, nor is there any overconfidence on Brody Spurlock's side. He did bust up the rest of that equipment, the utility stuff, the bracers, as well as the Snapdragons, but you know what else is gone? That extra piece of Arcane Barrier. That is now gone. The Bullseye Bracers offered that extra 1 of protection, so I think it's just the Skullbone Cross Wraps, I believe, has an Arcane Barrier of 1 as well. So he's relying on that one last little hat to weather the wizard storm, as it were.
It's also interesting the choice there to pop the boots and then keep going, and then not have that kind of backfire with an ice card come down and create a frostbite means that, first of all, either the card in arsenal costs something, and after they full block they couldn't pay for it, or second of all that it's not an ice card. So either way, there was no counterplay there, and that card did not move. So we can assume the same thing. We can assume either no ice card, or we can assume that it costs something and that taxing here. And he's passing through, and he's not using it here. In which case, that again, that tells us that he's either saving disruption for later down the chain, or just basically trying to hold on to that arsenal card because it's maybe a red large attack, and that's something that you often see Icelander players do is arsenal like a red large attack, make some big block, and then just drop that attack for advantage.
Going to activate the Azalea right now, or you're going to recycle the card from your arsenal. Peel the top card. Michael Hamilton, again, you can tell. I can respond to this.
Brain freeze fused. It means he's going to take a peek at the hand. And he's going to find a Ravenous Rabble, and he's also going to find another Lace with Blood Rot, I believe. And he's going to have his choice of what to toss.
Options, baby. Options. Michael Hamilton over here is giving... playing that Brain Freeze with the Azalea trigger still stacked beneath it. Brain Freeze fun here. You're going to go ahead and put that card on top. So that's the nasty aspect here, is you're basically saying, all right, while you Azalea, we're going to put something on top, and then we'll let you resolve that Azalea, and it's going to suck so bad for you.
So both of these being red cards means that even if he keeps one, if he finds a 1-cost arrow off the top on this Azalea, he's going to be able to fire that. which is good because you know, if this were an instance where he was just straight up out of resources, then this play would blow up the turn. And this is not a turn necessarily where you want to blow up the, or where you want to have this blown up, because you have double stacked buffs here, which you're essentially, you're crossing your fingers that you find an arrow off the top that costs 1, of course, or 0. Load that in with Dominate, and then you're pushing like 12 damage or 11 damage here with several on hits that really are disruptive against Icelander.
So he's saying, all right, hello and goodbye to that Ravenous Rabble as it goes to the top of the deck, and now we can go ahead and resolve the Azalea.
And now it will blow up the turn. He's going to give him the Ravenous Rabble, and that's going to go into the arsenal, and that will be able to kind of attack for 4. Now, if he plays the Ravenous Rabble, it's going to be kind of fun because he's going to show him basically what you could have had with all of these buffs.
Exactly. It's like, hey, this is what you were dodging.
You could have had this.
Yeah, Bolt and Shot was what I found. Unfortunately, it was not working out.
Yep, and that's the
peels it as a
blowout.
blue one, too. It's
Oh.
just insult to injury. This turn went from a mountain into a molehill. It's Michael Hamilton, again, just examining these fresh cards, saying, okay, this doesn't affect this. This doesn't touch this. Okay, cool story. I will absolutely eat 2. No problem.
Yeah.
What?
An unfortunate turn of events, and it was well played. And at the end of the turn, he's like, "Yeah, also I'm going to pitch that Insidious Chill I used to fuse from earlier. Since I played Brain Freeze, I'm going to send 3 damage your way."
It's so good because literally right now what's happening is everybody is going to just dig through and say, okay, I guess we're not throwing out these brain freezes.
So nasty.
So good.
That's the hallmark of a fantastic player. I mean, the best in the world is knowing when to maximize, or having the ability and the wherewithal to maximize a brain freeze like that. Like, you look at brain freeze and you're like, cool, it's going to rip a card and put it back. But in exactly this matchup, it ended a turn on the spot, basically.
That's precisely what it did. And the beauty of this play is Michael Hamilton knows the proper timing for things, for example, and when to, you know, properly slide in these unassuming plays that have such devastating domino effects of what they do. This kind of reminds me of at the time in Worlds where he brain freezed his opponent, saw what was in there, found out at the end of the turn that the card that was being arsenals was a D-react, and then proceeded to just never attack him physically again and say, that card is going to stay there, fellow Icelander player. I'm only sending Arcane at you, and you'll never be able to use that card in your arsenal again. That is the kind of heads-up play, the kind of foresight that a player like Michael Hamilton uses to attain the world #1 position. He is the world's best for a reason, but Brody Spurlock, I think, is not far behind. I wouldn't be surprised if 5 years down the line from now, Brody Spurlock is in the same kind of conversation of best in the world.
I would agree with that. He's a very thoughtful player, and I most certainly appreciate how he takes his time with his plays, how he really thinks about all the lines, and that is the hallmark of someone who's improving constantly. Gonna use the Skullbone Cross Wrap, gonna reveal, gonna opt, see what's on the top here. And let's see how he ends up playing this out as that resolves. Looks at the top. Looks like it's going to be what looked like a Bolton shot for a second there.
Well, there was the blue Bolton that was on the top from the Ravenous Rabble turn.
But
that got
I
picked
think he
up.
drew
yeah,
that,
he
yeah.
drew that up. That's not there anymore. Wondering what else is sort of lurking about. Brody Spurlock is really kind of he's really agonizing over this one. You could see him kind of evaluating the card that he opted off the top compared to his hand to see if there's, you know, even if it's just a so-so turn, do you really want to ruin this opt and maybe YOLO it? And sometimes you just gotta make do with what you have.
Well, don't forget, he has a Codex in hand, which can actually go find him an arrow and put it into the arsenal as well. So if he has a way to maximize his hand using Codex, then maybe it's better than just finding a dominated arrow off the top, whatever that card may be, if that is indeed a Bolton shot. So he's kind of weighing his options here, deciding whether or not that card dominated plus the buffs that he has is better into what disruption Michael might have compared to just, well, you already have an arsenal, so I can play this out. I can get my own arsenal, maybe discard a card, but I can find something with more value from my discard.
Turn still to Brody Spurlock. Michael Hamilton just sorting through his cards over and over again. You know, everybody has their particular in-game, you know, habits or ticks, as they were. Do you have any that you do?
As far as like when I'm like shuffling cards or anything
Yeah,
like that.
when your opponent's going through their turns, is there something that you do, any habits that you can't break, let's say?
I don't think so. None that I know of, but I guess I would have to sit down and think through that, or maybe observe myself a little bit more. I don't shuffle my hand a ton incessantly or anything like that. That's not something I ever kind of built up a habit to do.
You know what I do?
What?
I find myself doing this. It's like you have the deck here. You get your 4 cards. I lay them out like this. Put the deck back. I pick them up like this, right? And then I do a little 2-time sweep of the board.
Okay.
It's
okay.
weird. I don't know why. And then for some reason, I hold my hand. Oftentimes like this.
Oh yeah, you hold your hand vertically.
I hold it vertically so I can see the titles of all the cards. Like
Sound
this.
off in chat how you hold your cards. I hold my cards because I'm left-handed. I fan them to the right, which can sometimes be okay, and sometimes it's like it gets in the way of what you're looking for because it covers the
Yeah,
costs.
but it's the pick up, the double sweep of the playmat, put them up, and then vertical hold like this. And this isn't meant like I don't do this to sort of like, just. Pull a fast one on my opponent to say like how many cards am I holding, because you can't really tell sometimes. It's just a matter of being able to see all the the titles of the hand, and it's just leaves one hand free. It's just the easiest way to do it.
So you hold your cards vertically. I hold my cards in a fan, basically looking like what Brody does.
No,
in fact,
the fan doesn't. I don't like the fan. It feels like I have no control over this. Look, it's slipping all over the place.
oh, well,
What a mess.
the chat can't see you right now, so
That's probably for their benefit.
well, maybe so.
All right. So, as it stands right now, Brody Spurlock on Azalea is at 17. Michael Hamilton, the world champion, at 15 on Icelander again. The taking the steed that brought him all the way to the promised land, still on that Icelander, possibly just because there's not enough time to build new decks, not enough time to explore no heroes. It's completely possible. Plus, why, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Trent Mania 1998. I hold my cards facing my opponent. That's bold strategy.
Yeah, that is the ultimate troll. That is like, I don't even care. I'm not even going to play them. I plan on conceding the second you play a card, sir. No problem.
He's going to give him a frostbite here. And this card coming from Arsenal will draw you a card here. It basically just acts as a card replacement, like a card filter. Generates you resources because you're netting 2 resources by drawing a card, which is kind of interesting. It turns on Waning Moon, so you can swing with the remaining resources if you pitch a blue. Gives your opponent a frostbite, making things more expensive. And he's going to play out Deadeye as well. Doesn't have a way to give aim counters, so you can't get the second ability. But this is a 1-cost +3.
This game is kind of slowing down a little bit as we get closer to the end game here. If you're just tuning in, you missed a very brilliant play where Michael Hamilton ran the brain freeze on the stack over the top of the Azalea move, putting a card on the top that, frankly, just nullified every chapter before it. Every little non-attack.
Michael is actually feathering the Storm Striders here, considering maybe popping Storm Striders to do more stuff on this turn. Again, a second blowout turn here would probably spell disaster if you can't actually go through and fire this arrow. You've got 2 buffs essentially on the stack here, waiting for an arrow to come across, but playing at instant speed, Icelander is probably going to say no, because here is a second frostbite. It's also representing arcane damage. Yeah, this is basically going to shut down that turn because you've got 0 cards that you can pitch after that card that you have in your hand. That's basically just going to end the turn right there. So using Storm Striders in a disruptive fashion.
Yeah, and I mean, typically the way that Storm Striders typically get busted, it's usually when you find lethal, right? When you have it in hand to just close out the game, you wait for your opponent to basically dump their hand looking to kill you, and in response, you put on your dancing shoes and just end the game. And in this case, not the way to go.
Wait, does he have the resource? He had the resource to play this. Actually, hold on. He can does he have a 0-cost arrow in the arsenal? If he has a 0-cost arrow in the arsenal, this Codex of Frailty actually might bail him out right here. Yeah, and he can't discard a card, so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, Michael Hamilton, you can see right now, he's like, okay, what are you going to put in there? Holy Moses, like, what is coming my way?
Oh, he might not have a 0-cost arrow. The 0-cost arrow would be just absolutely backbreaking here, would be super solid. But if the only thing you can settle for is, like, Ravenous Rabble.
I mean, but part of this also is the fact that you're taking a card out of your opponent's hand, and you're putting an action card, I guess, into their arsenal. Does it have? It doesn't have to be an attack action card, does it? Codex?
For the Codex, I think you do have to put an attack action.
Okay,
card.
so if it's an attack action card, that means that you're not putting an ice card that your opponent can use to react on top of you. So there is consideration there. Now, obviously, what are you putting in there? Something like a Wounded Bull, a Findos Fighting Spirit. It's still going to be pretty hefty, but the card that you're peeling out of their hand and jamming into their arsenal means that they can't goon you with an ice card. Now, I could be wrong. The codexes are new. I may have not understood, I may not get the wording or the complete rules there, but at the same time, a ponder token kind of saves you a little bit here, and giving your opponent a frailty means that card that they're putting in the arsenal to attack you with is going to be weaker.
Oh, this is interesting. He's deciding whether or not he wants to put a Scar for a Scar. So that means that if you swing with Ravenous Rabble here, that Scar for a Scar is actually going to have go again, because you can just take that damage. And so he may just arsenal the card and pass. I think he's going to. He's going to choose to discard a card because you have to. Is getting rid of a yellow Aether Ice Vein.
Yeah, and he's showing Brody. He said, "Okay, I took the Scar for a Scar." Brody's gonna actually follow through here with the Ravenous Rabble off the top. What do we got?
It's I think that's a red, so it's gonna come for 4, I believe.
Yep, Bolton shot off the top as well.
So he could even just kind of drop in. He can just drop in like a 1-card block, take 1 damage, and then immediately that Scar for a Scar is like value. He's got a 2-card hand, though, so it may not actually end up mattering. It may just be that we play the Scar for a Scar, with go again and pass anyway, or maybe we pitch to Coronet Peak. That way we present 4 damage, but we also, pull a card from the hand and try to really limit Azalea's output. The other thing you want to think about, too, is as this game gets closer and closer, lower life totals, Azalea does have the ability to dominate an arrow at any point, and if you don't have disruption on that turn where they're looking to, stack buffs and then dominate an arrow for lethal, you may just be dead, and you don't have the boots anymore. And if you don't have the boots, then you have to find lethal in a bit more conservative of a method.
So the card that he's putting up off the top there from the Ponder token is, I believe, that Bolton shot. But you're going to have to find a way to buff it up. Now, there's plenty of ways to do that, obviously.
Yeah.
Azalea has all kinds of non-attack actions to go over the top here.
Yeah, he's got to read the glide path in hand already, so that at the very least, and another Bolton shot, is that his 3rd Codex as well? Yeah, he's got some options here. It does appear that he's got a decent, solid little hand.
Oh, but say hello to Winter's Bite. I believe that's a red Winter's Bite as well. So you're going to have to pay out the wazoo, as it were, or discard a card.
Or discard a card, and it may just be a discarded card.
That's perfectly fine. I think that's okay. I mean, you can't afford to give up a blue, I don't think.
Yep, that's the point of damage that he took prior to this. And so Winter's Bite plus 4 damage, most likely here from the Scar for a Scar that he's going to clear so that he can arsenal that. He's going to arsenal that final card in hand, which I believe was an Emeritus Scolding Blue. Fantastic card to have in Arsenal, by the way, in the end game.
I found a lot of utilization. I've been playing a lot of Lexi lately, and a card that I've really liked is Arctic Incarceration Red. A really, really awesome card. Sometimes it just buys you a little extra breathing room when you have to block a lot and you don't want your opponent to get all the tempo and continue their onslaught here. But Winter's Bite Red is kind of doing a lot of the same kind of stuff here. You're getting rid of one of the a card out of their hand at the very least. And here we have it as it stands. I mean, Brody Spurlock's still trying to figure out how he wants to respond to this Winter's Bite Red. Now, this card is asking to either pay 3 or to discard. And Brody Spurlock is opting to just toss away that Bolton shot that he has in hand. Perfect, no problem. And I think that's the end of the situation here for Michael Hamilton. There's a red Scar for a Scar in Michael Hamilton's arsenal. He does have it online as he's down to 14, but opting not to send it probably because there was a frailty token.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here he's going to flip up the Bolton shot from the prior turn with Skullbone Cross Wrap. He's going to peer at the top, looking to opt it. If it's an arrow and he chooses to swap those out with Azalea, it does get Dominate. We did see that exact play get absolutely blown out prior when he played 2 of the non-attacks first. So he's choosing first to do the Swapperoo. Almost like a Uzuri Switchblade. Look at that. It's like a little swap there.
Yeah, kind of.
Bring in the arrow. It does have Dominate.
The issue with that is that The Uzuri switcheroo is you know what you're getting, and oftentimes with Azalea, if you could just kind of roll the bones and say, all right, well, let's figure this out the old-fashioned way, which is, just guessing at this point. But that's a bolt and shot off the back of, what is that, a lace with, is that lace with inertia?
I believe that's lace with inertia, so that is going to do some serious work, actually, into your opponent who loves to arsenal cards. He's going to take all that damage. He's going to choose, if he wants to reload a card, but instead he's not going to, because he's instead going to come in with the opt here on the Read the Glide Path. Now, this is interesting because if you're doing this first and you're looking to play that Codex afterwards, you do get punished perhaps by some amount of disruption. You do have the resource floating off the tunic, though, that has been there for a couple of turns, so you can play around it a little bit.
Worth noting as well, again, the fact that Michael Hamilton blew up those Storm Striders about two turns ago, I think, or so. And that typically, if those are gone and you're still alive and healthy, that is a lot of looming doom that you don't have to play around anymore. It has often been quite a dark cloud over the top of your head when you're staring down your opponent on Icelander, thinking everything's good, and suddenly the boots go kaboomo, and you're just blown to pieces. Right now, it looks like a Read the Glide Path into, was that a Codex?
Into a Codex. He went and he grabbed Infecting Shot. This Infecting Shot is going to come across with the Read the Glide Path buff. And what he did is he caught him on basically almost an all-red hand on a turn where Emeritus Scolding is an arsenal, which can deal a good chunk of damage. But on an almost all-red hand, he has one blue. It's Ice Eternal. And he does have a sink below, so there is a defense reaction there. But on this hand, he's forcing him to give him cards and not really progress his game plan of getting his life low enough. And without the Storm Striders, you're having to find lethal in a much slower paced way. So this is actually threatening a lot. And you've already created Frailty, you've already created Inertia, and you're going to get rid of their arsenal. You're going to get rid of their hand if they don't spin it all out there.
The inertia against an Icelander is incredibly potent. As soon as an Icelander loses their arsenal, especially this close to the end, it becomes so much more restrictive, as Michael Hamilton doesn't even have the boots to potentially bail him out of a turn by playing some sort of disruptive actions. But unfortunately right now, for Michael Hamilton, he's given up a lot of cards, and he's got the entire package here. Every single one of those tokens now lining up so beautifully. That's Blood Rod on top of Frailty, on top of Inertia.
And look at this Ponder token, even draws him a card. I think it was a Bolt and Shot, if that little glance that we got speaks true. This is a solid little start here. There's the Scar with Go Again. Scar with Go Again is going to swing for 3 because of the Frailty, because it came from Arsenal.
Hey, every little bit counts, all right? So the little engine that could is trying its best. Is the Scar for a Scar, which was put there seems like ages ago by the Codex of Frailty long ago, is going to be finally played. And
yeah, it was so long ago that I actually thought that it was Emeritus Scolding. It was that long ago. And yet it's that Scar that he grabbed, I guess, a while ago, or maybe he just drew into another Scar. And this is only coming for 3, which is quite interesting, thanks to the Frailty token nerfing it from Arsenal.
But you can't take those life points for granted. Again, we're coming to the the end stages of the game. A lot of the equipment has been blown apart here. Michael Hamilton still has the Coronet Peak, but at this rate, it's frankly just 2 block. It's 2 extra points of life. Brody Spurlock is hoping that maybe he can squeeze another resource out of that tunic, but at the first point that it makes sense to, he's probably going to donate it to the cost to block some damage. As Brody Spurlock, again, looking through his graveyard. What do I have left? We're thinning out these decks pretty rapidly. He's going to also check his opponent. As you can see, it's I'll show you mine if you show me yours. They're both looking through all the stuff here. What's left? This is that fun part of the game where you're counting those critical cards. Okay, how many Red Aether Ice Fiends have I seen? Okay, how many Wounded Bulls have come my way?
Yeah, but here's the thing. Remember, there's an Inertia token, so no matter what, Hamilton doesn't get an arsenal on this turn. So if he can survive this turn, like present some damage to Brody and like chip maybe Brody down into single digits, he can't necessarily close the game out because he can't play from Arsenal and he doesn't have boots anymore. So he's actually got to go 2 turns now with surviving on 3 finding an arsenal target, maybe throwing an advantageous attack, something like a Wounded Bull, or maybe even Fjendel's Fighting Spirit, which would be perhaps better. But it's not going to come off the back of arsenaling here.
Following it up with another one. So Brody took the first one. Here's another one. Now this one's from hand. This is not going to get afflicted by frailty. It is 4 go again. Brody Spurlock, coveting the hand. And I don't think that that's a bad thing because, you only need like 1 pump spell and a dominate to end the game here, keeping in mind that there's 3 points of block.
And then he's like, yeah, I'm going to gain 1 and threaten 7 damage. Would you like 7 damage and go to 1? And you know what? Brody might be like, yeah, that's cool. I'll go to 1. You can't kill me on my turn. And I have a 4-card hand. I have Knock the Death Whistle. I have an Arsenal. I can dominate an arrow. You can give me 1, 2, 3 card or 3 block on equipment. You can give me 1 card from your hand that you're about to draw into and not sculpt. So I have to present what? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage on 1 hit.
Yeah.
Can I present 11 damage? And he's going to choose to maybe block a little bit here.
Yeah, the drill shot is not going to get much work done. I think we're way past that juncture where that actually matters. But yeah, because think about it, the best case scenario here for Michael Hamilton is he picks up a Sink Below in hand. You've got 3 points of block, so that is effectively, 11 life total? So Brody needs to go ahead and push forward 11. Can he do it?
Yeah, and actually he doesn't even need to do that. I forgot that he pitched the blue not to stop the Blood Rot, but he pitched the blue to play the final attack. So Brody actually here is, I think, in the driver's seat. He just has to find an arrow off the top, and it doesn't even really matter, I believe, because he can do it with Knock the Death Whistle. He may just have this game straight up closed out.
Right, the Blood Rot token bringing Michael Hamilton back down to 2. He just needs 9 dominate to get through here on the best case scenario. I don't think there's a Sink Below in hand.
I think he knows it. I think he's, based on off the top of the deck, I think that's just going to close it out. He has the lethal there on the world champ, perhaps.
Oh, the hands clasped together saying, your move, Michael Hamilton.
That's
there
the
it
game.
goes.
He picks up the win on Azalea, taking down Icelander. A pretty good Icelander player in his own right is Michael Hamilton. Brody Spurlock says, hey, you like arrows? Do you like arrows? I'm going to show you a few arrows. How about that? And that was down to the wire. 2 fantastic players. And there was a lot of decision points in that game. And there were some big swing plays. I mean, looking at that brain freeze play, you could almost look at that play and go, well, I might as well just scoop and move on. Like, I literally got blown out on that turn. So much value gained. But Brody is patient, and he's thoughtful, and he thought through the problem time after that point. He made some changes to when he Azalea'd and when he played buffs, and he closed that game out.
Looked great. Some of the cards that, frankly, were MVPs in that matchup were not even... were tokens. Cards like Blood Rot that got you closer to the edge there.
Yep. Cards
like Inertia that just gooned that Arsenal that Icelander covets so much. Things like this are, frankly, what really pushed it forward for Brody Spurlock, and it wasn't the cleanest game by far. Ultimately, though, Brody Spurlock, Kid Wonderbread, pushes it forward against the world #1, the world champion Michael Hamilton on his bread and butter hero Icelander. What a match.
Man, and I'll tell you, I think you hit the nail on the head. Those tokens outperformed on that final turn, and that was the reason that game ended, because of that Inertia token, because of the Blood Rot Pox that dealt the extra damage to push over the top there. What a game. That's one that I think we need to go back and watch as a community and really just think about, because those are 2 fantastic players on heroes that I think are going to get a lot of love continuing from this point. I mean, how can you not like Icelander in general, especially when it's being played by the world champion? And then how do you not like Azalea after all these buffs being played there by Brody, a fantastic player and one that is really looking to make his mark in the community after, a lot of top finishes, like top 8 finishes, top 16 finishes, top 32 finishes, taking down the big man himself.
Definitely. All right, I want to clarify some things because we weren't on camera when this happened. Tics and habits while you're playing, those sort of subconscious things you do. Now, I was mentioning that when I'm drawing up my cards, right? So you got your deck is here, so you draw your 4 cards. So I got my 4 cards, they're on the table. What I was saying that I do is as I pick up the cards, I sweep the board twice and then put them in my hand, and then I hold my hand like this. So all 4 cards are lined up like this, and I hold them like this. So to my opponent might think that I only have one, and that's not on purpose. It's just so that I have one free hand to do whatever, and this hand I see all the titles of all the cards. And now other people fan them out like this or do whatever. I just find it much cleaner to do this. That's how I hold them.
I think when I hold, I think I fan this way. Now that I'm thinking, maybe I don't.
But like,
I
look,
don't know.
Like, you have no control over that.
What do
You
you
can just
mean?
do this, and they're all over the place, and they fall
I
everywhere.
don't do that.
But you could.
I could do that. I could do that. I could literally do this, and they could fall. Or I could just have any amount of coordination whatsoever.
Oh, stop it.
I could have any amount of coordination, enough coordination to do this.
Again, you did it again. Oh, we're terrible at this.
Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Sorry.
And
That one went a little wide.
Mara just lost an eye. Okay.
There it is.
We have some stuff to get to.
No. I don't think we do. I think we're actually going to talk to Brody if he's willing to. We're gonna ask. Would you like to talk to Brody?
Would I like to talk to Brody?
No, chat.
Oh.
Would chat like to talk to Brody?
Well, they're not responding.
well,
so.
they need to hurry up. I'm gonna wait.
They need to hurry up. So this Flick Knives. Who was it that guessed Flick Knives first?
Oh, I took a screenshot. Don't worry. I took a screenshot. Hey,
A screenshot?
Yeah, a screenshot.
Okay.
I took one. That was a fantastic game and one that was well played by both players. And I think I would love to hear from Brody on how he felt about that game because Michael Hamilton, pretty good.
Who
Pretty
guessed the concealed blade as the foil majestic?
I got a screenshot of both of those. There's no time for an interview.
There's no time
hey,
for games.
If you
There's
wanted
no time.
If you wanted to talk to Brody, the answer's no. Okay?
Yeah.
Be nice. Be
Yeah.
nice, and maybe next time.
We wanted to. We tried.
We had to take that away.
There are higher powers than us who said, no, you idiots.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Probably mostly at me.
I mean, I wasn't going to say it, but
Well, you don't have to. You just write it
who
down.
should I throw this card at? Who should I throw it at?
Steven Seagal. Because he's pure garbage.
So I got in yesterday, everyone. I got in here yesterday, and Flake and I started talking, and not 5 seconds after we started talking about how he's doing, how how life has been treating him since last time we hung out, he brought up how hateful he is towards Steven Seagal.
He's a piece of garbage.
No. Okay. All right. This is the point of the chat. This is the point of the day where we are, chat. We're at Steven Seagal hate time. Would you like to launch into a family-friendly diatribe onto how you don't like Steven Seagal again?
Not if it's family friendly.
Oh,
no.
okay, never
Then
mind.
I'm going to be holding him back
Scratch
too
that.
much. No.
Scratch that.
True fact. Did you guys know that Steven Seagal has a reggae-style blues album? Look it up. Look it up. It is pure organic free-range garbage.
We listened to a bit of that.
Yes, we did.
That was part of your rant actually yesterday. That was part of your
what a
rant.
horrible human being he is.
Oh man. Okay. So we've got the giveaway winners. I took a screenshot. We will be jamming down on getting
Right.
those out. Now we got to give some more stuff away. I feel like that'd be fun.
Yeah.
What else can we give away?
There's so I guess the person who gets the foil majestic gets the box. Is that how it goes?
Well, what did we say? No, we said.
Oh, it was
yes.
the cold-
Yeah,
was it
yeah.
the
It was
cold
the cold foil because we didn't have a cold foil.
Right.
So
the person who gets for the foil majestic is that, and then the person who gets flick knives will get the flick knives. Oh, look, I don't know.
I took the screenshot. We're just gonna give it to the people that I took the screenshot on.
No. But I mean, like what? Who gets what?
Yeah, they know. Look,
Oh, okay.
Ravenous Babble, actually, I screenshotted his earlier. Ravenous Babble said the first Flick Knives guess after the question was posed was myself. The first guess was, the first to guess both was Brandon Bolstead. Brandon Bolstead. So I took screenshots of both of those. We'll figure it out. And we'll send you some stuff. Maybe we'll talk about how to best facilitate that. Here's what I would recommend. This is actually the easiest way to do it. Head up to my Discord, link in the description. Go to the Discord, hop into it so I can contact you through the Discord. It'd probably be the easiest way. And then we can just figure out shipping and things
and then
like that.
Steven will fly to your house, live with you for a week, find out if you're good people, and then we will have a council meeting to decide whether you actually get the prize. If that's correct, between 6 to 8 business months, you will get your card. Not guaranteed. Is that fair?
Yes, I think that's exactly the plan that I was thinking.
He will live with you living as one of you.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
You're making it sound like
He
I'm
will-
going to I'm a wolf and I'm going to put on a sheep's outfit and I'm just going to day
He will
5. They don't
infiltrate
suspect a thing.
Your routines.
That's what we're going for right there.
No, I don't think so.
Someone screenshot me striking that pose, and we can use that for a meme at some point because it's kind of ridiculous. Hi-ya-ya-ya. Got pretty close.
That sounded like the Steven Seagal song.
You're not wrong. I want to open another box of Outsiders.
Go get another box of Outsiders.
At home, tell me, how many boxes of Outsiders have you
18
opened
boxes
already
of
today?
Outsiders.
How many?
I will not touch the box before you open it because I do not want to curse it.
I want to know. I want to know how many people have been jamming boxes, like taking them out and just. You know what we should do after this?
What?
Because that was round 5. We have
Let's-
2 more rounds
14 military-style push-ups.
left. No.
Not even close.
Not at all. No. We're going to go draft. I think we should draft.
I would like to draft today.
I think we should draft. I think we should do that.
Oh, what happened yesterday? Yesterday, the way it went was this clown shows up finally.
Yep, yep.
And I had 7 people waiting. 7 people waiting, and I'm like, Steven,
No, you didn't.
I absolutely.
No, you
1,000
didn't. You
I
did
did
not. Because when
did.
I walked up, there were no people waiting.
Well, that's the whole point. Was that
Matthew?
I got a message from Logan Peterson saying, "Hey, can you come to the bar for a second?" I go there and I hear he's talking with Carolina. So there's Logan. Logan's like, da, 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 da. Carolina's like, bip, 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 bip. And then I was just like, okay, hold on, I gotta go get Steven. I go get Steven, and everybody's gone, and we didn't draft.
Yeah, everyone's gone, and we didn't draft.
But we
and
had pizza.
I told the Uber driver, hey, if you get me there in time for this draft, I'm like tipping you extra. And he was like, sweet. No, he didn't actually speed. But he did get me there in a timely manner, and then everyone was gone.
Nick Bova opened, I guess, 4 cases and doesn't have all the Majestics. It's been quite. I think that they've actually sort of dialed down the Majestic drop rate.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
It's 5 to 6, I think now. Jim Van Fleet just opened a Rainbow Foil Fable 15 minutes ago.
Whoa, boyo!
That's cool.
Attaboy.
That's pretty
Who
cool.
else are we hanging out with? I see Kale
15
McCreef.
I know that guy.
Yeah. Nick Bolas
Oldham.
is in the channel.
Yeah. I'm picking my first one up today.
Attaboy, Nicky
Oh wait, they're
Bowles.
saying something. Oh, sweet, an interview.
Oh,
no,
I hope it's
all
not
my.
with Steven Seagal.
Well,
Actually,
you'll have to explain yourself. All my junk is all over the
Oh,
place.
it's
All right,
Kid
here you go.
Wonder
Here he
Bread.
comes. Wait, we can squeeze in. We can go all 3 of us.
yeah. Well, I mean, I think
Let's
he
do
weighs
it.
like a $105, so he could definitely wedge in here. You don't deserve a chair. Get outta
Here we go. A chip, a chair, and a prayer, as
Oh,
they say.
my
but we
God.
took the chair away. Here, hold this microphone. Unless you want me to do the like the Bob Barker and just hold it in front of you.
Oh, it's kind of fun. Don't do that.
Okay, dear.
All right, fine.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
What? No. What do you do? Why are you asking us questions? Do you know how interviews work? What is
He
going
started the interview. He's interviewing.
You know
us.
what?
The people want to know how the casters are feeling. How's your day going?
Oh
You know
my
what?
God,
No one
get outta
asked.
here.
You know,
Stop.
you know-
No.
no. I want to tell him how my
Okay,
day is.
fine.
It's going okay.
This is already going swimming.
Chad is abusing me like crazy. There's been some unkind things said, frankly.
Oh, no.
No, it's been all good.
Okay, so talk us through how you felt going into that game in round 5, and then like how that game overall impressions kind of came out for you.
So going in, I felt like mostly just in the dark. I've played that matchup a little bit, but overall this weekend, I am kind of going into, like I kind of came into the weekend blind. I've played some Azalea throughout the week, but I was actually planning to play Icelander up until yesterday morning. When I messaged you and I was like, how do I find all these cards in 24 hours? But yeah, so I felt okay about it. I felt like it was maybe 50-50. I think maybe a little better than 50-50, but... Oh, cool. Thank you.
No. Now
we'll
he has a
we'll
chair.
kneel.
Oh no!
Yeah, no,
All right,
sitting is for winners.
sitting is for there you go.
So yeah, ultimately, like, no clue. I felt okay. I felt very unsure. And then in the game, I made one huge mistake. I realized it like a half turn after I did it. When he cornet peeks me and I pitched my drill shot, I definitely should have just discarded it. I think, like, in those situations, you should just discard the first copy of every attack, since I'm playing Codex of Frailty.
Codex, yeah, that's a great point.
And then I thought about it. I was like, hopefully I never need to Codex a 0 cost. And then, of course, later in the game, we had
needed
this
to
turn.
Codex a 0 cost.
I
then.
really did, yeah. Desperately. So I punted. I believe, I don't actually remember on the turn when I...
The Ravenous Rabble turn?
Yeah, when he strategized me. I don't remember if I played a Lace with Blood Rod or not, but I think I essentially punted 9 damage away by
Yeah,
not discarding
there's
that
a lot
drill
of-
shot. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah, no, you definitely you kicked that one between the uprights real hard.
I mean, either way, though, you're looking at a turn like that where that huge blowout play happens, but how do you have the wherewithal? What do you do mentally to not just totally zone out? And then we're going to take a couple questions from chat because I know there's a couple people that have a very important question.
Stuff like this is one of the biggest things I've tried to work on in Flesh and Blood. In the past year, like, keeping my mental state in check and like just staying totally calm and focused on the game is like one of the most important things to me. The main thing I do is basically, especially if I'm starting to feel stressed or like upset or anything, is try to view the game from as if I'm like a third party and be like, what should this guy do in this situation? And I have like like it doesn't affect me whether I win or lose. I'm just like objectively, what should this guy who's playing this game do? Oh, he just got unlucky. I don't care. Like just try to remove myself from it and not feel any. I feel like any like negative feelings. If you like feel like you got unlucky or you just like focus on something that's not the current turn, it's just like taking away brain power.
Yeah, it can help you spiral in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
When you focus on the negative, and then you think about the next negative thing, and then you think about the next negative thing, and you've stopped thinking about what the optimal play is, and instead you're thinking about how you feel slighted in the moment. Yeah.
Feels like you have to play the game almost like a third-person view RPG.
Right.
And like, and it's definitely an important approach because once you remove yourself out of it, you're kind of eliminating the emotional element. And I would imagine that when you're going up against somebody like Michael Hamilton, that does factor in. It's like an intangible kind of extra advantage when you know that you're playing against somebody that is probably not going to make a single mistake. Does your opponent and who that person is, does that actually seep into your psyche at all? Is that part of that barrier that you have to put up? Is not just what you're playing against, but who you're playing against?
I actually think it's very important to not let that affect you. In general, in card games, I think if you feel like your opponent is better than you, and you feel like they're like one of the best players, you're more likely to make plays assuming that they have the nuts. Just because they're a good player, you psychologically think that they have the answer to whatever you're going to do. And so you like start making these like worse plays, or you start like subconsciously playing not to lose instead of playing to win. I think that like it's important to either just like pretend your opponent like just they're faceless. I try to assume that my opponent will always make the correct play. I feel like a lot of times, like as opposed to like making a play that like only works if they punt, I assume that they're going to play correctly. But other than that, I like don't think that they're. You know what I mean? I just like blank person who is going to make optimal plays but has nothing special about them.
Okay, take this microphone and we have to ask you a very serious question that everyone was asking throughout that game.
Oh yeah?
Why no quiver?
Oh yes. Okay, so I am definitely not sure on this. But
Well, the end scene. Okay, no.
the reason is when you Azalea versus Icelander, once the card is put face up, the quiver always triggers whether you want to pay for it or not. So Icelander gets a window to respond after they know what the card is. And so it was something I was unsure of going into the weekend. I didn't know whether I wanted to present it or not. But the idea is just you force them to respond before
They actually know the information. Yeah, 100%.
Right.
That
like-
was actually mentioned by exactly one person in chat. Shout out to you, whoever you were. Congratulations, you were on the right track. And I think that is a very important distinction or decision point to make is how many triggers and how many windows do you want to actually open for Icelander? It's like when you play as Bravo versus Icelander, you're opening one window.
Precisely. I was about to say, it's the same reason why sometimes you just don't make a seismic surge against them because you do not want to give them that opportunity to respond prior to you attacking or something along those lines. Do you have the quiver in the list?
Yes, I'm playing.
Okay, so there you have it, friends. The mystery is definitely solved. The other most pressing question was, what was between the bread of your sandwiches today?
So I actually didn't bring ham sandwiches today.
What did you bring? Like a freaking, I just picture a rotisserie chicken or something.
It's the one other thing I eat. I just ordered like a big sack of Chick-fil-A. I've got it in my water bottles. So it's like on Saturdays, sometimes I'll do Chick-fil-A, and then some Saturdays and all Sundays I do ham sandwiches. So tomorrow we'll be back with the sandwiches.
Dude, you got like the whole routine down. On
like that.
Saturdays we eat Chick-fil-A and beat world champions, baby. That's quite the
That's the play
repertoire.
right there.
Yeah, it is
Yeah,
definitely
no, I
good
think
for you, man.
knowing and having a system, you got to have a system, man. Okay, so what is your record now out of round 5?
I am currently 5-0.
Okay, so sitting at 5-0, so we can safely assume that we will see you perhaps in that top 8.
I hope so.
Sitting tomorrow. So you got 2 rounds left in you. Good luck to you. Congratulations on a solid win and a very fun game. And maybe we'll see you back here tomorrow sometime.
Alrighty, thank you guys.
Beauty, brother. All right, there you have it.
Chat, there's the answers that you seek. I hope you enjoyed
smart
them.
man, this Brody Spurlock.
And he's taking the chair back like a true Chad.
Yes.
What a-
also, my dry cleaning is due in 3 hours.
What a genuine human being.
Yes, he is in fact a human being.
I know, that's
You
why
are
I said
correct. No, a really good dude as well. I met Brody back at the Calling in Indianapolis like a year and a half ago. I actually met his mother because we were paired against each other in a side event, and she had mentioned, she's like, "Oh, my son's here." I said, "Oh, who's your son?" Brody Spurlock. I said, "That's very cool. I hope he does well." Well, there you have it.
Well,
So,
see, this is all because of you, because you said you hoped he did well.
listen.
You're welcome.
I'm not quite taking credit for his success. However, I will eventually start raking off of his winnings. That's what we're going to be doing.
Yeah, I mean, you're not quite, but you are quite.
Okay, don't tell me what to
Okay,
do.
yeah, you are
I
quite doing
believe
that.
we're going to be cutting to break, and then it's going to be you dealing with Pun Master Flex over there.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
Yeah.
I'm into that. Let's do it.
He's,
All right.
He's standing there like this doofus Adonis. Like
He looks like your dad when he
I know my
stands-
dad.
Yeah,
Yes,
you
I
know
do
your
know
dad.
my dad.
Yeah. You know when your dad stands there and just scolds you with his eye, like, come on, did you really just knock over that vase, or did you really just knock over my favorite baseball display? Like the old 90s sitcom thing that would happen. I loved this display.
oh, nice
I'm
shots,
really
Captain.
good at this now.
All right, we're going to cut to break, and then we will be back shortly with round number 6 at the Realm Brawl here, hosted by MinMax Games and the Realm Gaming in Chicago.
You hypnotize. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize You hypnotize
We're here. We were just
Casual
talking.
flick knives
We were
there.
just saying, hey, well, come on over. Come on over. I feel
Yeah.
like you're being forced off the
so
screen.
The problem, if you're watching at home, it's not that I smell bad. It's just that this is the bicep that I tore. So
Yeah.
without a marker on the table, I just kind of default to not
yeah,
bumping
that's
into
a good
people.
idea. That's
but,
a good idea.
But yeah,
Also,
I'll get in here.
these chairs have like an armrest here that kind of juts out a little bit more than you would expect. So if I wanted to turn,
Yeah, can't turn.
it's as far as you.
You can turn
That's
as
all you
well
can
as
do.
I can flex right now.
Yeah, well, you did too much of it. That's the problem.
I
Hey, look
did,
at that.
in
We're going to
fact.
jump right into round 6. Here we have Drip Drop Dando on Uzuri Switchblade against Jesse on Oldhim. This is going to be an interesting matchup. See how this plays out. A brand new hero to the game of Flesh and Blood, taking it to the oldest hero in the game.
Yeah, I'm actually very excited to see how this plays out because as somebody who's tested a lot of the new assassin, this is a very tough one. There's
Yes.
a lot of defense reactions that Oldhim is traditionally packing, but that's not even counting. You've got Crown, you've got the hero defense reaction, you've got the shield, and so there's no hero in the game like Oldhim who can kind of pre-overblock for when you're trying to do the gotcha. So I'm really curious to see how this is going to go. This is also a very aggressive list. This has a total of 5. That's right, 5 blue cards. That's it.
5 blue cards?
Yes, only 5 blue cards. Now, I will say...
That's crazy.
I don't necessarily disagree with this because the reality is most of the time you are just using your hero ability to pay for cards. So it's not like you need the pitch, but it is something that I've been kind of keeping my eye on because if we ever get into a meta where arcane damage becomes a prevalent again, you don't have ways to pay for the arcane barrier. So that's kind of the give and take here. But yeah, when you're talking about like actually paying for cards, yellows actually get the job done pretty well when you're piloting Assassin, and especially when you're just using it to pay for some of the attack reactions, etc. It's also worth noting as I look at this list that there are a lot of go wide options here as well. So I'm seeing things like Nimbleism, for example, Razor's Edge. Yes, Ravenous Rabble is there, and that makes a lot of sense because, again, that's a 5 go again when you activate it with her ability. So just all gas, no brakes, Uzuri.
Yeah, and that's an interesting way to take Uzuri because you can play Uzuri. Well, I guess the interesting thing too is that we don't quite know the optimal way to play her yet, which is the very exciting thing. But one way that you could build it is like this: you're really trying to push a lot of instances of damage that make it hard for your opponent, in this case, Oldhim, to block out efficiently, especially when they're pushing breakpoints or threatening reactions. You can also just play it more of a mid-range. I swing 2 daggers. I make it hard for you to block, and then I swap out this innocuous attack for something big. So there's multiple ways you could build this, and in this case, we're going to see a different flavor than perhaps we saw with our very first round 1 match of the day, where we watched Yonji Lee play Uzuri.
Yeah, I expect this to be very different. I'm going to be honest. I don't know how this is going to get through Oldhim, though. There's just there's a lot of offensive firepower here, but there's not a lot of ways to deal with the disruption. And so, to me, that's going to be the real tale of this match. How do you get the damage to leak through this Oldhim who can absolutely fatigue you when you're going all in on this? Now, it looks like both players are almost ready to start here. Just taking a moment to finish up the sideboarding.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get those player records currently onto the screen, asking the tournament organizers what records they are at so that we can display that. We can let you know as well. We are in round 6. This is round 6. We just spoke to Brody Spurlock, who picked up the win in round 5. He was sitting 5-0. We will find out where these players are sitting, but if you know Sam Dando, guy's a pretty good player, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's doing pretty well today. But we will find out. Time will tell where his record stands currently. And we will be playing 7 total rounds. So this is round 6 of 7, the penultimate round, as some would say.
That is one way to describe it. One of the interesting bits here is that we are taking our time before the start, which tells me there might be some difficult sideboarding decisions to make. And I'm a bit curious because I think if you're the assassin player, you just play it all. I have to assume going into Oldhim, you're just saying, like, they're going to try to fatigue me. I'm going to need all of the firepower I can get. And as I look at this list, I don't know what you would want to take out necessarily. I think this is literally just play the pile.
You may not consider running like defense reactions to the same degree that you have. I mean, we do have 3 Fate Foreseen. We do have some That All You Gots in there. You may not necessarily need That All You Got in this matchup, but then again, I mean, like you mentioned, you may just want as many cards as possible to avoid, some amount of fatigue, because you could always just pitch That All You Got to swing with one of your daggers.
Yeah, well, and it preserves your deck size, because it's not even just pitching those cards, but late game, I think one of the things you're trying to set up is abusing Plague Hive. Plague Hive to pitch to pay for a dagger is actually one of the great cycles that you have available in the late game, because if you get lucky, if you hit those Blood Rots, then you can start threatening a lot more damage, and it's not like arcane damage where you can leak, the extra pitch. It's 3 or nothing. Now, Oldhim probably has the blue, but it's still a very relevant thing in the late game cycles when you're trying to avoid fatiguing yourself.
Well, and you can also just assume that if you end up with like an inertia token, it does look like we are getting, we're going to jump to a quick break so that we can set that up for you. And I think that there's a quick break on the stream side as well for a couple of questions that they might be answering. But what I was going to say is there's a real possibility that if you land inertia over and over again, that you can find windows where they can't Crown of Seeds and can't effectively block out your entire turn. So perhaps you can just consider playing very conservatively, making things very hard to deal with if you're just swinging out your 2 daggers and then try to fatigue Oldham,
Yeah,
which is just a weird way to describe it.
I was going to say it's really interesting. We'll talk about it after the break, but I think that there's a case to be made that you play this deck 2 different ways, depending on whether it's a timed round versus an untimed top 8 round.
That's a very good point as well. All right, we're going to jump to a quick break. We're going to make a couple of quick changes so that you can get the best viewing experience, and the judges are answering a few questions. So let's go ahead and do that now.
You hypnotize. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize. You hypnotize. You hypnotize. You hypnotize. You hypnotize. You hypnotize.
Mic check, check the mic. Let's see if they can hear everything okay or if the volume's low. I'm curious. Let us know in chat if you can hear. What did I miss? I stepped away.
All right, so the judge call, the reason that we took that brief intermission was a question was posed. Am I allowed to know the daggers available in my opponent's sideboard?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. Do we know the ruling on
So
that?
the ruling was because at this stage it is not open deck list, it's just the Swiss rounds, then that is not known information. So that might impact how you either sideboard or how you approach, when they have one dagger,
Yeah.
et cetera, et cetera. But that is an interesting bit because obviously cards like Concealed Blade exist and you
Sure.
can have daggers thrown and then re-equipped. But that was the question. So
That's interesting.
right now, the answer is that you're playing as is. I kind of like the double stacked dagger approach over there as well for drop Dando, who is in fact
Yeah.
5-0.
Yeah, look at these two players, 5-0 as well, and there's the 7 block to cover up. I believe that's 7 blocks for 7. That comes for 8, so he should take 1 here on turn 0, choosing not to heave that. Instead, look at this. He arsenaled a Rouse the Ancients, so looking to maybe play a little bit of aggression himself and not so controlling, perhaps, or maybe it's just a tempo play here at the early outset of the game.
Yeah, I think that this is actually one of the perfect ways to arsenal this card because you're not stuck with it. You do have the crown, and you can always get rid of it if you need to, but also by putting Rouse in your arsenal, you're more likely to have cards in hand for the trigger. Now, I said earlier on the broadcast, I'm a big fan of Vambraces, and that I think that it's better than people were giving it credit for. And for those at home, DM here was just pointing at the Vambraces that are being played by Dando. So we're going to see if that can go through Crown, but it's also worth noting that can go through even the Defense React portion, the Earth of the Ultim hero ability. So a lot of potential uses here. If they're running Oasis Respite, that is another way that you can force through these relevant on-hit effects. I'm looking forward to seeing the Vambrace get some work.
All right, so got the hit there, and then we're going to send the E-Strike, and I think this is just going to be a casual 7. E-Strike for 7, bottoming that last card. So we're not arsenaling here, but we did just play the double blade swing plus 1 big attack. And on this, I mean, this is technically the first turn of the game, but this is one of the game plans we mentioned prior to that little short judge call break. And if this possibly continues to be the game plan, we'll have to see how this plays. Because remember, one of those bites, I believe, did connect, or perhaps both of them. I'm not sure, because he's sitting at 38 here, which makes these cards block less. And that is a huge deal if you're playing efficiently and trying to block out as much as possible.
Yeah, and you're seeing him point right now that the Scale Peeler negates the Rampart of the Ram's Head. So, again, yes, you can throw it out there, but it's not going to get the job done for that portion. We're going to see the health taken down, and this is what you want if you're the assassin player. But I also want to note only the 1 card expended there as well. If you're trying to avoid the fatigue, if you suspect that this is an Ultim that's going to drag the game out, then I think that's a very smart game plan. But I think you're going to see Drip Drop Dando, Triple D if you will, figure out very quickly that this is the more aggressive style of Ultim. We've seen the Quakes, we've seen the Enlightened Strikes. I think that they're going to put 2 and 2 together and lean a little heavier into their own offense.
Yeah. Now, one thing that is really interesting about the Oldham players' general game plan, too, is that you also need to remember that, yes, they can play aggressively like this, but they can also just be pitch stacking their in-game by using Crown of Seeds. And we did see that first turn arsenal of the Rouse the Ancients for the cycle back around. Perhaps if this game goes long enough, he finds that and he starts to put on some pressure. So just really, really important to watch what that arsenal card is and how it cycles, because he's putting those cards together on the bottom of the deck, and that could spell victory for him in the late game. Like, for example, if this is a pummel and he just doesn't feel like using it on his own turn, he can just as easily Crown of Seeds that down and stack a pummel next to some other big value cards. And there's the switch for the Command and Conquer, and he's just gonna have to accept that.
So you can still try to protect the arsenal by using the Crown.
Yep, and that's what he's gonna do.
You're ultimately still going to be taking the damage here because you can't add on any defense reactions. I was also going to point out that Vambrace was available, but we don't have the pitch, unfortunately, because that would have been like the icing on the cake there. But still, an effective turn where not many actual cards used. You get the pressure through, and I think that's the way that you have to navigate this.
Yep. He's going to take up the Tunic over there to, I believe, 3. Use that Tunic to pay for the fused Endless Winter, and that does pose some problems, both for blocking and for not blocking. Peekaboo, it's CNC. Yes, indeed, Darth Prentice gets what we're laying down.
So the interesting thing here is that the Frostbites don't tend to impact the new Assassin a ton. It's just on the 1 activation. Channel Lake Frigid, however, we saw that was the card for the fuse, and that's something that is still a very big thorn in the side of the Assassin player, because your daggers already cost 2, they go up to 3. Your hero power attack reaction now has a cost associated, and so on and so forth. So we're going to see the Leave No Witnesses come out, and this is like a CNC light.
Yep.
It's still going to attack the arsenal if it connects.
And this, I believe, if that is a yellow pitch, then he has nothing showing as far as floating resources yet. He does have the 3 counters on Tunic, so you could always take that. But at this point, with no cards in hand, you're not doing anything with that. You do want to keep track of this because some lists, and I'm not going to look yet, or I haven't looked yet, I should say, at Sam's list, but some lists do run Pummel, and you do want to watch out for Pummel against Uzuri. You may not think about it at first, but you can get absolutely caught out by a Pummel on top of something like a CNC.
I refer to her as the Pummel Queen for a reason. I'm a firm believer in the Rainbow Pummel version, but here I will I would like to point out that there is just the one resource available on the Tunic, and I don't know how you were able to put that together. I am having a hard time reading that die. It's a bit small
Yeah,
for
we
my
need to
liking.
get larger dice, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, we can talk. We
For
can
the-
talk
for the
to,
broadcast,
for the broadcast. For the
It's
broadcast.
not so that they can remember their Tunic by any
Table-sized dice.
stretch of the imagination there.
So drawing up into our new turn, it's just going to be a swing from the Titan's Fist. Everyone's favorite weapon, the weapon that Oldham has been playing since he came into the game, is Titan's Fist. Never any other weapon available. Really, this is the only
Listen.
one.
On day one of Tales of Aria, it's the weapon I was playing on him, but I was also playing Draft.
Yeah, I was also playing Sealed, right?
And I was dual wielding them because I didn't open any of the shields. So I was like, why not? It's a one-handed weapon. I'll rock 2. And everyone looked at me funny, but it made me feel better.
Yeah. I mean, we've never had any other weapon that you could possibly play, so this is just the best option, right? Taking a look at, I believe he's peeled off those cards. Taking a look at what he's got here, I think he double drew. I think that's an issue, right?
Yeah, we got 5 cards in hand.
I was so distracted by the fact that I was thinly veiled referring to the recent ice ban. So there may be a judge call here about that double draw, and then how to both resolve that and what, of course, what penalty there would be in that. From what I could tell, and it was a cursory glance from me, but from what I could tell, it didn't appear to be malicious, and it looks like they're resolving it immediately, which is exactly what you want to do in an issue like this. It's never good. You never want to have an infraction in your game. You want to play a clean game. I think almost all players want to play on the up and up, and it's good for them to resolve here. They're going to randomly decide to put one on the bottom, one to the top, and just keep on playing. I guess the judge ruled that they're just going to randomly place one of those there.
Yeah, this is something that I'm always paranoid about doing, specifically when I don't use all 4 of my cards. Whenever I have like 1 or 2 cards left in my hand and I'm drawing up, I purposefully put my cards down because I'm paranoid I'm going to reflexively draw 4.
Draw 4, yeah. I do the exact same thing. I'm the exact same way. And so I put mine like in a very specific spot every single time before I move to Arsenal, after I move to Arsenal, but before I draw, I set the cards down exactly where I want them so that I don't have that exact thing happen.
Yeah, it's funny. You did here in person exactly what I do, which is the sideways card just by the banish because it's right there staring me in the face. It's so easy to draw up to 4. Not only do you do it all the time in Flesh and Blood, but if you're a hated player like myself and you've played a lot of Uno, you're used to people making you draw 4 cards. So it's a natural thing that you have to fight the instincts for.
Yep. All right, so here we have a block with a single card plus the shield that's going to come across. Rampart is blocking for 1 there, covering up that Ravenous Rabble. And then we have the good old Dominate Stealth card. I believe that's Infiltrate. Not Infiltrate. Isolate, excuse me. Isolate, and this is a blue, and this is the interesting part about Uzuri. I think Uzuri is really flavorful because that is so innocuous. It's just 1 damage. But no, it's not 1 damage because we're going to cut that down to size.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of cut down to size as well. This is a card that I've been experimenting with because if your opponent is not going to respect the play, then you get the bonus damage in and you still peel a card. And on those rare instances where you can back it up with the pummel, then they just accidentally run into a crippling crush. So I love the cut down to size inclusion here. I think that it's one of the the standouts for me as I've been playtesting this, Wreck Havoc. I know that it's sometimes described as the poor man's Command and Conquer, but Wreck Havoc has honestly been very good as well because of the anti-defense reaction text on it.
Swinging in with the scale peeler, making things awkward, and representing 3 more cards, 1 floating. You can technically take the Tunic here and then send the second one and still keep a 3-card hand if you're looking a little threadbare. But again, you have the capability, and that depends, I guess, on what else is in your hand. But you have the capability of just kind of like playing out your hands as far as pitching is concerned, keeping those cards for later, and waiting for a turn where you can swing like several go-agains into a big switch.
One of the other nice things about just keeping your Tunic counter is that if there's ever a point where they're going to use Crown of Scenes to stop an on hit, then you have the immediate Vambrace activation, right?
That's a
So
really
it's
good
kind
point.
of a nice in your pocket, oh, by the way, I can force through 1 damage. Now that might be as simple as on a dagger to make the blocks awkward, or it could be, you know, again, on a shakedown or some other big play later.
Yeah.
So I do like not like throwing it away necessarily.
Flippantly, you want
Yeah.
to use it very thoughtfully because it always represents a Vambrace activation. I think that's a great point. Considering blocks here, and again, I think this is a blue, and in every time that your opponent swings like a blue stealth attack, you're like, okay, I mean it's 1 damage, but like, am I really gonna give a card to a 1 damage? And then you think about it, it's like if this gets swapped and it becomes a 6, then giving the card is very good. But if not, then, well, I just take the 1 damage.
And
but there it is
there's
again.
the cut down to size. Again, punished for not respecting it. So you're going to end up losing a card one way or the other.
Yep.
Exactly why I like running this. You know, you mentioned the, you know, do I want to give up a 1 card thing? One of the things that Sam is running in his list is some spikes. There is spike with Blood Rot. So even on the times where you're not using the hero power, sometimes the on hit of the stealth itself, so like maybe it's the inertia one coupled with a Blood Rot, and suddenly that's a bad time as well. There's just so many ways that you can kind of force your opponent into making some poor decisions. But in this instance, again, the cut down to size, very well timed. Especially because they just let it through.
Well, unfortunately, no, they didn't. They in fact, both of these instances, they had a staunch response in the arsenal for both of those cut down to sizes. So, yes, technically they did lose a card from hand by pitching it to pay for staunch, but the staunch just comes in and says, nah, we're good.
Well, so I like to look for the silver linings, right? If I'm the assassin player here, if I'm saying, hey, you used staunch response on these, so that means my shakedowns later might get through. That means that these death touches later, when I need those blood rots to connect, might get through.
Yeah.
Cut down to size is, I think, a card you're okay with eating a staunch response, for example.
That's a good point. With a 2-card hand is Sam. These 2 players, I passed them in the hallway a bit ago before the game started, and they're both joking together. I believe they know each other, and looks like they're having a good time. Basically, anytime that Sam plays this game, you can see him emoting a bit. You can see him definitely having a conversation with his opponent. And when he played the second staunch response, he was like, "Wait, you have 2 of those? What do you have 2 of those in the deck for?" And here he is presenting Scale Peeler, saying, "Well, your equipment's cool, but it's not that cool."
Actually, the equipment is a really interesting piece here because it's not just the rampart of the Ram's Head. One of the things that I'm keeping my eye out is when that Crater Fist gets used to block, because Sam's list is running 8 copies of Shred. And the way the Crater Fist works, if it has 0 at the end of the chain, it's just gone. So a single Shred could eat all of the value from the Crater Fist potentially. And here we're going to see the Vambrace come through to force the damage on the Scale Peeler. I really like this.
Yeah, he takes the Tunic resource. He says, "Vambrace, so you're going to have to deal with this, otherwise you're not getting out of it." And so he's going to Earth React, I believe, here. Earth Reacting to stop that damage. And he says, "Fine, that's okay. You can Earth React, take the second card. Here is a Nimblism on top of this stealth attack, and just take some more damage." How do you want to respond here?
Yeah, this is a great follow-up. I really like Nimblism being used with these low-cost stealth attacks because it's a great way to make their on-hits feel relevant. So a lot of the stealth attacks also just have really good on-hits. If you're threatening a Blood Rot, if you're threatening an Inertia, sometimes that's enough. And so here, throwing the Nimblism out in front means you ate another defense reaction. So yes, the old him doing a great job at weathering the storm, but we're already seeing a lot of tools be used here. We've seen staunches, when we're now seeing the Fate for scenes. I think we're going to see a lot of back and forth.
And both players, I think, playing at a good pace, which is exactly what you want to do in this matchup, because it does look like this one is going to go the distance. Both players just playing very incrementally, playing very safely in a lot of respects, respecting damage. Like, for example, that is a Titan's Fist swing. That's like an innocuous amount of damage. It's just pure damage. It doesn't really matter that much, and yet we're going to play the Fate for Scene, and we're going to protect our life total. We're going to keep drawing cards. We're going to arsenal the good things that we want to play on 5-card hands, and then we're going to present something, again, fairly innocuous until we switch it, perhaps.
You know, you just talk about like the pace, right? The elephant in the room here is definitely, I think, the round timer, and you could tell because Sam was already communicating actions to Jesse before Jesse had even finished drawing his cards. Like, he was ticking up his tunic, he was doing other things, and this is fine, mind you, because I think both players know that this is a matchup that absolutely could go to time.
Yeah.
But there's a sense of urgency, and so, you know, I had mentioned before the break that I think that this is a matchup that plays very differently with a timer versus without, because I think both players play wildly different when they plan for the end game if they know that they can just play untimed. But with that elephant in the room, with the clock ticking down, you've kind of got to speed through some of these things.
Yep, here's the shakedown that swaps in, but he does have a defense reaction here. He's going to cover that up. Goes to 7 on the defensive side of things. He is going to sink a card, draw as well. They're going to pass arsenaling on over to Jesse's turn. He's got a 2-card hand, ticking up to Tunic, and possibly just swinging Titan's Fist, and then it does appear what's going to happen here.
Yeah, Oldhim started pretty aggressive, but we have kind of, I'm not going to say devolved because I think that has a negative connotation, but
Sure.
we have relaxed into traditional Oldhim play patterns at this point.
Yeah.
So it's Fist, it's going to be blocked by one of those shreds, and I expect a lot of the Oldhim turns to navigate this way unless you draw one of your big hitters like the Endless Winter, etc.
Scale Peeler is your first. You're not floating a resource here, so you are going to have to pitch a full nother card just to be able to swing the second dagger. And swinging daggers is quite effective in general against heroes that want to play efficiently, because it makes you it makes your blocks a lot more difficult, no matter how you plan on blocking. And Scale Peeler here affecting equipment, Spider's Bite there affecting attack action cards. And by swinging both each turn, you're netting yourself the card that you pitch to the bottom of the deck rather than, you know, spending it by playing it. And you're also threatening just a point of damage here. You're essentially playing like old school Katsu, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This actually reminds me quite a bit of old school Katsu, just a little less pitch efficient, but a little more interesting in terms of relevant on hits. So a lot of the vanilla damage from old Katsu was made up for the fact that the activations were cheaper. But here, good on hits, and then here we got the Nimblism into an Enlightened Strike. Just a casual 10 follow-up.
Yeah. Casual 10 follow-up, and unfortunately, it does look like Jesse found on this exact turn, he found his 3rd copy of Staunch Response, and I think he's going to be Crown of Seizing first.
We definitely found one there.
Yeah. Whether it's blue or red, we will find out soon enough, because we do believe that he is going to send that on out there, paying the 2. He's going to extra pay here to add that extra buff, and he's just going to leak a tiny bit of damage, which is not necessarily what you would want to have happen when you send a 10 E-Strike after a Scale Peeler. But that's what you live with.
I mean, you are still progressing the game state forward, so I guess it's a win in that regard. You have the Oldhim player at less health than you. I think that's also a win. Could very easily go the other way, but Scale Peeler coming back in. You know, today, just in general, we've seen a lot of work done by Scale Peeler in these matchups, but here we also see that Plague Hive that we mentioned.
The first activation of Plague Hive, perhaps one of many. This is going to cycle to the bottom of the deck, and so in order to see this again, you're going to need to basically play through your deck and then come down after the fact. But that is a random status effect token. So in this case, it came out as Blood Rot Pox coming down, and going to affect the Oldhim in the future here on their own turn.
Yeah, the nice thing about Plague Hive is that if I'm being honest, all of the tokens are relevant in the matchup against Oldhim. So Frailty giving a -1 to the hammer means that even if it gets the +1, you can just nice 1 block it with a 3 block.
Yeah.
The Blood Rot obviously threatens damage, and then the Inertia threatens to mess with the Crown and that sort of thing. So Plague Hive, I think, great for this matchup. As you said, will likely pop up again. I would expect this to go the distance and perhaps cycle back through.
Yeah.
So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Sending another stealth attack and threatening the swap, and playing that 5-card hand after the cycle of the arsenal with Crown of Seeds, looking at your hand and trying to decide how you're going to play out your turn. This may be a turn where you give a 1-card block and try to threaten your own amount of damage, or it could be a situation where you just give a 2-card block, play safe, stop the swap here, and make them arsenal that card, or hold it. Oh, and he's just going to shred, and this is the time we were talking about where finally a shred shows up. It wasn't the Uzuri Switchblade. You're punishing them for doing this block. Oh, but wait, it doesn't even matter because we are swapping it anyway.
Yeah, so you shred as an attack reaction, and then you add on your hero attack reaction as well. And then once it resolves, no more defense reactions can be added because of the Command and Conquer text. So this is going to leak the damage through. We have the Oldhim all the way down to 24, and so far I have to say I'm very impressed with the way that Sam has navigated this matchup. As I said, this is a hard one for the Assassin traditionally, just because you have to find ways to leak damage. Leaning into the daggers and then taking the break points has been wonderful.
This is oftentimes, so I played a lot of Arachne at the outset of Arachne's release in Dynasty. A lot of just messing around with him, or just as a hero in general, trying to play in CC. And I played a lot of CC Arachne, and I found that when I was up against an Oldhim, whether they were playing a little bit more defensively or playing more aggressively, that I always leaned to pitching 2 blues, trying to send as much spider bite damage as I possibly could before I actually did anything, simply because it was a way for me to try and avoid that late game fatigue scenario. And this is exactly what we see being played out here, just with a slightly different assassin.
Yeah, and the nice thing here is that most of these Assassin cards also block for 3. So in many ways, you can kind of keep pace with a lot of the Oldhim value blocks. As many 2 blocks as you have, like, yes, you're running the Ravenous Rabbles and things like that. They've got some ice cards that block for 2, so you're, for the most part, likely on even footing when it comes to that. And here we see, again, Vambrace and Scale Peeler doing work.
Yep. He says, I'm going to Crown. I'm going to stop that 1 damage. And then you say, no, you're not. You're not going to stop that damage. I won't play this Ravenous Rabble, but you know what? They're stacked on the bottom of the deck. One back to back with the other. So if I draw the first one as the last card, I'll find the other, and it'll be a guaranteed 4. Or I'll just play them both on the same turn. And we're going to shake down this, and you're going to need a defense react. And yeah, he does indeed defense react. But you're stacking the bottom of the deck, and you are making it hard for them to use their equipment.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is this combination of the Scale Peeler and the Vambrace has almost made Rampart useless. It has not blocked very often so far in this matchup, and when it has, the one time it got chewed through anyway, so that's a big part of the Oldhim arsenal when it comes to being defensive, and they're making it look like it doesn't even matter.
Oh, and there's the E-Strike after playing a Nimblism as well for the Casual 10. Casual 10 coming across. So you do have access here to Crown of Seeds. You can play that 5-card hand. You could possibly set yourself up with a pretty decent little crackback if you don't want to play defensively anymore, if you want to try to push some tempo and maintain life parity. But you could also just decide to block here with like 2 to 3 cards.
Yeah, this is, I think, a tough call if you're the Oldhim player. I think, yeah, you lean into, all right, I'm supposed to block, let's stick to the game plan. But you were right. There was the capacity to crack back based on the hand there. And that's, I think, one of those things where sometimes the temptation will be the downfall of you, because you have to remember that you do best when you have a high health total if you're the Oldhim player, right? So just use that as a resource, maintain it. You don't have to be offensive, but I got to be honest, like, I would have been tempted.
Yeah, tempted by that hand. Is a pretty solid hand. Yes, there are 7 total rounds in Swiss, and we are playing all the way through 7. This is round 6 between Drip Drop Dando and Jesse Hudak on Oldham here. Both players fighting for a 6-0 record and basically a guaranteed spot in the top 8. If you go 6-0, I mean, you're pretty much sitting in that precipice of playing in day 2, which is tomorrow, and we are going to hop in on that tomorrow. We will have a stream set up for you so that you can have a nice little reminder. But that top 8 is looking quite spicy, as we did talk prior to this to Brody, who was sitting 5-0 with Azalea. So we might have a pretty interesting looking top 8 if Uzuri also ends up making the cut here. But we could also see Oldham possibly guaranteeing punching their spot going forward.
All right, so here we have another stealth on the attack. I believe this is a backstab. There's only a couple of these in the main deck, but the real keyword here is obviously stealth. Now, the interesting one is I believe backstab is also the one where you cannot play the defense reactions while it is on. So once you activate Uzuri, then perhaps you can add some. But this could be one of those cases as well where you instead just hit with Spike with Blood Rot, for example. We've talked about there are other attack reactions in this list, and you can catch people off guard.
Now, they've been playing fast, but I do remember one Spike with Blood Rot being blocked with early, but we haven't seen any of the others. So this could have been in one of those instances where essentially you have one, and if they double block, then you're not getting the value out of it. But this is kind of the card that you want to stack that on, because you know they can't react on top of it. And so if they don't 2-card block this, then you're almost guaranteed to give them that effect token.
Yeah, this is again one of those like, do you want to risk it situations? So it is going to be the one Command and Conquer, and we are going to see the Razor's Edge come in. So no on-hit really added, but I was wrong.
He had both. he had them both. He gave him the +3, and he gave him the Spike with Blood Rot. So this pushing a lot more damage than was expected, and this is why Uzuri's so cool, because she can say, all right, cool, I'm passing, blocks. You're passing blocks to me, okay? How am I going to kill you this turn? How would you like to die? Would you like the status effect tokens? We can do that. Would you like to, imagine that this was like something easy to block and now it's impossible? Are you going to lose your arsenal? That's what's so cool about Uzuri.
Yeah, it's great because she can take lines, and then you can set up ways to punish your opponent depending on how they respond, right? So right there, perfect example. You'd been using the hero ability to swap over and over. Then you present a spot where you're like, actually, we're not swapping this time. We're going all in.
Yep.
And then I know that he's not running it in his list, so Sam does not have the Spreading Plague, but that's another facet that I just really enjoy when they start over-blocking and you're like, okay, well, instead take 3 or 4 Blood Rot tokens. So just the flexibility of her is so breathtaking.
Yeah, so here's interesting. So he presented as a 6 block, and then the pummel came down off of CNC, and instead of giving him the Sync, which I believe is in his hand, he just gave him the Ravenous Rabble as the discard. And then it allowed him to Arsenal Sync here, take this 4-card hand, just passing, and giving a little bit of tempo to Oldham. And Oldham here, on a turn where you finally put the aggressive pieces together, is now a 4-card hand plus an Arsenal. The world's their oyster. And yet they've been playing so defensively this whole time. Do they just keep going with the aggression and try to push it, or do they even draw into aggression? It's kind of an interesting spot, because what happens if you just draw into stuff that doesn't matter? But here we draw into Channel Lake Frigid that we are going to be able to stick for perhaps a turn.
Yeah, this is a very relevant Channel Lake Frigid coming down. The timing is wonderful if you're Jesse, because you want to start gumming up what your opponent does for the next couple of turns, and then you're going to follow that up with a very relevant attack. I will say I liked what Sam did the previous turn, deciding to just give up the card and Arsenal the Sync, simply because if your turn was just going to be Ravenous Rabble anyway, you can't pitch that to daggers. You don't know what you're going to hit. You have no follow-up, and Arsenaling the Ravenous I don't think has the same value as a Sync. So I do like that as a setup turn, but it's a rough spot to be in, because Jesse with the Channel Lake Frigid is going to make things very awkward here. As we pointed out, this is a list that only runs 5 total blue cards. So Channel Lake Frigid, incredibly effective here.
Yeah, it's going to do some work. It definitely can do work, and especially if you can stick it for a second turn, but it doesn't look like he drew into enough ice cards to make it stick for a second turn. Nevertheless, you are able to pitch here and present a decent amount of damage and really scary on hit because this is threatening the arsenal. So even on a turn where you think you have the upper hand, Uzuri can possibly say, you're still going to need to crown here.
Well, so the interesting bit is, I mentioned, there's only 5 blue cards. Well, we just casually find the blue shred. Now,
It's the
it
same
could
thing
have
as
been,
staunch response. It's
Yeah.
the same, you have all these staunch responses. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just straight up play my only blue as a pitch finally.
It could have been so much better because that could have been a dagger before this, but
Yeah.
now you can't. I will say I like that you have the floating pitch because you still have Vambrace over there, so that gives you the opportunity to potentially force that through. A lot of nuance to how you hit the break points, I think, between these two heroes.
Yep, Andy, you are right. It was on a CNC, so you couldn't sync in the first place anyway. So you are correct. That is my apologies. The day is getting long and late. It is a tiring little bit of a day. Nevertheless, you could argue that you could keep the Rabble in Arsenal anyway versus the Sync Below, but Sync Below does have a lot of utility being in Arsenal.
Yeah, the Sync Below, when you think about like the numbers, right, it's always going to be that 4 value. The Ravenous could be as much as 5, or it could be as low as nothing at times. So,
And here we finally have the equipment block that has been basically denied all game thanks to Scale Peeler being a real threat. Equipment block here allows you to keep the cards in hand. And there's no shred in
well,
response.
because they had to pitch the shred.
Yeah.
Like that's the most unfortunate thing. The Crater Fist finally went out. It's actually, I think, a very heads-up play by Jesse. So shout out to them for realizing, okay, I have the channel, and they pitched a shred. This is probably the safe time to use my Crater Fist.
Yeah, most definitely.
All right, so we have another big attack. It looks like it was the Glacial Footsteps, but not fused. So we got the 2 block coming down. And for the first time, I think since the beginning of the game, Oldhim finally has a health lead. It is now 12-13 in favor of Oldhim as we get into the later stages of this game. But we're going to lead off with yet another stealth attack. I believe this is an isolate, so only one block from hand can be thrown at it anyway, but this is, again, that pick your poison moment. Literally.
Yep,
pick your
literally
poison.
pick your poison. That's exactly right. And he's got a 4-card hand with the Arsenal, does Oldhim. So there's definitely a consideration that you could possibly make where you go, okay, well, can I be disruptive? Can I be, very damaging with this hand? Do I just consider not worrying about this, shrugging it off, or do I have to really play conservatively still? We're in the end game at this point, and he draws into a pummel off that Crown of Seeds, so that might actually affect him or change things.
Yeah, I also believe I see a Macho Grande, but that's going to come out for the block along with the Ram's Head. Again, no Scale Peeler before this. There was the floating tunic, so you could potentially Vambrace this through if you want. This is a Death Touch coming through, so when I said pick your poison, we were right on it, because I have to assume that Blood Rot would be the poison of choice.
Now, I do believe he, pitched the Earth card there. Earth reacted, covered it all the way up, protected his life total there, but that does strand his hand to a 2-card hand. A Channel Lake Phrygian and a Pummel, that's not exactly what you want to see to threaten a lot of damage, but then again, you did prevent a whole bunch there.
Yeah, I think we're just going to see the Hammer and then Arsenal, standard Oldhim gameplay.
Standard operating procedure for the old man.
Oldhim kind of reminds me of Barry Bonds, right? Like you just sit back and you swing, and that's all you do.
I could see it. I could see that. That's a solid connection there.
He's clearly on the juice. Oldhim, I mean.
There you go. Now we get to the real crux of it. Okay, so as we move into this end game, sitting at 12 and sitting at 13 respectively, both of these players trying to find that edge in this matchup, also in a race against time in some respects, trying to play into that clock. You don't want to hit the draw at this point. That can definitely cause some strange things to happen as it results in a loss for both players. You want to try and find a way to close this game out. Both players do. And so we may start to see some game plan shifts or we may start to see some, I don't want to call it desperate attempts, but some more advantageous plays here from both players.
Yeah, I suspect at some point we're going to see Sam try to set up a big play, because what stands out to me as I look at this board, we have 3 counters on Tunic, we still have snaps, and
Yep.
we still have our crown. So if we need to like sync with the crown effect to dig deeper, that's on the table as an option as well. There's just a lot of tools at Sam's disposal. So if he can just find the right hand, I think he can go on the offense and really put the pressure on Jesse.
Yeah, exactly correct. I think we are poised to hit the second cycle and start finding some of those pitched and crowned big attacks and pitched attacks that Sam did previously. He's going to swap out a Death Touch. I would imagine this is a Death Touch red, because there are so many reds in this deck. It would be hard pressed not to be a Death Touch red, pushing for 6.
Yeah, the red version is the only versions of Death Touch in the list, so absolutely a red. I believe I saw in Sam's hand at least 1 shred here, so depending on what the response is, we might still force this through.
And I like that he's being patient with that shred. He's waiting to see if there's any other reactions to cover the rest of this damage up, or if he's already just going to give it to him, and then deciding whether or not he's going to play that shred, because the shred can fall, and he's going to snap it as well.
Oh, I love this.
The shred can fall on a defense reaction if they play it first, right?
Yes,
he's gonna
absolutely.
He's going to earth react here, or sorry, he's going to ice react here, take away that card. The snaps come up 0. They don't do anything for you when you ice react away that top card.
Yeah, that was a very heads-up play by Jesse, because it looked like Sam was going to try to go the distance. I would love to know whether or not Sam had a big follow-up, or if maybe they were just trying to eat the cards away, because that did effectively stop Oldham's turn, right? They're just drawing up, resetting. It goes back to the assassin player being on offense, and ultimately I think this is what you want to do. You don't want to give the Oldham player a chance to get back into this. I think at this point it's going to be a bit of like an all gas no brakes until you either brick your hand or something disastrous happens, because you don't want to give the Oldham player the chance to find a big dominate, for example.
Yeah, and I think the big play there is ice reacting and taking away the use of those boots. Those boots were really poised, as you mentioned earlier, really poised to do a lot of damage by giving that go again and just really punching in. And this is a fantastic little play, able to go and get your best possible attack action, drop it in, and against Oldham, yeah, they can get their best attack action, but they've already crowned. So now they're kind of relegated to actually playing the attack action to just clear it, or clearing it on their turn with Crown of Seeds, because they can't take care of it with those floating resources at this point.
Yeah, earlier in the broadcast, you and I were kind of talking about the effectiveness of Codex and giving that bonus to your opponent. It's really interesting how that equation changes when you factor in Crown of Seeds. Because as you said, well, you've already activated your crown, but if it comes back to the Oldham player's turn, if they still had cards in hand, then they could potentially use that to ramp up, right? Like we've seen people use the crown on their own turn, get resources, and then go. But ultimately, Sam did what I have been stressing, right? Which is you just force Oldham to block with everything. Don't give them a moment to breathe.
And so, as we saw, he basically stole the hand and is now sitting on that arsenaled attack action that was forced there by Codex of Frailty. And then, yeah, we go right back to our game plan of swinging a dagger, making you do your thing. I'll do my thing. You're going to Crown of Seeds? Okay. I'm going to Vambrace? Okay. You're going to Earth React? If you don't have the Earth React, then you're taking this damage. And then we just continue.
Yeah, the Earth React is going to be, I think, the real key as this starts to really go the distance. If this was untimed, I think that the Earth React would be the thing we'd be watching as far as like pitch stat goes, because as many times as you can use that and then also cycle back through your deck, the better off you are if you're Jesse. But right now, I think we're also kind of feeling the pressure of the clock. I'm watching the play kind of speed up from both players, because even though this is 7-12, this game could easily if it was an untimed round, go 30 or 40 minutes more.
Yeah, it certainly could, especially if players weren't playing at this breakneck pace. Now, this is an interesting turn because we know they can do the back and forth dance, and the crown does happen. He's going to Vambrace here, which does beg the question of whether or not you're going to let this go through. And if you were wondering at home, why is he going Scale Peeler first and then Vambracing that versus something that would affect like cards in hand, like attack actions in hand, it's because you can get the free value block on the Rampart on all of these breakpoints unless you take that away with Scale Peeler. Now on this turn, it's actually more beneficial based on the hand to Vambrace on the Spider's Bite when he does it there, and that's why he crowned on that Spider's Bite, because that hand is basically just full of attack actions and no Earth React.
Yeah, the Scale Peeler is so interesting at this stage of the game because it's not even just the Rampart, but Crater Fist already has -1, so it turns that off. Tunic turns that off. You basically say, hey, you can't block with any of your equipment if Scale Peeler hits. It's such a vital opening salvo for the rest of your turn, and that's why you're seeing it so hotly contested really between both players. I know it's just 1 point of damage, but it's a very relevant on-hit. And this is going to be a big Footsteps, unfused, I believe, but still a lot of damage, so it's going to have to be blocked.
Going to cover a bit of it with a 2-card block here. Losing one of his Command and Conquers, a fantastic little card, but perhaps not so much in this matchup where they can just Crown of Seeds away the target arsenal there.
Yeah, Command and Conquer, it's interesting because when you're playing Switchblade, you have a high value on Command and Conquer and Wreak Havoc if you're a pummel list, because what you want to do is get it on the stack and then your pummels can't be responded to. But in this, because most of your attack reactions are for the stealth options and there's not pummels in this list, I don't think Command and Conquer is nearly as highly valued for Sam's list.
Yep, I agree. And thinking about this Scale Peeler sequence again, they've done this dance basically every single turn that Dando can swing with a blue, for example, or a yellow, depending on what resource card he has in hand. In this case, a blue. Whether or not you give it a card, whether or not you Crown of Seeds it away, whether or not we're actually going to Vambrace this, what resources you have at your disposal, this back and forth, and it's really the crux of this matchup so far as they've played this out. He does have the capability of pitching to stop and then Earth reacting on top of that as well. So the decision point is always a little tricky.
We do see in the hand, looks like the ability for an Earth React. We're also going to see the blue Ice Pitch here to activate Crown as well. So the Vambrace going to chew through the Crown as we would expect, but now the Earth React does come. As I said, I think that's going to be like a real key piece to watch here, because if you can follow that up, then that opens up so many other blocking opportunities if you're the Oldhim player. But when you don't have that Earth React, then it becomes a bit more dicey, and we're going to see another Codex.
Here we go again. And now these Codexes did I believe, get pitched earlier. So this is sort of a setup that he's had this whole time, and it's going to go get him that Death Touch again. It's going to allow Jesse to go find, an attack that they would like in their arsenal. But again, just like before, we've already got the Crown of Seas activation, so that card is going to be stuck there, essentially. It's also going to force a card out of the hand of both players, technically, but particularly out of the hand of Jesse. Here, having to give up a card because they did indeed do the Codex. Staunch Response just going to cover it up.
Yeah, Staunch was a really big find there for Jesse because that allowed them to keep a card in hand. I thought they might get stuck having to double block, but Staunch means you can still swing the hammer. Now, Sam did get the benefit with the Ponder token of being able to arsenal and still have that 4-card hand, but you're going to have to figure out how you're navigating this. And again, the breakneck pace as players realize they're both at 5.
Yep.
I'm hearing some timers go off in the
sounds
background.
like there's a timer going off. I'm not sure if that's the round timer, but it's a very real possibility that we hear a round timer. If not, then someone's souffle is done in their oven and they need to take that out. It's one or the other.
It's actually more likely that somebody's draft is ready, because that's the beauty of the Brawl. there's the main event, but there's people playing side events all day long as well.
And in fact, this setup right here in this venue is actually fantastic because we have an entire like we're in like the common room, if you will, of this zone. There's people here with vendor setups. There's people milling about, just hanging out, drinking coffee, and then there's a side room, a very large kind of conference room where they have all the players playing this main event, and then they have a complete separate room where they're playing draft, where they're doing sealed with outsiders. I mean, you can't really ask for a better setup on the weekend of the release of a new set than a place to play a main event, and also just do what any of us would do and drop out and go play draft and sealed.
All right, so this is going to be a pretty big deal because the scale peeler connects. So Jesse goes down to 4, but also the equipment now essentially turned off for the rest of this turn. We're going to see how Sam can take advantage of that.
This is also one of those moments where if you have the attack reaction in hand, you might be able to come over the top with something like a spike instead of just the old switcheroo that you might do it. And this is a card for a dagger, and that's the point that we're in right now. You're giving a card for a dagger, and you might be in dire straits here depending on what this switches into.
So do you want to know what the really interesting piece is to the sequencing here?
Yes.
And I keep waiting for this to maybe matter. If there's ever a point where Jesse has the forethought to think, okay, I might need to actually block with my Crater Fist, for example, or my Tunic, you can actually block for 0 with your Rampart on the Spider's Bite attack, because that's the next attack where you put in equipment, and then use your other equipment later down the chain. So that's something that we might need to keep an eye on, because I said, it turns it off for the turn, but it's really not the turn. It's the next attack.
Yes.
So if you want to, use a Rampart to block for 0, you give yourself an out.
Yep. That's exactly right, and that's one of the dangers when you're playing Arachne, when you go double dagger on a turn, where you're playing against a Guardian, for example, and you send a dagger, they take the first one. You have to consider whether or not you want to swing with the second dagger. Oh, there's the activation.
We've hit
gives
the
them a 4. No,
we've hit the second cycle. So Plague Hive again getting in, doing some work, donating a token. Not the Blood Rot this time. That would have been massive, but still very relevant, as we said before. And the Scale Peeler.
And what this also means, knowing that this Plague Hive is coming right here, this also means that we are edging ever closer to the double Rabble turn. And it looks like he has one of those Rabbles in hand. And he's going to pitch it away. He's not going to play for like Rabble into something else, because I guess he drew the other Rabble, or the other Rabble's probably sitting on top of the deck. Oh, the Codex, the third Codex. He's like, yeah, I'll take that thing I blocked with a moment ago. Yeah, it's coming back. You discard. I get a Ponder. I'm going to swing this at you.
This is a very relevant turn, because the token as well means no arsenal, right? No Crown of Seeds. That inertia means you're going to go into a round where Sam won't have to commit to the Vambrace.
Yeah. Could this be the second game that we see an inertia token stop an arsenal and stop a huge play? I think not, because I think they just hit time in the round.
Yeah, we saw the fist bump there, and that is brutal, because, again, we were talking about how
that's terrible.
The end games for these are so drastically different. We hit a point where we'd already seen second cycle with the Plague Hive, and I had started to say before the one break, right, that if you can hit an end game scenario where you can block semi-comfortably and keep pitching Plague Hive to your daggers, that's enough to potentially annoy an Oldhim to death. Like, it sounds weird, but you could annoy an Oldhim to death. Instead, looks like we ran out of time there, and that is the least favorite way to see an ending.
My God.
At least to me. I like seeing a winner.
Yeah, Shamir said it exactly right. Tragic. That is a tragic finish. I don't want to see that for either of those players. They're both playing so well, and it was a really interesting back-and-forth game. And as the first stream game to really show that matchup off in paper, that was very cool. And I wish we could have seen it go the distance, because I think there was going to be perhaps some fireworks there at the end as they played through their second cycles.
Yeah, absolutely. You can tell that both of these players have a lot of experience as well, because, again, there was sequencing that they were paying attention to for when they were using effects. There was that kind of jockeying back and forth with the Vambrace. And as I said, I really wanted to see if that equipment timing with the Scale Peeler was going to come into play, but Maybe we'll get lucky and we'll see, these gentlemen in the top 8 tomorrow,
Well, it does.
where it's untimed.
Exactly. It does provide a very interesting and murky top 8 picture as we close out into the last round of this tournament, of the Swiss rounds, I should say. Because with both of them taking that tie on their records, now it's not so clear cut where those top 8 players are going to fall, and things are going to get a little bit murkier. So depending on how that standing goes, both of these players may be fighting for that spot in the top 8 in this last round, whoever they're up against. And depending on how Brody did as well, we know he was 5-0 at the end of his previous round. If he's sitting at 6-0, then he feels like a lock. If he's sitting at 5-1, he might also be battling for one of those top spots. And that's not even to mention the world champion, who was 5-1, I believe, or excuse me, perhaps 4-1 at the end of that previous round. No, I guess 5-1. No, 4-1.
Yeah, he's
5-1, 4-1. Pish posh.
Assuming that Michael Hamilton just won again, he's probably 5-1.
So there's some really interesting storylines going on here, and let's do this. We're going to jump to a quick break. We are going to check some standings, check this standings at the final round, where we're going to be starting, when we're going to be starting, and we'll get back to you in just a bit for the final round of this Chicago Brawl. So don't go anywhere. Be right back.
You hypnotize me. 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 You hypnotize me.
What's up?
Hey, welcome back.
What's up? It's
Look
round
at this.
7.
Check it out.
Let's
You
go.
get the extended. This is what you like, the DVD extra features, dude.
Yeah,
like,
this is
incredible.
this is backstage after party with Bill Nye, the Flesh and Blood guy.
There's probably a generation that's watching this right now that never had those like the old school pre HD TVs, like the
the tube TVs.
yeah, like the
Oh,
the
okay.
curved screen squares.
Yeah, when it was a square, when
Solid.
it wasn't a rectangle, where like everything
Those are good.
from like here to like there, it was
Yeah.
just like that cube.
I loved that, man. That was the best era. Who won the Uzuri Oldham game? The clock did. The draw
the clock,
did. Yeah.
Nobody won.
We all
were all
won.
losers.
We're okay. Yeah. I don't know. I was gonna try to make it better, but yeah, you
No.
just
No,
really
you
hit the
made it
nail
worse.
on the head there. Yeah,
Can't
we
lie to the people.
We all lost that one sadly because that was a great game, and unfortunately the clock time steals all.
We got to change hands. It's already hurting my bicep.
I'm
so
sorry, man.
It's all right.
I'm sorry. I'd pat you on the shoulder, but I feel like that would be a problem.
That's fine. Just
I
punch
don't
him in
want
the mouth.
Okay, there you go. Cool.
Just as impactful. Okay, we've got a match. It's round number 7 here at the Min-Max Game Brawl hosted by, well, Min-Max Games. It's the Realm Brawl, actually. The Realm gigantic circuit, as it were. We're going to sort that out, I promise you. But
the old Chicago Brawl, as we call it.
okay, so we're bringing in Aaron Chance straight from Toronto, somebody who has a lot of reps on Dromai versus probably the best Azalea player in the world. That would be Levi Rauch, both sitting at 5-1. Now, why aren't we bringing you the undefeated game? Because I believe this is the win-in. If I'm not mistaken, this might be the win-in for one of these two wonderful people. One is going to advance to day 2. The other is going to go home and cry about it on Twitter.
Well, this is going to be an interesting matchup because, I mean, you're looking at Dromai, the maker of dragons, right? And you're up against Azalea without a weapon, but with a bunch of new tools. Are there any new tools that Azalea has access to that can stop and deal with Ash Wings? Well, we're going to have to find out how this draws out because things get weird.
We got to see earlier on the broadcast. The answer is no.
That was a very struggling no. Yeah. The answer is no.
No.
Hey, we just got fatigued by Oldham last time. So
my voice is ready to give out after that last one.
I went to go do my taxes during that game.
you were hanging out in the hotel room. You were like eating food and like
I'm no joke.
trading.
I went back to the room. Okay, I literally sat there, checked some emails, charged my phone a bit. I was like, man, it's an Oldham match. What's the rush? I come back, the score is still in like the 20s.
Oh, jeez, you did. You sat
Flake
down and you
grew
rolled
a
your
beard
eyes.
and then shaved it.
That's impossible.
That's how long he was
No,
gone.
that does not happen. That's just physically impossible. All right, we're off to the races
no.
here.
Yeah.
This is a very, very interesting matchup, again, because of the fact that Azalea is going to go very tall, possibly dominated, whereas these dragons are going to go as wide as possible. But, like you mentioned the last time this matchup happened, it could be over in a heartbeat.
Yeah, so this is a really important start. We see the red in the ledger already there. I was going to highlight, when we saw this matchup, different players obviously, but earlier in the broadcast, the Azalea ended up winning on the back of 3 red in the ledgers. It's a key card in the match. It's not a new card, so as far as the new tools, nothing super relevant, but red in the ledger, still very relevant. We see Levi get one early. And this is reminding me a lot of that same matchup we saw earlier in the broadcast because, again, we see a Dromai with a Yenderai. That's probably going to stick around for the entirety of this. And then we have an Azalea that's going to look to go as tall as possible and then hit with these very relevant on-hits. Red in the Ledger is the #1 card in this matchup for her.
And it's interesting, too, because we have Red in the Ledger here in the arsenal, but they might just be searching up another copy of Red in the Ledger so they can at least dominate it, which is exactly what Levi's choosing to do because, hey, if one Red in the Ledger is not good enough, how about a dominated one?
Yeah, and you might think, you're like, well, why are you wasting one to go get another? If you're playing the three knock the death whistles, basically, those knocks are going to be looking to find the Red and Ledger, so you're effectively almost playing 6 copies. You've got 6 floating copies that you can go ahead and have access to. 3 of them, obviously, you can play. But ultimately, I think putting that back in the list, or back in the deck, that just means that with that knock played and the one in the arsenal, you still have about 4 opportunities to find the other ones.
Yeah, now this is a really good addition. Throwing in a Seek and Destroy as well, meaning that you're not getting to arsenal, and you're also almost guaranteeing that damage goes through. So it's going to be really, really nerfing the turn of Aaron.
It's a big commitment here again, but sometimes you just don't have the opportunity to play the big dragons there, as Dominia is going to be thrown in front of it. A Sink Below is going to try to clean up as much as possible here, but that's not enough.
Oh, actually, it was enough because of the ward gloves, but now it's not enough. The ward gloves, we're going to say not to that, but then Rain Razors says not to that.
The Rain Raisins is going to come through and push that over the top.
Did you say Rain Raisins?
Yeah, that's what I just call it from now. I made that mistake, I think, ages ago, calling it Rain Raisins, and then also the blocking feed equipment are Peach Cobblers. It's not Perch Grapplers, Peach Cobblers. I was very hungry. I was very hungry when we did that match. But yeah, Rain Raisins over the top, busting through with the gloves. Love these types of builds. Again, the gloves that just drop a Spectral Shield, and now we've got 2 Yenderai. So Aaron Chance putting some sticky minions on the board there, as it were. They're really tough to get out of the way, but I don't think that Levi has any eyes for those dragons.
No, absolutely not. And the Yunderized especially, because you're not going to clean them up with damage. That's just way too many resources. And so
Yep.
unless you can pop them, and let's be honest, there's not a lot that I'm staring at this list. There is one Command and Conquer.
Has that battering bolt that he just put
battering
in
bolt.
Arsenal, which is funny because he's actually going to fire that out most likely this turn, but not used as a popper in this case.
Well, that's it. And the access to poppers for archers like this are not necessarily abundant. You have the battering bolts. You got the solo Command and Conquer in this list for Levi. Don't really see anything else that he's gotten here that can actually go ahead and bust up some of these dragons. And oftentimes you're just, it's the 6 damage that you're doing here that might be able to pop a dragon. Levi's thinking, I just want to close out this game as fast as possible. The 6 damage is probably best just sent to face.
Yeah, players here, we do need to go over and adjust life totals on stream so that we can more easily see where we're sitting. Nevertheless, we are going to see that Ravenous Rabble go on, and let's see if they catch it here and update. There we go.
Levi.
Levi's the bait. He heard us. That's not true. He didn't hear us, but maybe he, in his heart of hearts, maybe he heard us. I do like, and I don't know if y'all saw this. This is not anywhere near related to. Nope, he's gonna send that battering bolt away. Anywhere near related to the gameplay, but Levi is such an Azalea main that he has his own seek and destroy counter, full art counter printed, which is fantastic.
That's one thing I really love about this game. I know we've spoken about this a lot. I talked about it with Brian Gottlieb in the past about the fact that, some people might see it as a problem where people get so associated or so attached to a particular hero that if that hero rotates out, people either lose interest or whatnot. But Brian actually said that that's actually that's something that they strive for. They want people to really identify with particular heroes, to really be fans of those heroes. And for Levi, he has basically been the shining light for Azalea for a while to show that, hey, even prior to Outsiders, there was something there. If you just put in the work, you can actually see some success.
And he's so good. He's presenting 110 damage on this arrow. That is the most insane arrow we have ever seen. How do you even deal with something like that?
You block for 10?
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably.
Because I'm pretty sure that's not 110. That's 10 damage with an aim counter, if I had to guess.
You're an aim counter.
Okay, yeah, fine. Take
Jeez,
away my
yeah.
thunder. 110 was way more exciting.
I'm wearing the bow tie, so I have to be the science guy who just
yeah,
brings
this is
everything
true.
back to
thank you.
reality.
Or Pee Wee Herman. One of the two is perfectly fine. No problem there. No, you are, but what am I?
Oh, man. Shout out to Noob. Noob says, hey, Dad, Charmer. Because you look like you're like classy.
I probably am somebody's
Can we
dad.
go to for ice cream after this?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, that sounds great.
Thanks, Dad.
Well,
That's awesome.
it's my one weekend a month after the painful divorce, so I have to treat you.
Thank
All
you.
right, so we do have the trigger here on the effect, and good lord, we have officially hit the spin off the rails moment. I think.
Well, 7 rounds, dude.
Yeah.
You guys
We're
just-
at
did
that
good.
point.
We did good.
You guys just came off of
An Oldham bender.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't really blame you.
Uzuri
While I
said-
was on tour somewhere.
Azuri said, dagger, please let this hit. God, please let this hit. That's what we just watched for 87 minutes.
Just take it. Damn it. Come on. Open your mouth and take it.
All right, so here we have 3 swings of the dragons.
That's actually a Steven Seagal movie. The 3 swings of the
good
dragon.
lord.
I thought that was the single on his newest EP. But
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely.
Three swings of the dragons. Oh, and Kyloria comes down,
Oh.
threatening the card draw. This does have go again, so you can swing after this. Chose not to play the Ravenous Rabble, instead get the dragon out there, and this is really the game plan for the win for Aaron. Is just stack up dragons. They can't deal with it eventually. Even if you have to like full block something, you can just push with a giant board.
It's the dominate, I think, that Aaron has to worry about, frankly,
Yeah.
because with the dragons now on the board, what he can do is he can hold one red card that opens up the go again for all the dragons, and then he's basically off to the races. Ultimately, if he's got the other 3 cards, if that can present 9 points of block, he's well ahead. So Levi here has to start cobbling together turns that actually, are off the back of Azalea's ability, which is to dominate those arrows. That's how you push the damage through. Because all these dragons are not going to really bother him until he's at a juncture where he has to respect them. But it looks like Aaron Chance right now at 25 life. It seems like he's well ahead. He's got Kyloria, he's got Dromai, a pair of Yenderais as well. It's just the second that Levi manages to find something like another Red in the Ledger dominated super tall, that suddenly Aaron's going to be down to in the teens in terms of life total, and Levi's going to not have to worry about one of those more than one dragon attack.
So as the match progresses, this is feeling a lot like the last Dromai versus Azalea matchup we saw. The one thing that stands out to me as being potentially different and very relevant is the presence of Kyloria, though, because that card draw means that Aaron can dig for defense reactions. So when we talk about those tall dominated attacks, even if the on hit goes through, it might not leak as much damage. So if you can find cards like Sink Below, for example, and you can dig deeper into your deck because of Kyloria, get that in the arsenal, I think that could end up being a very relevant thing as far as how this plays out, because there's a lot of dragons there, but we saw that earlier, and the Azalea was still able to go tall enough. But that card draw to dig for the sinks, dig for those defensive options, that's a really big deal.
Oh, and as has been mentioned in the chat already, if you can find towards this end game, if you can find those Red in the Ledgers and you can stonewall those turns because they can't take more than one, kind of push there, that's how you can close out the game. And I think you were alluding to how that's how the previous matchup went.
Yes.
And that's really, this is a race until it's not. This is a race until Azalea can basically just do that. And then it's not a race, it's just game over. And so really, I guess that's what you're essentially playing for. And this is a solid little race turn. Oh, you know what? No, choosing to ping off the board. Took out Kyloria, takes out Dromai.
That seems like a change of pace. But it might just be the fact that he's not comfortable at 20 with those types of dragons on the board.
Yeah.
And without the guarantee that you're going to find those Red in the Ledgers, it's not just about finding the Red in the Ledger. It's about finding the Red in the Ledger with a hand that can overcome the defensive options, right? So, because you can send a Red in the Ledger, but if it isn't dominated, if it isn't super tall, then Aaron's going to block it and just go back to town, right? So I think what Levi's doing here is with those mediocre hands, or the hands that might not be super disruptive, you got to clear out some of those dangerous dragons.
Yeah, it's also possible that they were just taking advantage of some of those cheaper go again arrows as well, because we saw them just clean up the dragons and still present 10.
Yep.
So the option to go to the face of the hero, if you will, was certainly there, but here it looks like we're going to see a lot of blocks because it was not dominated.
Yeah, easy to cover that up, especially because the card in hand is Sigil of Solace, and so you're able to attack with the dragon. They don't respect it, perhaps. Oh, this is the worst case scenario, actually, because you wanted to bait out a no block, take 3 damage, play Sigil, and then come with a second dragon, get 3 free damage. But the single card that you might face outside of Command and Conquer, I guess, is that exact card, and that is fortuitously timed.
Yeah, that battering bolt just came at the right time there. Again, like you mentioned, Aaron Chance had a little trick up his sleeve, but not this time. Is Levi now with the Ravenous Rabble in the arsenal? Just kind of shuffling through those hands there. What he's hard to tell what he's got holding on to. Nonetheless, the Ravenous Rabble.
Looks like there's a Remorseless in there, and a possible
lace with Blood Rot, perhaps.
It could be a lace with there's a lace with Blood Rot as well. Let's see
this is a list that is running both lace with Blood Rot and lace with Inertia. So a number of attack reactions to kind of go over the top.
And this is a great look at this attack. This is Ponder Run. Here's Ponder Run. Premeditate comes down and buffs the Ravenous Rabble from the arsenal there for 7, threatening a Ponder token.
I absolutely love the use of Ravenous Rabble to reveal the top card as an Azalea player, so that you know what you're getting when you activate. It's just that little bit of knowledge. It's not as good as Opt. You can't get rid of it if you don't like it, but it still allows you to plan the rest of your turn. It's such a good sequencing card.
Yep. And you still have access to also just pulling it into your hand if it's like a blue, for example, because you can Death Dealer a card into the arsenal and take that card as a possible payment option.
Looks like Aaron Chancer took it. The Ponder token has been created. We're going to go ahead and use, I guess, is that a Remorseless?
Yeah, Remorseless. Yeah, he drew into that card off the top of the deck because he dropped in Remorseless with the bow and then used that to pay for the Remorseless. so he can send the old 5 damage plus the on hit.
No Death Touch in this list, right? There's the Codex of Frailty, however, so it looks like he's going to be using that to go ahead and get an arrow. But oftentimes, like we've seen the play of the Codex into something like Death Touch to go ahead and sort of clean out a turn and then add a follow-up token that could either be the Blood Rod, Frailty, who knows. Ultimately, though, it looks like Levi is going to be probably going to get more of those, what are they called? Help me out here. Come on.
Things
Not
and
remorseless.
stuff.
Red in the ledger.
That's
The
one.
reds and the ledgers.
Yes, reds and ledgers all together now. And again, that's another way to go ahead and recycle those very powerful, attacks that have such humongous implications in this particular matchup. Right now, I mean, it doesn't look so dangerous because you only have that solo Yenderai, but eventually something like Red in the Ledger, when those dragons start popping up again, is going to be a huge, huge help for Levi. And having access to you playing it multiple times is a very, very good thing.
Here we have the play that he tried to make earlier on that previous turn. Oh my god, he drew a second sigil as well. He attacks with the Enderai, no block, plays the sigil, does have go again, plays a second sigil. Unfortunately, didn't have a follow-up there. With that 2-card block, he did end up throwing like... what was it? The Burn Them All, which is a fantastic little card, especially after your opponent has taken away their Arcane Barrier at this point. But your opponent has a high enough life total that you can't really count on that arcane damage to close out the game yet.
I think one of the important things to highlight here is how well Levi has done to get back in this game, because there was a point where Aaron looked like they were running away with it. There was 4 dragons on the board. They had a firm health lead. Right now, Levi's at least making it close before those sigils anyway. It was very respectable. Another thing to point out is the equipment has been mostly used up on the side of Aaron. It's just the furnace left. So what you see is what you get at any given point, and that's going to allow Levi to navigate some of those big dominates, I think, a little bit more effectively.
Yeah, I do believe outside of the... I might have been incorrect. Skullbone Crosswrap, does that have Arcane Barrier on it? I believe it does, actually. So he does have the capability of playing into the Arcane plan if he wants to. So a good choice to just throw that Arcane Damage Dealer and burn them all away last turn.
Glide, read the glide path into, I believe that's a Bolton shot. So that allows for the go again, the free reload if necessary, but we're following this up with a E-Strike. This is the go again method as well. So there's going to be a follow-up to this, I suspect, and I'm not sure what it's...
I think he chose 5 draw card.
Oh,
actually.
did he go
Yeah,
draw?
yeah.
Okay. So still, the damage is being presented. Keep in mind, Aaron Chance has he already gained 9 life in this game? I believe he has.
Yeah, I believe we've seen all 3 sigils, yes.
That's a pretty solid thing to draw into all your sigils. And Levi showing how much work and how much time he's put into learning and mastering Azalea, a matchup that would be just cut to ribbons by all these dragons. He's with the life lead, posing a nice healthy 17 to single-digit 8 damage or 8 health to the opponent. No board really to speak of outside of a Yenderai, a single lone Yenderai, and there's another dragon finally. But at this point, you're feeling like you're sitting
this
pretty.
is a big one, though.
Oh,
you were
this-
sitting pretty until that Vincerakai came down.
No Phantasm on it because you did play Miragai right before it. So this is actually representing 6 and extra damage. So now we're back into it. You see, I shouldn't hype things up like that because it just pivots right away after that.
I said earlier, if there's one thing we can count on the players to do, it's to make us eat our words.
Yep, that's about right.
Oh, that reminds me. We still have that pizza in the fridge in the hotel room.
Oh, well,
No, I
you
said
do.
words. Eat the words.
Yeah,
Blake.
well, but I'm past that. I'm already at the deep dish pizza that's sitting in the fridge. So yeah, the Vincerakai is not just the 6 damage here. Again, the no Phantasm on it is great. Levi now is just probably evaluating, can I actually potentially close this out or put it close enough? Ultimately, you have to block the 6 or you're taking... If you let this pass, I think it's a 3 on top from Arcane, right?
Yes.
So that's nasty business, as you don't necessarily want to go take 9 here and make the game even Steven, as it were. And unfortunately, Levi, if he like the worst time to find the magic hand is like right now, because it's not just about the Vincerakai. It's the Vincerakai, then the Miragai, perhaps the Yenderai. This is where the follow-up arrives. Is Levi has to not just respect this dragon, but everything that follows past it.
Well, so here's the thing. Your opponent has essentially played everything. So if you're doing the math right now, you're saying, okay, that's 6 threatening 9. Yenderai's like 3 more. Miragai's what, 2 more? So you could survive all of this if you feel like you can push for lethal, but you have to get there.
Well,
the other option, you could block this out. But even, let's say you use 2 cards to block here, you're either going to leak damage from the other dragons, or you're going to block those out. But you need a way to clean up this Vincerakai after the fact. You don't have a weapon to cleanly do it. You are required to fire arrows. That's at least 2 cards, 1 for the pitch, 1 for the arrow. So this is not an easy thing to navigate if you're Levi at all. But I secretly, just because of the drama, I hope he has a magic hand and he's going to say, take it all, let's try to get there.
Well, yeah, well, there may be a lot. I mean, if he has the pumps, there may be this may actually be the better play, simply because this is the turn that your opponent isn't getting an arsenal. They're drawing into a hand they have no clue about. They're not able to set like maybe they're running 3 sink belows. They've already shown all of their sigils. So really, on the face of it, if they don't draw into a defense reaction, their hand is essentially looking for like whatever it blocks for. And so you may, if you have the pumps, just say, okay, I just have to get over the top of whatever they have off the back of like a dominated arrow.
Well, the dominated arrow would have to respect not just the 3 block. Is Chance running any D-reacts? Does he have any sink belows in
That's
here?
what I mean,
Well,
yeah.
So he's got sink below in the deck. He also has 1 more block from the armor, so he can block 5. So Levi would effectively have to send a 13 dominated arrow.
Right.
If he has it, if it's a guarantee sure thing, you soak all of this damage and you go to town and you just close out the game, knowing that all 3 sigils of solace, there's no more, there's no more surprises, no more rabbits he can pull out of the hat. But at least it seems like Levi's trying to protect his life total as much as possible. He doesn't necessarily like his hand. I think what he's going to do here is probably maybe he just cleans up the Vincerakai and moves on and tries to pressure a little bit more damage.
Yeah, I think that's a real possibility.
I think that's a Bolton shot down there, so there's a strong chance that they might clean up Vincerakai and then either push more damage or maybe even clean up the Miragai, depending on what your other options are. Like maybe you have the drill and you're saying, okay, I can use that as a popper if I get rid of the Miragai. It's going to depend on the hand, but I think we're going to clean up the Vincerakai with the Bolton shot and then maybe do something else on top of it.
But if you're Chance, you're thinking, okay, like, waste your turn on my dragons. I'll just drop more and send them.
And therein lies the benefit of Dromai. That's what Dromai wants to do. These cards that are on the field in the arena are acting as blockers in a lot of ways, because your opponent has to dedicate some resources to dealing with them, and that's not damage to your face.
All right, so Read the Glide Path is going to connect with that Bolton shot, bringing you up to 7. It does have a go again option here. 1 card left in Levi's hand. I believe this is directed at face. So he's saying, I protected the life total. The cards that he had left were good enough, it seems, to actually get some work done over here. 7 being sent Aaron Chance's way. He's got a little bit of wiggle room should he want to just absorb this, but it's what the follow-up is that is dangerous, as Levi has 1 card left in hand. And, it might just be a small attack after this that maybe he just goes and tries to kill the Vincerakai with. I think that's probably the best bet. He does have the 1 resource. There he goes, from the tunic as well.
Yeah.
So another interesting thing here is depending on how Aaron blocks this, Levi could pivot and go face again if he thinks it will peel more cards out from the hand. Because if there's no activators in Aaron's hand, then all you have to do is block the Vincerakai next turn anyway. It's going to depend entirely, I think, on how Aaron blocks this first attack before Levi decides, okay, do I clean up the dragon or do I do something else?
I think that what you have to do here is you have to respect the Bolton shot. The reload is too strong. You still have the 1 more. Like, you can double 3 this. Oh, he's got the perfect block
perfect
here.
7. So this is going to be a cleanup of the dragon in this situation. It has to be.
I like that move. I definitely like that move. As that's going to stop the reload, and He's still going to go ahead and use the Tunic with the go again option. Going to load up. Is that another Bolton shot? I believe it is. And he's just going to go ahead and say goodbye to the Vincerakai. Aaron just flips it over, tosses it into the graveyard, and there's still 2 floating dragons out there. There's the Yenderai, sure, but the more imposing one would be the Miragai. But we're opening up the salvo here with a Ravenous Rabble connecting with a red card off the top of the deck.
Yeah, coming for 4, and that's like one of the best starters that you can possibly play, simply because it's going to always guarantee that go again for your dragons. It's also going to guarantee its own go again, unless you're up against Icelander with like Blizzard or something stupid like that. Who likes that? I mean, come on. And you're almost always finding it for 4 because you're playing such a heavy red deck, right? So this is literally like the best card you could possibly play in a more aggressive version of Dromai because it's threatening that damage. And look at this. He just takes it. He's going to send for 3 with no Phantasm. Does he have a popper in the hand?
No, he's just saying this game's going to close out before I get any more value off the Tunic. I think it's just protecting your life total.
I think he's going to 1, and there's the popper. Yeah, he did have the popper. He just couldn't use it on that Yenderai, but he is going to get rid of Miragai, and I believe he's sitting at 1 here with a 3-card hand. Yeah, I believe he has a 3-card hand.
I think it's 2 because they threw the Tunic in front of it.
He's going to flip up here. Oh, is that a Codex as well? No, he is holding a 3-card hand, yeah. The Tunic was the single block on that first attack and just kept his life total.
Look how fast Levi looks at the card.
It's like, yeah.
It's incredible how you basically get an idea of the art and your turn already snaps off in your mind.
But see, I think he knows that he has perhaps lethal here, or at the very least he can present enough to basically just shut it down.
Well, because of the Codex, at a minimum, you know you can get one of your red in the ledgers. So if you can force your opponent to only 1 action, that's one option. The other option is to just throw the biggest, most damaging attack possible. So something, you know, that swings for 6 naturally, or I saw maybe considering the Remorseless because of the damage that would be taken if they take any actions, things like that.
No, this is going to represent, well, he's not even going to use that because he's going to come off the top with, what arrow is that? Is that a drill shot? It looks like it's a foil drill shot, and this would represent 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, it's a 10 spot, and this one's dominated because of the Azalea effect, and this is not game over yet. A 3 block puts Aaron right against the brink. Now, the silver lining here with a dominated attack is that Aaron's going to be able to keep some cards, whether he likes it or not. So he'll be able to develop a board potentially and send it back. Levi at 2 is going to potentially have to block out here. Question is,
he's got a defense reaction in hand though. That's the problem because you give them the time to find it. If you're playing even just a few defense reactions, the longer you have, the more you have the chance to find it and then block out on this turn, and that may spell doom for Levi because he doesn't necessarily have a lot as far as blocking is concerned from this point.
So Levi does have the Ponder token and is donating the Blood Rot. So after the damage resolves, Levi also still potentially...
Oh, maybe that's Battering Bolt that he was able to go and look.
Oh, well, that changes things quite a bit then.
yeah.
Oh, no, it's the trigger on the Deadeye effect, I believe. It's the trigger on the Deadeye effect. It was a drill shot, and it was also the...
Yeah,
perhaps
there,
the
I was
Deadeye
going to say,
trigger,
there's the drill. So we see the token go on the furnace.
That's fascinating. Why didn't he just block with the furnace there?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Ultimately, I mean, we are where we are, and it looks like that is that a tome?
That's a
Fiendel from the
tome.
arsenal to draw and life gain. You thought the life was locked in place. No, you don't take that much. You take a few. But that, I believe, came from the arsenal, so he did gain some, right?
I believe that's the truth of the matter. Levi right now just trying to get the work done here. The Blood Rot token as well. It looks like Aaron's going to pitch through it, preserve some of that life total, wisely so, because of the dominate effect. You got to make sure that you're protecting your life total as much as possible. But yeah, the chest piece is like that's one life that could have been absorbed there, and you know.
Wow, this is a huge turn. That was not threatening any damage whatsoever and still bleeding down to 5 from the blocks that you made and the damage that you took, gaining enough life but not presenting any damage after the fact means that Levi basically has one more turn to dominate an arrow for lethal here.
Yeah, Aaron on the other side does get to put another card in the arsenal, though, so that's potentially another defense reaction to pair with a block from hand. So,
and he had a Fate Foreseen that we can assume is dropped into the arsenal at this point. But even just giving another option to just go for it again.
Oh, I love this. I'm pretty sure that is the new infecting shot that's going in. So even if it's not lethal, threatening a pox is a huge play here.
5 go again here. He drew into a Command and Conquer, but he might have bottomed said Command and Conquer with this E-Strike if he didn't have like a yellow or a blue here on the card that we have in hand.
You have to respect this 5. I mean, you cannot give up any more of your life total against this against a hero that can so easily dominate, much like against something like Bravo. You know, eventually you got to understand that Bravo can just dominate an attack, come over the top, and nothing you can do. The thing about Azalea is that she's going to take an arrow, build it to the sky, dominate it, and then you're toast.
And another buff, and this is the buff that falls. This is a buff along with the one that comes from Premeditate, because this is coming from the Arsenal, this Infecting Shot. So this is coming for, let's see, if we count this up, it'd be
I think it's 11.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Not dominated, but enough to push a lot of damage. And then that's going to be a block of what? 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Either 9 or 10. No, it'd be even 9 or 8.
Yeah, I believe it's 9, in which case we would have some damage leak through, but again, the Pox token going through as well, so...
If it's 8, then this is essentially lethal, but if it's 9 that he blocked just then with a 3 block and a 2 block, then he's going to leave the Dromai player at 1.
Yeah, there will be the Yenderai attack before that happens. So the life total on the pad not updated quite yet, but yes, I believe that once the Pox resolves, they should go down to 1. And then Levi should be able to come back with 3 cards in hand plus the arsenal, because this will get 1 blocked out. Sacrifices the Bolton shot. And yeah, we're seeing it now resolved. That's a bit far.
And you're not only are you dead, I killed the entire half of the screen.
Oh no!
Don't worry. This is why we keep the life on a pad too. There you go.
There we go. All
40 to 1. No, this is not how this game ends.
Yeah, what is this? You know what that is? I've played these matches. It was during RTN season Starvo versus OTK Viscerai, where it's 40 to 1, and then they're like, I guess we're going for it.
Yeah.
It's like, all right. And then the game usually ends 1-0, like one way or another.
Oh, this is actually a really big deal with a Bolton shot down below as well. If there was ever a chance where you could try to go wide and really make use of the break points, it's when your opponent's at 1 and they've only got cards in hand, no arsenal.
Exactly.
So this is very opportune.
Yeah, you need a buff in hand, and I believe he has a lace. Is that a lace with inertia? I can't quite make out what he's got there. But as long as he has a buff in hand, it could even be a lace with Blood Rot there, too. It is a lace with Blood Rot. That is going to add the Bolton effect, the Bolton shot effect onto this Bolton shot here. So it does have go again, like you said, making a wide turn.
Break points. You want to see these attacks at exactly at odd numbers, like 5s and 7s and stuff like that. You want to peel multiple cards. I do see a sweeping blow. That's and another card. So that's a probably 6 block off the top. Yeah, burn them all in a sweeping blow. Soaks that up. But that's not all. That's not all, my friends. There's one more coming through here. We're loading up another. Is that an infecting shot?
It is,
yeah, that's an infecting shot.
Oh, he gets off the top.
Okay.
The draw
Wow.
from this, he's going to give a Ponder and a Frailty. It's going to force the discard, and he's going to be able to close this out literally off of the back if he's got the resource. If he has the resource to pay for the infecting shot, which I do believe he does. Yes, he does. He's
There's
gonna
a
close
Sigil
this.
of Solace in his hand.
If he
So
okay,
he didn't play all 3. So there's still a Sigil of Solace in Aaron Chance's hand.
But he's gonna. It doesn't matter because he's gonna have to discard a card here off of the Codex because he's getting a card from his arsenal.
That's true. So he's, no matter what, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, because you're blocking 3, but you're on the hook for 3 here, unless there's a. This should be game, if I'm not mistaken, and that 1 health I feel from that equipment piece. Like, what if his hand was a D-react in that Sigil? You just
Well, the drill shot had piercing because it had an aim counter, so
Right.
it wouldn't have even mattered.
Right,
there.
right.
Nevertheless, because of this top deck, Azalea living and dying on top decks here, showing fantastic top deck to basically guarantee you this game, I believe, because you have to force a discard here. You're probably discarding one of those two cards. It's basically irrelevant. You can gain the life here, but it's not going to matter because they're going to close it out with that infecting shot for lethal. And Levi picks up the win in an incredibly unfavored matchup, showing why he is perhaps the best in the world on Azalea.
I believe so. I believe so. And it has nothing to do necessarily with just with his play today. It's the body of work over time. You know, building up Azalea and his prowess with the hero all the way back from when it was a joke of a hero. And I hate to break it to people, but like Azalea has no living legend points for a reason. Levi just, you know, took that burden on his shoulder and walked that ring all the way to Mount Doom. But he's finally, it seems like with Outsiders, the Eagles have arrived and are kind of giving him a little help. So that's pretty sweet. And, you know, tough break here for Aaron Chance at 5-2. Maybe there's a prayer on breakers to get in. We don't know yet, as the top 8 is yet to basically be settled. There's still some matches to be played. But ultimately, I just want to talk real quick about Codex of Frailty. Reading that card and seeing what it did, you're kind of like, okay, it seems pretty good. Get a token here. You don't understand the absolute impact of a card like that to either close out a game or to push through damage or get an on-hit effect. We've seen it be so pivotal and so impactful in the games today, and purely for this, because you can just close out a game. You can peel the cards out of your opponent's hand, but not only that, a ponder token, a frailty token, like it does so much work and it costs you nothing.
Yep.
So one of the things that we had talked about earlier on the broadcast was these, you know, symmetrical effects. And during the Lexi game, we were kind of talking about with New Horizon, you can sometimes come ahead because of Ponder and putting something in. Here with Azalea, we got to see the other side, which is if you're making your opponent discard, even if they're putting an attack into their arsenal, an attack doesn't help you block dominate. So when Azalea is coming in with the dominate game plan, or here at the end where you're just trying to push that extra damage, that's less defense available for your opponent. So with these symmetrical effects, it's how do you make up for the fact that you know it's coming? How do you capitalize on it? And we saw it used multiple ways throughout the day, and I really enjoyed that.
Exactly. I think we saw it played to the greatest effect towards the end of the turn when you don't get forced to discard a card because you have already expended cards from your hand, you have resources floating, and that's when you use Codex of Frailty. Your opponent may have to discard. You don't have to discard. You just get a free attack. You get a Ponder to follow it up with basically 2 cards, but you have to time it right and you have to play it well. And we saw across the board in, you know, today, that card be played in different scenarios to different effects. And we saw it there at the end, top decking that card, guaranteed game in the moment, played exactly correctly at the end of the turn.
That's awesome. I only have one more question to wrap this up, which is, what's behind curtain number 3?
A new car
Is there a
sold
curtain?
by my previous.
Your
say.
previous incarnation?
Yeah, you got the wonderful thing here. Guy Smiley himself has graced us with his presence. Hey, we did a 3-pack of a casting job there, and I think it went well.
I don't know. You tell us in chat how we're doing. We hope you've enjoyed this first day of coverage. It's been a labor of love. A lot of work has gone into it, both on the back end and from us just sitting here trying to get you the best coverage we can possibly deliver. So we really hope that you've enjoyed it. We hope that we've been of value to you, that this experience has made the release weekend better, and we have the top 8 of this event. It's going to be live tomorrow, right back here on this channel. We're going to show you the top 8 players. I think the time is still going in the round, so if we wanted to, we could cut to a quick break and then possibly give you top 8 standings. I think we want to definitely do that before we close things out for today. So let's do this. Let's take a quick break. I'll go check in with where the tournament is kind of settling, how far into this round we are. We can hop back on and give you a quick top 8 breakdown because I want to know who's winning this thing. Sound good?
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Are we
good to
voting?
them.
Is that how it's going? This is a democracy.
Yeah, I know. What's your vote? That doesn't matter. We're going for it. We're
abstain.
going for it. Okay, let's throw to a quick break, and I'll go check on that.
hypnotize. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize. You hypnotize. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize.
Well, hello. Well, hello. We have some news of the top 8 variety, and this is this is a spicy top 8. Look. Before this started, can I just ask what y'all thought? Kind of just general maybe ideas, not necessarily give me 8 heroes. What did you think we would have with this result at the end of the day?
Okay, well, we have to base it off the numbers, I would suspect. So once the numbers came in about what was pushed through, I was honestly going to believe that I didn't think Dromai was going to do like terribly well. I didn't think it was going to dominate, despite the fact that it had the most amount of representation. I thought there was going to be one Dromai in the top 8. I suspected 2 Azaleas. I also suspected 2 Oldhams, and I was hoping that there was somebody who was going to figure out some crazy Uzuri stuff, that was going to be the rest of it. I thought Uzuri was going to probably surprise a lot, because I thought that somebody may have just figured something out that went outside of the standard framework of a little bit of switcheroo.
Sure. What did you think?
I'm going to be honest. I expected a lot more ice than what we ended up getting. Don't get me wrong, I love a lot of the new stuff in Outsiders. I'm so excited to play with this set, and I know everyone else was as well, but Icelander and Oldham, they've been at the top of the food chain for a long time, and for good reason. And they didn't, in my opinion, get noticeably weaker necessarily, so I just expected a bit more ice in the field. And Michael Hamilton.
And look at this. This is how it turned out. So we have at the top, number 1 seed, 7-0, just a casual 7-0 day. Brody on Azalea. Sam Dando, 6-0-1. We watched that go to time on Uzuri, sitting in the 2nd seed. Jesse on Oldham, along with him in that match, ended up 3rd seed. Then we have Lexi, Naib playing Lexi to a 6-1 record. The world champion himself, Michael Hamilton, on Icelander, 6-1 as well. Levi Rauch, we just watched that game wrap up, finishing on Azalea. So 2 Azaleas in the top 8 at 6-1. So Flake, your assumption was correct. 2 Azaleas. Aiden sitting on Dash at 5-2. Honestly, I did not expect that at all. And then Joe closing us out. We saw him all the way back in round number 1 against Yuanji Lee pick up a win on Briar.
Notable here, the fact that there are 7 different heroes. Now, I suspect this is going to get, sorted out as more people play this set, and more people are, in the labs constructing decks and adapting to the meta. But we are about a month away from Pro Tour, and we have 7 different heroes represented. And not just a casual kind of throwaway tournament that's happening on, in some sort of random town in America. This is a tournament with 100+ participants. The best in the world are here. This is what they've decided is the best, and it is quite the mosaic of different heroes.
That is honestly, that is quite exciting for tomorrow. I am incredibly excited to see how this plays out, because that level of variety and the players that we just talked about, all incredibly high level players, knowing these heroes, proving it on the day. It's going to be an incredibly exciting top 8 tomorrow, and one that's going to be very varied. So let's talk about how you're going to watch this. Top 8 is being played tomorrow. We're going to most likely aim to start this stream at 10 a.m. We will have an upcoming stream set up here in a little bit, so that you can favorite that or whatever.
10 a.m.
for later.
Central.
10 a.m. Central time. Very good catch. 10 a.m. Central time. We're going to kick this thing off.
I think it might be slightly later than 10.
Okay, so basically, they want players to arrive around 10 o'clock. There's a player meeting / deck check that's going to be happening. They want the first round essentially to kick off at 10:30 local, which is Central time. So 10:30 Central, 11:30 a.m. Eastern.
Yes, and we're going to start the thing off at 10. We're going to hang out. We're going to have a good time. We're going to prep everyone, get you all caught up to speed. So be here around 10. We're going to have a great time checking out this top 8 and seeing who we crown as the first winner of the very first Realm Games Brawl of this season. If you don't know, this is a tournament series that's being put on by Realm Games, and this one specifically in concert with Min-Max Games. And this, the grand prize is not just cash on the line, but it's also
it's a full-sized African elephant.
House trained.
Preferably. No guarantees.
It was such a good professional setup that we were doing, and
was it?
you just had to go, okay, all right. Yeah. So anyway, there's like a invite on the line to the 20K at the eye. That's what I was trying to get at. That was
so
doing
sorry.
so well.
I apologize.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it has been just an absolute pleasure to hang out with you all day. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed us opening packs and giving some stuff away and watching some flesh and blood matches, some that have been very, very good. And if you want to catch tomorrow's action, keep it locked here. You got anything else to say before we hit the road?
Yes. Skittles are disgusting.
Okay. Flame him in the no. Don't flame him in the comments for that. Everyone is entitled to their own.
No,
opinions.
flame him on Twitter.
Oh, yes, yeah. Mention him on Twitter about his takes on Skittles and how they're completely wrong. Charmer, you got anything?
I'm trying to say as little as possible. My voice has been giving out at the end of the day, and I am really excited about this top 8. So I'm going to say the most long-winded way possible that I'm trying to say nothing. I'm totally not accomplishing this whatsoever.
Literally the most commentator thing.
I wish I could have heard your wedding vows.
This is so like the
was
John
such
Madden. I'm just going to not talk so that I can preserve the voice and do the thing with the boom and the pow and the...
And because there's dirt on his jersey, that means there's less dirt on the ground.
That was such a commentator way to say pass. Like you're literally like, okay, everyone's gonna go around and share. Okay, this is the talking stick. This is the talking piece. Take the talking piece. No, you can't talk right now. It's his turn. He's gonna say pass, but he's gonna do it in the most circuitous way possible.
Pass.
Okay. All right, there you go. All right. Well, with that, we are officially out, so we'll catch you tomorrow, and we're writing notes for some reason. All right. It's been a pleasure. It's been fun. It's been real fun. We'll see you tomorrow. See you later. Bye.
You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. to you.